What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, and pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I want to dance around, and I want to do the classic like Friday thing and be like, it's Friday, you know what I mean? Saturday, Sunday, but I don't want to do that because not a very good Friday, I'll be honest with you. I even felt weird about playing the intro music as I normally do, because right now, as we are speaking, as we are talking, Kitschy88, thank you for the 25, get the subs. The IDF has cut off all comms on the ground in Gaza and is most likely moving its ground troops into Gaza as well. I am going to try my very best to get you live updates from the ground. I mean, we have very little information. This is the only thing we have. Here's the Gaza City skyline. That buzzing that you're hearing is drones that are constantly above the city. Thank you to Nancy Astor. So I feel weird. I feel odd, and it's hard to start to do my normal song and dance on Friday because the Immaculate Friday vibes are fucked right now. I'll be honest with you. But as far as personal news goes, I was supposed to go to a birthday party / Halloween party last night, but instead, because I'm feeling sick, I chose to stay behind and stay at home and watch Gen V instead. And also, this morning I worked out, and while I was doing my T's and Y's that I normally do with chest support on a bench press, I did it without, and I feel like my legs were so shot over the course of this past week that I might have tweaked my lower back a little bit. Not like terribly, but I'm in a little bit of pain. CNN is on the ground from Israel's side. We can get some information on that front right now.
I think that just reinforces what the IDF have been warning the citizens here to be careful about, to stay close to their shelters, and it's indicative of the fact that the tempo of operations here is perhaps picking up. We've seen as well a couple of flares fired in the sky towards Gaza. We've seen those over recent nights, but again, you would expect flares to be fired close to or around troops in the field who want to get better visibility on what's the ground in front of them. It's illumination for troops in the field to see where the danger is, where the enemy may be hiding, Anderson.
Yeah, Nick, I think it's important in situations like this to point out what we do not know. We heard from Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the IDF, a short time ago, saying that the ground operation in Gaza is expanding. We do not know to what extent is it expanding. As Nick said, flares over Gaza in a certain part of Gaza would perhaps indicate troops on the ground or movement on the ground in armored vehicles and tanks. We have seen over the last day or two some operations, very limited incursions to, according to the IDF, eliminate any munitions that might be in border areas and also any reconnaissance posts, and to sort of soften the ground and level the ground for the next phase. General Wesley Clark is also joining us. General Clark, as you see those flares being fired into the air over parts of Gaza and what you're hearing from the IDF, what do you make of what's going on?
I think what we have here is what we would call a reconnaissance in force, Anderson. That is to say, it's a large force. It's going in. It's looking to probe the enemy's defenses, find out his reaction, collect intelligence, maybe take prisoners, maybe get into the tunnel complex, and it may or may not stay in. If they find that this is advantageous,
no man. If yesterday's operations, are any, yesterday, the IDF sent in a tank column. Okay, they sent in a fucking tank column and basically busted through. The only thing that they did was, I think, like, before this time around here, we're live, by the way. Here you go. Post it. Let the people know I'm live. Have you known the news about Motaz is asking for an international protection in his IG? I did not see that, but I'm not shocked by that, considering the Israeli occupying forces' proclivity to assassinate journalists. 22 so far, and their family members if they don't assassinate the journalists directly. It's understandable that journalists in Gaza, the remaining ones who haven't been fucking killed, would want some level of assurance or international protection. I am talking to journalists who have contacts on the ground in Gaza behind the scenes, and they are telling me that their WhatsApp messages are not going through, that they have no way of communicating with people that are currently on the ground. Okay? The internet is down. Comms are down. There's no information out of Gaza. It's just, this is done deliberately. They've shut off all matter of telecommunications coming out of Gaza, specifically so you don't know what is going on the ground. It's very difficult to get information right now. Isn't this Hasan covering breaking news? Yes, this is me covering breaking news. I love that that is what your main point of contention here is. It's not that like yeah, if it's a fucking mass shooting going on, I don't cover it. It's a little bit different when like an active ethnic cleansing campaign is occurring and I'm covering breaking news by giving you fucking CNN coverage on it. Are you that stupid that your immediate goal in this circumstance as a 15-month subscriber who's been in here for a year is like trying to win a fucking semantics argument? I've said it already. Take a fucking week off, stupid. Like, I don't understand. There's obviously verifiable information from on the ground, okay? I'm not giving you casualty numbers right now that I just made up or some shit. It's ridiculous to be this fucking petty. I also told you I am talking to journalists with contacts on the fucking ground, okay, who are saying that their communications are completely shut off. Like, they cannot get a single fucking piece of information from their contacts. When I talk about shit like this, I'm not talking out of my fucking ass, okay? If your goal is to try and derail me here and try to like I don't know, try to create some confusion on my coverage, if that's your main point of contention here, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Okay?
this.
Nice. Okay. Here, let's go to Al Jazeera.
It's their central command, the place where they make the big decisions, i.e. the headquarters of Hamas. And as you heard earlier from the hospital, they're saying that there's 60,000 people there. Well, you know, it's impossible to evacuate a hospital of that size that is the biggest and really probably one of the last remaining that can offer services to any of those Palestinians, especially those that took refuge from the north based on...
Brother, you're an unserious person, and your goal in here is to like win a fucking online argument that you've created in your head. This is not like in normal circumstances, I shouldn't even dignify you with a response, but I'm going to repeat this one more time. The person that I gave a week off to also personally recognized that he was being an asshole before I fucking gave them a week off. You, on the other hand, here you go. You can take a full ban. There is no logic to like me giving you literal, like verified information from reports, okay, on an active situation. It's insane. It's insane. Like, go fucking yell at CNN then, okay? Be like, wow, I can't believe CNN is reporting on this. I can't believe Al Jazeera is reporting on this. Anyway.
Here, there's a change in what we're seeing on the ground. It's not clear from what the army said whether that's going to be the next step. They have been saying that they're preparing for the next phase. He also said we call on residents of Gaza City to move south. Again, that's something we've been hearing often, that they plan to go into the north. They have sent foot soldiers. Very small groups have entered from time to time, potentially, possibly testing Hamas to see what kind of confrontation they're going to meet if they go in on the ground. Rob, Israel has an incredibly strong air force. From up from above, it's got US reinforcement that's providing a lot of those bombs that are being used, that are being dropped on Gaza. So we know that militarily it is strong because of the amount of aid. The biggest, largest amount of aid that the US provides is to Israel. Going in on foot is a completely different story, and certainly Hamas has this underground network of tunnels that Israel, despite surveillance, it seemed wasn't fully across. And the proof is in the fact that that attack happened on October the 7th and took it completely by surprise. I will say...
the reports that... See, this is why I cover fucking breaking news sometimes, okay? This is one thing that I do all the time. Here's a good example. There are reports Israel's going to use nerve gas. No. Israel does violate international law by utilizing white phosphorus, for example. This is verified information from the Human Rights Watch. I wait when stuff like that comes out. I wait until there's a third-party verification. But no, the idea that they are going to be using nerve gas, American nerve gas especially, is wrong, is completely incorrect. That is a Middle East Eye coverage that you read that you thought was 100% true. It's not. They already have incredibly evil methods of mass murder that they're utilizing. They do not have to use... You look at the bombs that are exploding right now on the Gaza skyline. There's a reason why that skyline is fucking completely dark. These are all residential neighborhoods. Why are they completely dark? Because there's no fuel, because there's no electricity. Israel has shut off their fuel and electricity for the past 20 fucking days now. Israel has shut off their food for the past 20 days. Israel has shut off their water for the past 20 days. Okay?
In 1948 couldn't return, and still the Palestinian generations that came after that are still not able to return.
Sarah Khara talking to us in occupied East Jerusalem. Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Charles Stratford, who's in Ramallah for us for the latest there. We're focusing on Gaza at the moment, but of course a lot has been happening in the West Bank over the last couple of weeks. Talk us through what the latest is, Charlie.
Their incursion is from the northern side, okay?
That's right, Rob.
They're entering near the northern side here. This is according to the Clash report. Israeli sources citing Palestinian reports claim IDF tanks have started to enter the east of Beit Hanun in the north of the Gaza Strip. This is from literally right now. Okay.
in that raid. Of course, the Israelis don't go into these places and not come under fire themselves. We know that there are a lot of armed Palestinians in some of these areas as well. They call themselves the armed resistance, but 3 Palestinians killed there and at least 8 wounded, including 1 journalist. There were also clashes in various other places across the West Bank today. These are clashes that basically started as a result of youths throwing stones. That's a normal kind of Friday event, occurrence across the occupied Palestinian territory here. But of course, in the context of the war, things are a lot more difficult, a lot harsher. And according to the Palestinian Red Crescent, at least 71 people were wounded, 27 of them wounded by live fire. Israeli soldiers seemingly increasingly using live ammunition, perhaps not unsurprising when we have heard in the last couple of days from the top Israeli commander in charge of operations here in the occupied West Bank, saying that the gloves were off now and that there would be a continuation of, in his words, raids to break terrorist nests. There have also been some demonstrations, quite a lot of demonstrations across the occupied West Bank today. Here in Ramallah, also in Hebron, and one that's south of Nablus. Perhaps safe to say that smaller than expected, and it's being speculated one of the reasons why is because of the increasing amount of Israeli military roadblocks peppering the road systems across the occupied territories here. You know, it's been bad for years, but again, as a result of the war, movement is a lot more restricted than it has been in previous times. And another reason is basically because people are afraid. People are scared to go out and protest, to demonstrate, whether in support of the people in Gaza or whether it be
Oh shit, I'm muted. I didn't realize I was muted this whole time. Fuck. Okay. I'm glad that they have footage on the Al-Shifa hospital right now. I'm glad that they have cameras on the Al-Shifa hospital right now because that's a genuine fear that I have. The IDF has called on the citizens of Gaza, the people of Gaza, to move south. Not that they're not going to bomb the southern positions. They have been, and they have consistently bombed civilian targets in southern positions this past week and even before. However, my major fear is the Al-Shifa hospital. Why am I saying this? Well, because the IDF and even Benjamin Netanyahu released their like stupid ass, incredibly idiotic propaganda point saying like, oh, under the Al-Shifa hospital is the Hamas headquarters. Now, this has been a rumor for a very long time, except the problem is you can't fucking bomb a goddamn hospital because you consider it to be the headquarters of Hamas underneath it. Now, obviously, Hamas does have a extensive tunnel network, okay? They have an extensive tunnel network. They do. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the original video. Oh, here it is. There's no audio on this, but I don't know why. But here it is. Hamas/ISIS is sick, says Benjamin Netanyahu. They turn hospitals into headquarters for their terror. We just released intelligence proving it. Here it is. The intelligence that they fucking prove is just an illustration. Intelligence-based illustration video regarding Hamas's use of the Shifa hospital, both above. It's like all of their information is like this. Like every time they fucking post something like this, it's legitimately terrifying. Because guess what? I think it's a target that they're trying to justify before they fucking bomb it. That's what I'm afraid of. Now, obviously, we've seen this before. If you remember, Here it is. Where's that famous the famous image? Does anyone have that famous image in the Al Qaeda tunnel structure? Oh, here it is. Here it is. I mean, this image is the same as this image, except it's worse. Here's bin Laden's mountain fortress. The complex of caves at Tora Bora is carved 1,150 feet into a 13,000 feet mountain and can accommodate up to 1,000 people. Now, let me explain something to you, okay? The difference is the fucking Tora Bora tunnel structure is inside of a goddamn mountain. It's not sitting on top of a hospital, okay? Obviously, this was completely made up and grossly exaggerated, okay? It's just fucking fan fiction. And the same exists for this, okay? Like, what are they? They got a conference room in here? They have a conference room in the fucking inside of a tunnel structure under the hospital. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, ultimately, the difference is you fucking toss a Moab in here, okay? It's one thing. It's a goddamn mountain. You do the same for the Al-Shifa hospital. You got surgeons, nurses, doctors, patients, babies in incubators on top of this fucking supposed Hamas underground complex. That's why it is terrifying. Okay? That's why it's terrifying that they fucking drop this propaganda. Normally, in a situation like that, when Israel lies about a thing like this, you're like, oh fuck, they might bomb this place now. I feel like this is a pre-justification. Doctors Without Borders is also stationed at Shifa. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter because, one, Western forces have blown up Doctors Without Borders hospitals before. Look up Kunduz and Obama. Okay, that's number one. Number two, they've already blown up mainstream media positions. The Israeli government exploded a residential and business complex that housed the Associated Press office in Gaza. Okay, the Associated Press. Like, we're not just talking about Al Jazeera. They've been murdering a shit ton of Palestinian journalists, okay? I believe 22, and even their family members, as a matter of fact. However, they've also blown up UN workers, UNRWA workers, UN workers in general, UN schools that are also used as shelters. They've also blown up the Associated Press building, the building that the Associated Press was inside of, claiming that it was Hamas. And they did it right in front of our eyes. So it's not like they're going to fucking stop themselves when they put forward a new target like this. It's terrifying. Legitimately fucking terrifying. And now, while we're having this conversation, they are... while we are having this conversation, they've cut off all comms and all information out of Gaza. Now, the problem is, yeah, I streamed during the AP bombing. We watched it happen in real time. Yes. Shelter to whom? Hamas, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I can't tell if you're like saying that as a joke or if you're being serious. Ultimately, though, yeah, Washington Post reporters cannot reach their colleagues in Gaza. Palestinian Red Crescent Society says it has lost contact with its medical teams, shutting off comms. Okay? Wait, what the fuck? Why did that... So broken. Shutting off comms doesn't just like stop with us not knowing what the fuck is going on in the world. Okay? When you shut off comms internally inside of Gaza, now hospital workers can't communicate with one another. Ambulance services cannot go to the areas of need. How do I respond to my coworker saying Israel is not performing genocide because the Palestinian population has doubled since 2005? Disgusting take I had to listen to today. Yes, people in horrifying conditions actually have higher birth rates. It's ridiculous to claim. People think, okay, here's one thing I want to explain here. Okay, doing a genocide is not as easy as people think it is. It's not just like you turn on the fucking genocide switch and then people die. It's not that easy to kill people, okay? That's why when hundreds of thousands of people die in one fucking act like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, okay, that's a devastating circumstance. That's like a uniquely evil moment in history, okay? Other than that, it's not very easy to just like slaughter and butcher people, okay? Because guess what? People inside of a fucking concentration camp still end up having children, okay? People still try to survive. They adapt to those gruesome conditions. So having your population increase while you are under horrifying circumstances does not change the reality that there is a butchering happening, okay? It's like it's very, very silly to assume that it happens like overnight. The Holocaust is a great example of this as well. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen like, oh yeah, boom, clicked on the Holocaust button. It was an extensive period of continuously increasing the slaughter that occurred over the course of a decade almost. It doesn't happen overnight, and people don't understand that. If the murder rate is lower than the birth rate, then murder is okay. Exactly. Surely there would be some noticeable shift in the age of the population that would highlight the fact that genocide is still occurring despite an increase in population. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's like any indication. Like, for example, I don't know. Maybe the fact that the life expectancy in the Gaza Strip, literally like a couple miles off of this made up artificial boundary, is 10 years younger, okay, than the life expectancy in Israel proper. How did that work? How did that happen? They literally live right there. That is the greatest indication, okay? Life expectancy being 10 years younger in the Gaza Strip than Israel proper, when they are literally right on top of one another, have the fucking same diet, or supposedly are supposed to have the same diet. There's no difference between the life expectancy of North Dakota and South Dakota, okay? And the proximity between North Dakota and South Dakota, especially along the border, is even larger than the proximity between fucking Gaza and Tel Aviv, okay? It's 50 miles. This is straight up genocide denial rhetoric, okay? That's what it is. Also, ethnic displacement plays a role in this as well. Like, deliberate ethnic displacement plays a fucking role in this as well. If you want to understand the 10 stages of genocide. 1, classification. All cultures have categories that distinguish people into us and them by ethnicity, race, religion, or nationality. German and Jew, Hutu and Tutsi. If societies are too segregated, divided, they're most likely to have genocide. The main way of preventing genocide at this early stage is to develop opportunities in society for people to work and live together who are from different ethnic, social, national, and religious backgrounds. Enforce diversity, okay? This will allow people to become more tolerant, understanding of each other. It works. In the United States, public schools serve this function, even though they are heavily segregated right now, as they were even before Brown v. Board of Education at this point in time. But yes, this is why I talk about it all the time. There's a reason why cities are fucking blue, okay? The reason why cities are blue is not because, like, black people live there, okay? Black people live in enclaves in the South. Those areas are blue as well, but other areas are not. Why? much higher percentage of the population in certain districts where black people live in the South, they vote blue. The population percentage of where black people live or brown people live in cities is much lower than a town in the South. Why? Why do they still vote blue? They vote blue because when you live in an urban environment, when you live in a diverse environment, you become more tolerant. It's segregation that allows allow this kind of hatred to fester. Why is there nothing we can do? The aid you raise will do nothing for a nation of people that will no longer exist. Why don't you translate to your audience the actual action and activism? I refuse to believe there's absolutely no route to be taken to make a ceasefire happen. If there's a full-scale genocide, I fully condone violence in the streets. What? What are you saying? The aid we raised will do nothing? What are you talking about, dude? What? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, number 2, symbolization. We give names of other symbols and classifications of ethnicity, race. We give the name of people, Jews, gypsies, or distinguish them by colors or dress and apply them to different members or groups. Classification and symbolization are universally human and do not necessarily result in genocide unless they lead to the stage of dehumanization. When combined with hatred, symbols may be forced upon unwilling members of minority groups, the yellow star for Jews under the Nazi rule, the blue scarf for people from the Eastern Zone in Khmer Rouge, Cambodia. Sometimes we impose symbols on ourselves, like gangs using certain colors as a group's right, but sometimes backfires when they're discriminated against. Number 3, discrimination. Number 4, dehumanization. Number 5, organization. Genocide is always organized, usually by state, though sometimes informally by terrorist groups. Special army units or militias are often trained and armed. Plans are made for genocidal killings. To combat this stage, membership in these militias should be outlawed. Their leaders should not be allowed to travel outside of their country, where they may be able to raise funds or get weapons. Now, this is deliberately written in a way where you can say this about Hamas, obviously, but also when it's a state that is backed by the United States government, like Israel, it doesn't matter what the classification is. The IDF absolutely falls under this category, but it doesn't matter because America will always block any effort from the UN Security Council. They can veto it. They have full-blown veto power. Okay? I know the G word is an ethnic slur. I'm reading it from a genocide document, okay? It's like the one instance where it's I'm like reading it directly from a genocide document, man. Oh, what the fuck? Number 6 is polarization. Extremists drive the groups apart. Hate groups broadcast propaganda that reinforces the prejudice and hate. Laws may forbid intermarriage and social interaction between the groups. This is literally happening in Israel right now. Extremist terrorism targets moderates and intimidates them so far that they are silent. Moderate leaders are those best able to prevent genocide, and they're often the first to be assassinated. Or sidelined, if not assassinated, or sidelined, neutered, like the secular Palestinian Authority, for example. Prevention may, like, these 10 steps of genocide is literally like Benjamin Netanyahu's direct approach to how to prop up Hamas and funnel funds into Hamas and use them. Like, this is like a guide almost. Preparation. National or perpetrator group leaders in the plan the final solution to the Jewish, Armenian, Tutsi, or other target groups in question. They often use euphemisms to cloak their intentions, such as referring to their goals as ethnic cleansing, purification, or counterterrorism. They build armies. They buy weapons and train their troops and militias. They indoctrinate the populace with fear of the victim group. Leaders often claim, if we don't kill them, they will kill us. Prevention of the preparation may include arms embargoes and commissions to enforce them. We've already passed this step, by the way. This is the meta. We've already passed this step, and we didn't do the arms embargoes to Israel and commissions to enforce said arms embargoes. It should include prosecution of incitement and conspiracy to commit genocide, both crimes under Article 3 of the Genocide Convention. Persecution. Victims are identified and separated out because of their ethnic or religious identity. This already has been happening under a permanent regime. There's 4 different IDs. There's 4 different classifications for 4 different IDs that restrict your freedom of movement greatly inside of Israel and inside of the occupied territories. We're back. It's back. It's back. Refresh. Classic, dude. Fucking classic, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I do not believe that this is because I do not believe that this is because I'm talking about the things I'm talking about, but instead because of pure incompetence from Twitch server side. Okay. It did not go out for long enough that the stream time reset, but it still probably cut a bunch of people off. I mean, yeah, for sure it happened in Vegas too. No, that was different. Vegas was different. I'm here. Hold on. I have to do something. Wait, I think this is the right person. Okay, it is the right person. Okay. The link I need. Okay. Okay. We were looking at the 10 steps of genocide. Number 8, persecution. Victims are identified and separated. Their property is often confiscated. Members of victim groups may be forced to wear identifying symbols. They don't do this, but you are forced to have a different license, a different identification. Okay? None of these things happen overnight, by the way. These things take years and years. And at least in the case of Israel, it's 56 years on top of 75 years of like the nation state and its development, but 56 solid years of this specifically. Okay, because you cannot comprehend, because it's not very easy to figure out who's an Arab Palestinian or a Muslim and Christian versus who is an Israeli citizen, because it's not. It's not easy to tell. You can't, everybody looks the same. Many people are from this region to begin with. There are white Palestinians and there are plenty of brown Israelis. There's Arab Israelis, right? Jewish Arab Israelis. So you can't really figure out who the fuck is who. So you have to have a strict permit regime where every single person is identified with their IDs. And there are checkpoints everywhere that restrict freedom of movement to ensure that you don't have Palestinians. Ensure that you don't have Palestinians in areas that they're not allowed to be inside of. And in the West Bank, it's especially dire. In the West Bank, it's especially dire because it is, yeah, they have passed laws in apartheid South Africa. One of the laws I've talked about is the they had passed laws in apartheid South Africa. One of the things that I've talked about is like, because they wanted to figure out who is black, who even has a little bit of black in them, they would do this thing called the pencil test. Okay? It's in reverse because of the yarmulke. They can know who's not Israeli. No, that's not true. That's ridiculous. You think every fucking Jewish person wears a yarmulke? What are you, crazy? That's not how that works at all. No. What? No. Some of you guys are completely oblivious to how this shit works. No. They don't wear patches yet, but there is a reason for why they have this very strict, very rigorous permit structure, 2 separate license plates that don't allow you to drive on Israeli roads, and also IDs, 4 different kinds of identifications that stop you from going into areas that is literally your land, by the way. Like, it's your home. Your West Bank is Palestinian. It's supposed to be Palestinian controlled. But the Israeli occupying force currently occupies it and controls every aspect of people's lives there. There's no Hamas in the West Bank, but it doesn't matter. That hasn't stopped them from occupying it for 56 fucking years. Anyway. Then we get to the final stage, here. Persecution. Their property is often confiscated. Obviously, you guys know that this has happened in the West Bank quite frequently. Sometimes they are even segregated into ghettos, deported into concentration camps. The ghetto would be the ABC partition structure that exists in the West Bank, and the concentration camp is somewhat similar to what you see in Gaza, an open-air prison, basically. There aren't guards internally inside of this concentration camp like you would see in other historic concentration camps, like during the Holocaust. However, this does not change the reality that all matter of existence in Gaza is completely controlled by the Israeli government, despite the fact that they try to tell you that that is not the case. They'll be like, oh, 2005, we left Gaza. Look at what happened. It's bullshit. Israel bombed the airport in 2001. Okay? They never allowed an airport to be rebuilt there. There are no ports in Gaza. People in Gaza cannot go beyond a 6-mile line, which changes from time to time, actually. Gaza is basically a Bantustan, a ghetto, or a concentration camp. The structure in the West Bank, where there is an occupying force and its presence that they let you know if you listen to Breaking the Silence, for example, veterans from the IDF that now stand against the occupation because of the unjustifiable acts of cruelty and violence that they subjected Palestinians to, will often talk about this reality, like night raids that they engage in all over the West Bank, deliberately, knowing full well that the people that are inside of these homes have not done anything. They do it because the process is called making your presence be known. They do it specifically so that everybody always knows that the Israeli forces can come into their house and fuck them up. It's not to capture terrorists at all. It is to specifically harass and apply pressure to the Palestinians living in the West Bank. Anyway, let's continue. They're confined to a famine-struck region or starved. Gaza and even the remaining parts of the West Bank are parts that Israel does not occupy, or rather still occupies, but allows Palestinians to live under. It's 25% of the West Bank. 100% of the West Bank is supposed to be Palestinian land, and yet they have overtaken, and as I've shown you step by step through the B'Tselem maps that we looked at, they've overtaken 75% of the West Bank by utilizing it as like military land, specifically taking over areas that are viable for the agrarian development of Palestinians that need it. Anyway, at this stage, there are acts of genocide because they intentionally destroy, and genocidal massacres begin. There are acts of genocide because they intentionally destroy part of a group. At this stage, a genocide emergency must be declared. If the political will of great powers, regional alliances, or the UN Security Council can be mobilized, armed international intervention should be prepared, or heavy assistance be provided to the victim groups to prepare for self-defense. Humanitarian assistance should be organized by the UN and private relief groups for the inevitable tide of refugees to come. We are already past this stage, okay? We are now in the extermination stage. Extermination and denial happening side by side, as a matter of fact. Extermination begins and quickly becomes the mass killings legally called genocide. It is extermination to the killers because they do not believe their victims to be fully human. See dehumanization. When it's sponsored by the government, the armed forces often work with private armies to do the killing. Except in this circumstance, it doesn't even have to be the private army What? You didn't address the other point, the chatter who said aid wouldn't help the Palestinians about organizing, and that really, really merits the discussion? What? You didn't address the other point that the chatter who said aid wouldn't help Palestinians made about organizing? What do you mean? There's organizations happening right now. There is a tremendous amount of organizing. Look around you. There are massive fucking protests every goddamn day. Okay? There are massive protests every goddamn day in the Western world. Hundreds of thousands of people fucking throwing their bodies on the line in areas where it's illegal to do so. And yet, it does not matter. It doesn't change the reality that our leadership is not listening to anything that we're saying. And yes, Central Committee is correct. There are private armies doing the killing in the West Bank. They have armed the extremist settler militias. You are correct on that front as well. You're right. But the other side of the extermination in the Gaza Strip is being conducted by the state, by the military. Okay? The Gaza Skyline stream just shut down. Wait, really? Oh, fuck. Literally just now? Oh, no. Okay, well, that's not good. Anyway, we've experienced all of the different stages that are in this document already, and we're continuously experiencing it. And people in positions of power in the Western world and Western media in general know this. They know what's going on here. And yet, for some reason, why'd you say I have COVID? I do not have. Oh, you're talking about Central Committee. Okay. I think that people don't understand that if they continue doing this, and you see polling numbers like this, for example, percentage of people who agree or disagree that Canada should support Israel against Hamas by political party. 31% disagree on the liberal side. 46% agree that we should help Israel. On the conservatives, 44% agree that we should help Israel. And then the rest of it is 53% disagree. New Democrats, 54% disagree. Bloc Québécois, 60% disagree. And these guys are not exactly fans of Muslims in general. Like, think about that. Even the fucking Bloc Québécois is like, come on, dog. What the fuck are you doing? Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's spokesman rejects calls for a ceasefire and says we will no longer live with this reality and that the war is not being fought to deter Hamas, but that instead we have decided that Hamas must be gone. Bloc is literally isolationist, but not out of the question because they may see themselves as colonized despite being French. Yeah, I know. That's why. I know. Anyway. So let's continue. Sometimes the genocide results in revenge killings by groups against each other, creating the downward whirlpool-like cycle of mutual genocide, where the victims actually organize and commit a second genocide on the perpetrators. At this stage, only rapid and overwhelming armed intervention can stop the genocide. Real safe areas on refugee escape regions should be established with heavily armed international protection. The UN needs troops that can go in and to genocidal areas and stop the killing when the UN Security Council calls it. The UN may decide to act through regional military forces from organizations like NATO. Relief groups should be prepared to assist the victims. Except what's going on right now? What's going on right now? The UN Security Council can't even fucking call for a ceasefire because America keeps vetoing it, and America is assisting the side that is conducting the ethnic cleansing. That's what we're doing right now. If the UN will not get involved directly, militarily powerful nations should provide the airlift equipment and financial means necessary for regional states to intervene with UN authorization. U.S. urges Israel against Gaza ground invasion and pushes a surgical campaign. And the final stage is denial. Denial is the 10th stage that always follows genocide. It is among the surest indicators of further genocidal massacres. The perpetrators of genocide dig up the mass graves, burn the bodies, try to cover up the evidence, and intimidate the witnesses. They don't really need to do that at this stage. And, you know, we're at the denial stage because America yesterday, by John Kirby's own fucking mouth and also by the goddamn president, said that the numbers of the dead in Gaza are actually probably fake. That is genocide denial. Okay? That is genocide denial. I hope you understand that. They are already doing that. They're doing that already. You are watching an ethnic cleansing campaign be conducted in 4K pretty much. Or they're just fake. Yeah, dude, they're just fake, brother. How can you explain to me how you think those numbers are fake, but you also simultaneously hear Israeli officials say we're fighting human animals and we're going to be indiscriminately bombing. Israeli officials go on television to say, I don't understand why people have any kind of empathy for Palestinians when they're all animals. That happened like 2 days ago on Sky TV. Or when the Israeli government itself literally posts photos flexing that they dropped 6,000 bombs on an area that is smaller than fucking Rhode Island. Okay? Like, they are saying these numbers aren't fake. It is ridiculous to say, how does that prove the numbers are real? How can you live with yourself? You are literally a Nazi at that point. You are engaging in ethnic cleansing denial as the ethnic cleansing is happening. But it's not surprising. Many Western dogs had this same fucking perspective when the Nazis were ethnically cleansing Jews during the Holocaust. They wrote about it and said, that's unbelievable. I mean, I know the Nazis are cruel, but they can't go that fucking hard. I mean, come on now. That's precisely what many in the Western world, in Western media said. Not only has the Gaza health officials released all of the information of all of the 7,000 that have died, okay? Not only have they released this information, time and time again, every single third-party verification group, every single NGO like the Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, Amnesty International, and more importantly, the American State Department has utilized the Hamas-backed Gaza Health Ministry's numbers because there has never been a moment where the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers have been inconsistent. That's the issue, okay? That's why everybody uses the Gazan Health Ministry's numbers until Israel decided that they're fake. The only way that, and UN, it confirms these numbers as well. The only way that you can just get away with this kind of genocide denial and not be called exactly what you are, a fascist piece of shit, is because the dehumanization campaign was so incredibly successful that you do not see even the fucking doctors on the ground, some of which are Western doctors, by the way. Not every single doctor is a Arab dog in your mind, okay? Doesn't even fucking matter, of course. But that you perceive every single person to be working in this monolithic fashion against Israel to engage in a mass coordinated effort to lie. That's your fucking idiotic perspective. And it's no different, in my opinion, than the way that fucking COVID deniers operated during COVID. But you are a fancy liberal and you like reading and you think clearly about these sorts of things, of course. So you're different than the fucking uneducated, unwashed masses that believed COVID was fake, right? You think you're better than those guys. You're not better than those guys. The only difference is mainstream media feeds you this fucking narrative and then usually will clarify that it's completely incorrect. But you know, the people in positions of power will read these fucking narratives out loud and it justifies your own internal biases. So you just go along with it. Do you understand? Oh my God, people going, but the COVID numbers were inflated. Jesus Christ, dude. I didn't understand it, to be honest. Joseph Robinette Biden, the president, the leader of the free world, supposedly, yesterday said that the Palestinian casualty numbers are fake or that they are not good enough to be believable. Okay? This is genocide denial. This is ethnic cleansing denial. Why? Because every single source on the ground, Western backed or not, uses these numbers and say they are perfectly accurate. Okay? As accurate as you can fucking get. This is a phone call from a journalist stationed at the Gaza hospital. He's able to make this call because of data roaming on a Turkish SIM card. Translation: we're in the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. We have no idea what's happening. There's no connection, no Wi-Fi, no reporters. We're cut off from everything. People can't call ambulances or civil defense. We are being bombed in an unprecedented manner. The sky around us just lights up with explosions, and no one knows what's going on. You can't reach anyone, even if they're 500 meters away only. Ambulances and medics are begging reporters to let them know which streets are getting bombarded to go rescue the victims, but the reporters themselves don't know where anything is happening. Because of the connection loss, we are trying to report the news, but we have no idea what's happening. That's what happens when you engage in mass media blackouts, okay? And that is by design. They're doing this on purpose. What's the point of you stream? The point of my stream, for those of you who are still oblivious at this point, is to show you a perspective of the dehumanized, to show you the perspective of people that are worthy of being heard out, okay? A people that fucking do not get heard at all. A group of individuals that are currently being ruthlessly and mercilessly ethnically cleansed. That is my goal. That is my job. That is what I try to do to the best of my ability, even in times like this. Yeah. One of the few times the State Department has questioned the Gaza numbers is because they thought the number was too low. Fourth paragraph. Yeah. The State Department in the United States has always used the Gaza numbers as correct. These numbers have also been tested time and time again by Human Rights Watch, for example. And those numbers have been considered to be correct. They've always been considered to be accurate. So accurate that the U.S. State Department uses it. So accurate that the UN uses it. Okay? Everyone, including the United States of America, considers the Gaza death toll to be reliable. Could there be inaccuracies, especially when like active bombing campaigns are happening, when there's no electricity, when there's no internet, when everything is patchy? Of course. But the assumption that we should take what the Gazan health ministry is saying with a grain of salt because their Hamas-backed is fucking ridiculous, is completely ridiculous. It's genocide denial. That's exactly what it is. And history will write about it as such. The best response to denial is punishment by an international tribunal or national courts. There, the evidence can be heard and the perpetrator is punished. This, if there is any justice in this world, will happen. Okay? Tribunals or international courts must be created. They may not prevent the worst genocidal killers, but at least some mass murderers will be brought to justice. Here's Ofer Kasif saying, in Israel, they are considering giving up a prisoner deal in favor of promoting the maneuver and estimate that the briefings by Hamas and Qatar on progress in the deal are intended to delay the operation. Yeah, this is like, they're saying Hamas is using the hostage swap as a mechanism to delay the operation that we want to conduct.
From the top of my building, I can see the flashes of the explosions, either from the artillery or from the airstrikes, but limited Navy shells and western part of Gaza City and of the north.
I'm running the 3-minute ad break now.
Safwat, so when the Israeli military spokesman said just a few hours ago that he came up and spoke for the second time, in fact, said that they are expanding their ground operations. And now you seem to be reporting that there are some limited operations using tanks in the northern part of Gaza. Has there been any response from Al-Qassam brigades or anyone from Hamas to the comments that were made by the Israeli spokesman?
We could see rockets that were fired from Gaza into southern Israel, and even those with long range fired into Tel Aviv and the central area of Israel. Still, the fighting groups are still able to mobilize and work based on plans that they set in advance before the operations or the attack they carried out in October 7th. This is an indication that the Israelis are not hitting, as they said or claimed, the infrastructure of the fighting groups, since they are able to fire freely or whenever they want a long and short range of rockets towards Israel. And still the whole infrastructure which is underground, the tunnel network underground, are still able to prevent the Israelis from carrying out the ground operation. This means that the fighting groups are, or the infrastructure of the fighting groups are still strong, and that they can maneuver or can move and carry out their attacks whenever they want and the way they want.
Safwat, while I have you with us, just update us on the situation with the telecommunications lines, because we understand that people are disconnected from each other, and certainly they seem to be disconnected from the outside world.
Well, this point touched everybody in the Gaza Strip, because more than 1.5 million of the population of Gaza have been moved from south to north and from north to south to seeking a shelter or seeking a safer place. So in the last 3 hours, people are unable to communicate or to stay in touch with their relatives, their parents, or their sons, especially after every explosion, as they are used to doing during the 3 weeks of Israeli war. Now there is fear. I think even our colleague Tarek, who is now staying 20 kilometers from his family, I believe, as a father, he is very much worried. I have been receiving also calls from people who are living in Europe or abroad, and their families are staying in Gaza, and could stay in touch with them and to make sure that they are still alive. And now people say we are still alive. Nobody says we are fine or we are good. So there is fear that this is a preparation for something bigger, but there is nobody knows what is this operation or the big operation or what is this bigger thing that's coming up. So the coming hours are important here for the Palestinians in Gaza to understand what the Israelis are preparing. From our experience, two options: either ground operation will start soon, or there is the negotiations that started for the prisoner swap will. We will see the results in the coming hours. So these are the two options that we understood from our past experience.
Okay, Safwat, we'll let you go for now. We thank you so much. That's Safwat Al Kahlout reporting for us from Gaza. We are going to take you live to the United Nations. Look at this live picture right there. So the UN General Assembly is due to vote on a resolution, and this resolution calls for a humanitarian truce in Gaza, which would
they can't even say ceasefire, so now they're calling it a humanitarian pause.
Israel and Hamas. So what we understand is going to happen is that there's going to be a first vote, in fact, on an amendment that Canada and the U.S. had wanted to add the word, quote, Hamas to the first on the amendment, and then the resolution will
for the record, the reason why,
so once the voting begins, we will cross back to the United Nations.
The reason why they want to add Hamas, the reason why they want to add Hamas, and Israel wants to add Hamas, but other nations don't, is because the victims overwhelmingly are not Hamas. The victims overwhelmingly are Palestinian civilians. This distinction must be made by the Western world to actively aid and abet in the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is currently engaging in. Okay? You got the condemnations for Hamas, so now you can say, oh, well, we're fighting Hamas. That's why all of the media covers this as not an Israel versus Palestinian affair, not as ethnic cleansing happening to Palestinians under an apartheid regime, which, by the way, both of those factors they regularly recognize under different circumstances, but that this is Israel versus Hamas. It is not Israel versus Hamas. It is simply a justification for their ethnic cleansing campaign. That's it. 3,000 children have been slaughtered by Israel since October 7th. Those kids are not Hamas, okay?
Without a fundamental change, the people of Gaza will face an unprecedented avalanche of human suffering. Everyone must assume their responsibilities. This is a moment of truth. History will judge us.
Well, we heard from the head of the government media office in Gaza, who spoke earlier at Al-Shifa hospital, and he strongly denied Israel's accusations that Hamas is using the hospital as a shield for its tunnels.
The hospital compound is home to more than 60,000 displaced persons, thousands of victims injured and patients, and thousands of medical crews, in addition to the relatives of the victims, along with the representatives of dozens of international media outlets. All this proves that the false allegation raised by the Israeli occupation forces are fabricated. They are targeting the medical facility that is providing
make no mistake, do I believe that there are tunnels under the Al-Shifa hospital? Sure. I mean, there's tunnels under everything in Gaza, okay? Do I think that that is ample justification for bombing that hospital? Abso-fucking-lutely not, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely not. That is insane. And also, the tunnel structure is not as, like, in the way that they describe it, right? This is, they're claiming that the Hamas headquarters is under the Al-Shifa hospital is just a rumor, okay? Is just a fucking rumor that they're going along with. And it can be a very deadly rumor, knowing what we know about how Israel operates.
The Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 5, entitled Illegal Israeli Actions in Occupied East Jerusalem.
I'm a Canadian Israeli citizen. I volunteered for Doctors Without Borders in 2014 for 60 days in Gaza. The doctor that I worked with was confirmed in one of the Israeli bombings. I'm going to cry for the rest of the day. Thank you for doing your work.
Sorry
for your loss, my friend.
On Agenda Item this afternoon, the Assembly shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/ES10/L25 and amendment A/ES10/L26. Before proceeding further, I would like to inform members that the draft resolution and the draft amendment have closed for e-sponsorship. I now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before the President gives the floor for explanations of vote before the vote, I should like to announce additional co-sponsors of both the two L documents. First, on L26. Since the submission of the draft resolution and in addition to the delegations listed on the L document, the foreign countries have also become co-sponsors of A/ES10/L25. Bear with us. Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria. No. Bear with us. Additional sponsors for L25. This is L25. Bahrain, L25 additional co-sponsors. Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belize, plurinational state of Bolivia, Botswana, Brunei Darussalam, Comoros, Cuba, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Djibouti, Egypt, El Salvador, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan. So those were original sponsors. I'm very sorry. Those were already on the L document. Additional co-sponsors are Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Chad, China, Gambia, Timor-Leste, and Uganda. Again, additional co-sponsors in addition to those on the L document are Azerbaijan, Bahamas, Chad, China, Gambia, Timor-Leste, and Uganda. If any other countries wish to co-sponsor L25.
Okay, we'll move away from that for just a moment and get some analysis with our diplomatic editor, James Bays, who's here with us in Doha. So, James, just talk us through what we were just listening to and what we expect to happen.
You're seeing how the General Assembly works, and it sometimes can be a little bit chaotic. We have two different things that are going to be put to the vote. We have the original draft resolution drawn up by the Arab group of countries at the United Nations, which is calling for an immediate, durable and sustained humanitarian truce. This is the resolution. What they've just done is go through the names, because some additional countries have said they want to sponsor this as well, and most notably China's added its name. Russia is already a sponsor, as is Turkey, as is a number of other key countries. That's the one resolution. Then there is an amendment. This is the amendment, which is also going to be voted on. This is an amendment that has been produced by Canada, and then we learnt a couple of hours ago that the US also are co-sponsoring this amendment. Now, why is there the amendment? We heard the US ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, said there were things that were missing from this resolution, and she said that was a clear condemnation of Hamas, naming Hamas, because Hamas is not named in the...
They can't do anything. The UN can't do anything. The Security Council gets veto. America has veto power, Chad.
The resolution also demands the safety, well-being and humane treatment of those captives being held. So those are the two votes we're going to see. It'll take some time, I think, the procedure. I think what we're also going to have, from what they've just said, is some additional some statements before...
The reason why they're adding Hamas into the equation... Okay. The reason why they're, well, not for the General Assembly, but the reason why they want to add Hamas into the equation every single time is so they can at least have some semblance of legal justification for the ethnic cleansing campaign. That's why, like, while Israeli officials oftentimes let the mask slip and will routinely tell you what their major goals are, while you have a right-wing Israeli think tank that is close to Benjamin Netanyahu openly stating their plans to annex parts of Gaza, for example, simultaneously as like Benjamin Netanyahu saying that we're fighting against darkness and we are the children of the light or whatever the fuck, okay? The reason why they have to do this is so that there is at least some legal justification for the history books, okay? This does not change the reality that this is an ethnic cleansing campaign. It does not change the reality that Hamas sympathizer, oh, nice, dude. They murdered civilians, Hamas sympathizer. Brother, I despise the horrifying actions such as murdering civilians. I've seen the fucking videos from October 7th. They're shocking. They're terrifying. They're ruthless. This is also precisely the reason why I fucking hate what Israel is doing. Do you understand? The idea that you could just come in here and be like, Hamas sympathizer, they murdered civilians. I get that, but they started this battle? Really? Did they? When 700,000 Palestinians were displaced in 1948 by Irgun and Lehi and other standing Zionist military brigades that engaged in campaigns of mass slaughter and fucking mass rape, as a matter of fact. This battle, yeah, this battle is your copium. Were you in a fucking coma until October 7th? Were you born yesterday? Shut the fuck up. This battle. Your analysis is incorrect. And there is no actual historian or scholar or even like plenty of fucking people inside. No, you don't support Palestine. Suck my fucking cock, you stupid bitch. If you supported Palestinians, you wouldn't be coming in here to go, Hamas sympathizer, they murdered civilians, and act like Israel is not murdering infinitely more civilians now. Is it okay? Is it okay when Israel fucking drops bombs? Is that why? Is that why it makes you feel better about it? 3,000 children being ruthlessly slaughtered by Israeli munitions? That's okay though, right? Bro, I support Palestine, though. I'm Irish. I donate regularly. No, it's not. Suck my cock. Okay? You fucking bitch. I'm Irish. I donate regularly, he says. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I don't give a fuck what you're donating to. First and foremost, your fucking forefathers fought against a colonial occupation as well. So suck my dick. You should at least look into your own goddamn history a little bit better. Okay? That's number one. That's number one, but that was justifiable, right? Why? Because why? Is it because they're white? Is that why? Is it because perhaps that they're not Muslim, they're not Arab? Is that why? But not for terrorists. Yeah, dude, famously, the IRA wasn't considered terrorists. You know, they were considered, do you condemn the IRA? Do you condemn the IRA for its actions? Fucking idiot. Unless he's from Northern Ireland. Yeah, I feel like. Yeah. The conversation is so silly. You go, Hamas sympathizer, they murdered civilians. It's disgusting. Yeah, they did, but not for terrorists. IRA plus Confederates? So how do you think, wait, how do you think that that Ireland was liberated? How was it supposed to? What? Oh, you do not support the IRA. Wait, you're from, are you? Wait, this is a troll 100% confirmed. I can't, there's no way he's comparing the IRA to Confederates because guess what? It doesn't fucking make sense because the other side, the brigades on the Northern Irish side were the ones who openly, sons of Ulster, openly fucking hype the Confederate side. IRA became terrorist after this vote. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Okay, whatever. This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Notice how he said you're a Hamas sympathizer without even fucking questioning what my perspective on the matter is. And then also on top of that, he does not ever have to talk about the 7,000 murdered by Israel. He does not have to talk about the 3,000 children murdered by Israel so far. And this is before the ground operation tonight. Okay? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Why? Because those are not actual humans. Those casualties can be denied. Those casualties can be hand waved away because they're simply enemy combatants, or they just got in the fucking way. Every single instance of fighting back against colonial occupation was considered by the supposedly decent and kind and elitist, liberal intelligentsia as an act of terror, okay? There are unjustifiable acts of violence that occurred in every single one of these circumstances, okay? In every single one of these circumstances, both at the hands of the ANC against apartheid South Africa, both in the hands of the Algerian forces against colonial France in Algeria, both in the hands of the IRA against both the British forces and civilians living in Northern Ireland too. The Ulster Defence Force has no qualms about who they support throughout history. Yeah, literally. They have been on the wrong side every single time, in every single battle. If your goal is to end the bloodshed, as is mine. Yeah, we saw it last night. The IRA targeted civilians at a 35% rate. The Northern Irish forces targeted civilians at an 85% rate. My goal is to end the violence. My goal is to end the bloodshed permanently. Okay? Your goal is to continue it. If you come in here and you just try to hand wave away the endless amounts of bloodshed that we are watching right now in this clear definitional ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is conducting in Gaza, okay, as it maintains its apartheid structure in the West Bank as well, you are not being productive in any meaningful capacity. Your goal is to just simply look away until the ethnic cleansing campaign is conducted and ends. It's ridiculous. I think it was Felix who said that the from the river to the sea line being considered, you're an apologist. Yeah. Oh, you're saying if you're doing that. Yeah. I think it was Felix who said from the river to the sea being considered like genocidal rhetoric is actually pure projection from individuals who recognize what they're doing is genocidal, what they're doing is ethnic cleansing. So they project and say, oh, the other side also must have that same genocidal ambitions that we do. Okay? That's it. When people say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they're not talking about like killing every Jewish person that lives in Israel. They talk about the emancipation of Palestinians, okay? Because Palestinians, if you recognize, are under an apartheid regime, an apartheid structure, living inside of a open-air prison, a concentration camp in Gaza, okay? And living under a brutal colonial occupation that is propped up by settler terrorism in the West Bank, where no such Hamas exists, by the way, okay? If you are in that, if you recognize that, then you have to understand that freeing Palestinians simply means ending this occupation, ending this apartheid. It does not mean killing Jews. But of course, the best you can do in that circumstance and maintain a centrist position in the face of ethnic cleansing going on, okay, and open ethnic cleansing going on, like promoted ethnic cleansing going on, deliberately talked about by officials that are engaging in the act of ethnic cleansing. The only way you can try to like hand wave that responsibility away is by going, well, people said glory to our martyrs, and I don't really understand what martyrs means, even though like babies are also considered martyrs. Okay, it's an entirely different fucking concept that you personally do not understand. So you go, oh, well, that's scary. They're saying martyrs, and martyrs means like, you know, terrorists, right? That's what that means, right? Or when you fucking hear about you hear in the news that like some dumbass at a fucking protest, at a Palestinian protest, like brought as a annoying nuisance, some dumbass at a fucking Palestinian protest brought like a Al-Qaeda flag or something, and you point to that to go, look, see, these guys don't deserve freedom. These guys don't deserve freedom. They're all terrorists. It is such an infantile way to argue on the basis of emancipation, like conditional emancipation. Like, what do you think? You think when I hear someone say actually anti-Semitic things that I do not agree with, that I think is fucking unjustifiable under every single circumstance, I am going to go and say, you know what? I was wrong, actually, that the Palestinian ethnic cleansing campaign should continue, that the apartheid regime should continue? What are you, fucking crazy? Fuck those people. But I'm not going to drop my fucking, I'm not going to drop my position no matter how hard you fucking hyper-focus on a bunch of dumbasses that are not reflective of the situation that is ongoing. Absolutely insane. Oh man, someone wrote Free Palestine on a wall at a college. That must mean it's anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. It's anti-colonialism. Thank you. Exactly. I'm sick and tired of this fucking nonsense. When I criticize Saudi Arabia, I am not called Islamophobic. When I criticize Iran, I am not called anti-Shia. But when I criticize Israel, even though every single person knows that I have fought long and hard against anti-Semitism, because it is the inception of fascism. It's the perfect declaration of fascist ideology, that people immediately turn around and go, I don't know. I don't know. Seems like he's really fucked up. As Ofer Kasif said, our friend of the show, Dr. Ofer Kasif, said, anti-Semitism is a crime. Anti-Zionism is a duty. That's it.
To name it, and ending the power of terrorist organizations in the region has to be one of the steps that we can all agree needs to be taken. This is why I'm urging all of you to support this amendment, which brings balance to the resolution and names what must be named. What we are proposing is factual and it is fair. If our amendment is adopted, it will allow many member states to support the text as a whole, including Canada. Thank you, Mr. President.
Why did they specifically use the phrase that was intended to be about getting Jews out of Israel? Ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. I don't know, man. I don't think that's how most people understand it. Yeah, dude. When people say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free, including Jews who say that, okay, like Jews in America or anti-apartheid activists, anti-Zionist activists say that, no matter what their background is, they're talking about ethnic cleansing. That's what they're talking about, right? This is ridiculous for two different reasons. Okay? One, it's ridiculous because it's a way to absolve the sins of the Israeli state, the sins of genocide and ethnic cleansing and mass ethnic displacement. The second reason why it's ridiculous is because there is no mechanism to do such a thing, regardless of whether or not there are people who wanted to do it to begin with. So it's already called into question, but there's no structure There's no structure of enforcement. Whereas the structure of Holocaust, or not Holocaust, but genocide enforcement does very much exist in the Israeli state. They're doing it right now. It's like looking at Black Lives Matter and thinking that it means the great replacement, guys. Okay? This and anger towards like any kind of sentiment that revolves around Palestinian emancipation, Palestinian liberation, and getting upset at that messaging and being afraid that it is like inherently anti-Semitic is no different than the way that white people get scared of the great replacement theory, the white genocide. Okay? It's not real. There is no white genocide, and yet there are still people who are genuinely afraid of white genocide. So what must we do? Should I take those people seriously? Should I act like white genocide is happening? Is genocide actually being done by people, you know, peacefully coexisting and engaging in the act of miscegenation, which was illegal, and now it's not? What do we do? Why must we capitulate to uneducated opinions in the matter as an ethnic cleansing campaign is going on? Why? It is ridiculous. Proton Pack is a fucking federal agent. Okay, I think this is the one that's the anarchist guy. No, that's proletarian. That's the prol guy, not this guy. Never mind. Disagree on this, Hasan. That's not a good slogan to go with. People who pick defund the police defend another slogan with bad optics. I am going to fucking die, okay? I'm Canadian. No, I mistook you for someone else. You're not that guy. The other guy who constantly comes in here and tells me about NS content and how wonderful NS content is, okay? That's not you. That's a different guy. But he also chirps in this annoying way. Optics, optics, optics. Disagree with this one, Hasan. That's not a good slogan to go with. I love this, dude. I love the optics of the situation. Yeah, brother. Defund the police is bad optics. That's why it lost, right? That's why it lost the battle, and not because the billions of dollars of fucking media that was planted against it, that have been engaging in this like act of deliberately misinforming the American population about how police were defunded, even though they were not, and how crime has skyrocketed, even though it has not. If you look at the optics of a situation where, as Gaza is being raised, okay, and going, I don't know, man, Palestine should be free, seems anti-Semitic. Why? Because, I don't know, that's what people say it is. Then you are not a serious person. Like, let me tell you what's bad optics, dude. Genocide, okay? Let me tell you what's bad optics. Cops killing 1,000 fucking civilians a year. But you are nitpicking the fucking side that is being butchered, the side that is being slaughtered, and their supporters. How can you say you are serious about social justice when that is what you are doing? I personally understand that it is important in the Western world, if you are in the Western world and if you're advocating for a certain position, if you're advocating for Palestinian emancipation, you have to be very careful not to have your words be misconstrued. I personally despise when people go around and fucking rip the posters of the missing Israeli people. Okay? I think it's gross. I understand that. But I'm not going to sit here and spend a tremendous amount of time yelling at those fucking dumbasses, because I know that this has nothing to do with the broader and more important conversation. What is going on as we look at 7,000 people that were ruthlessly slaughtered, 3,000 babies, 3,000 children were ruthlessly fucking slaughtered by Israeli bombs. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because at the end of the day, you know what you're saying in that moment? You're going, man, I really wanted to fucking say, let's do a ceasefire because there's an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign happening in a concentration camp that Israel has operated since 2005. But honestly, then I saw a bunch of dumbasses in fucking college campuses say things that scared me. From varying degrees, are there anti-Semitic people that are taking advantage of these protests? Abso-fucking-lutely. Are there people who are doing ridiculous things? Like ripping up posters with missing Israeli children and missing Israeli civilians on them? It's ridiculous to do such a thing. Of course. It's gross. But you see that and you go, guess what, dude? I just can't say no to ethnic cleansing now. You're a fucking coward and a psychopath. You were just looking for any reason to just say, you know, I'm sorry, ethnic cleansing has to happen. You are no different than Joe Biden in that situation. Okay? No decent person would agree with that, but people are specifically being criticized about a slogan that does not need to be tied to push for freedom. Jesus Christ, dude, you're still doing it. You're still doing it. It's ridiculous.
Look, Israel was attacked on October 7.
I don't think ripping up fascist propaganda to make you think what Israel is doing is okay is bad personally. No, dude, it's fucking ridiculous. You live in America, okay? You live in motherfucking America. We are responsible for this ethnic cleansing campaign happening. We're having these conversations, and it doesn't matter, even if not a single fucking poster was ripped apart, that people would still make these same inferences, okay? Because people are desperate to try to justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. But the fact that, like, that's your act of resistance is ridiculous. Because guess what? Those are still babies, okay? Those are still Israeli civilians. Like, think about the grandmother, that the 85-year-old grandmother that Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades, released into the Rafah border. Think about how kind of an individual she is, okay? She has spent most of her fucking life in a settler colonial state. Understandable, okay? This part is true. But she spent most of her fucking life transporting Palestinians that need desperately to get cancer, to get cancer treatment into Israel. There are decent humans. You're fucking ridiculous. Come on. It's fucking insane to just say, oh, sorry. Every single Israeli is an enemy combatant. It's ridiculous. The reason why I don't talk about it is because it is silly to talk about it. It's incredibly silly to talk about it when there's much worse shit happening on the ground. And I do think that people talk about it specifically so that they don't talk about the other thing. Okay? They don't talk about what is going on in Gaza. But having said that, if you want to know, if you want to understand what my position is, if you want to understand what I think about things like that, I think it's gross. It's fucking gross. Not only is it gross, but you're also lending credence to the propaganda that you claim these posters are. Okay? Like, but having said that, there is a line that I draw in the fucking sand. Okay? The line that I draw in the sand, when there's things that are worthy of condemnation, which I offer condemnation to, but the line that I fucking draw in the sand is when people go, anything that you say about free Palestine, for example, that's anti-Semitic. No, the fuck it's not. You're a fucking piece of shit. You are using one of the grossest fascist things, okay? Anti-Semitism is gross. It is disgusting. It is idiotic. It is fascist, okay? You're using a very real thing that happens all the fucking time as a cudgel, as a way to deflect away from the Israeli government's ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. It's fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Been to Israel TikTok lately. There's a lot of Israeli civilians that are mocking dead Palestinian babies via skits. Not sure if you checked. I have seen those things, okay? It's gross. The culture of apartheid is fucking disgusting. It's gross. Okay? Anyway, here, they're voting now. Let's take a look.
Abstentions 23. Having failed to obtain a two-thirds majority of members present and voting, draft amendment A/ES10 L26 is not adopted.
All right, James, so just talk us through what this means now for the amendment that was put forward.
The amendment is dead. That's gone. That's gone. We can forget about the amendment. I think there were some Western countries, and particularly the US, were hoping they could get the amendment through and then the whole resolution would be amended and then they'd vote on that. That amendment is not there. What we'll now need to see is whether there is a two-thirds majority for the original resolution, which has not now been amended, which will have no direct mention of Hamas, but does call for an immediate, durable and sustained ceasefire and calls for immediate humanitarian aid, including a resumption of water, electricity and delivery, something that Israel has not allowed because they say it's dual-use delivery of fuel. We're going to see, I think in a moment, the Security Council is going to vote on that.
Amendment A/ES10
Let's listen in.
/L26 is not adopted. We shall proceed to take a decision on draft resolution A/ES10/L25. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/ES10.
Here it is from the Spectator Index from a little bit earlier. The U.S. spokesperson says Israel owes no one any justification and that it will have no red lines. I don't know who this fucking person is. Please stop sending me Spectator Index tweets, okay? I would much rather hear about, actual... I would much rather hear from actual fucking
sources. They did oust a more brutal regime, the Taliban. That wasn't even a worry.
Caring about slogans and optics to ignore genocide is just a bullshit. Words are literally violence, neoliberal trash, so that these people can feel like they are being good little libs. No, I think it's dirtier than that. It is to launder a secret position that you have, a position where you're sitting on the fence about an active, ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. That's why people do it. That's why people go, "Ugh, guys, we're really going to talk about anti-Semitism on the left right now. I mean, wow, it's really out of control." Is there fucking anti-Semitism on the left? Of course there is. There's anti-Semitism everywhere. No one is rid of anti-Semitism. No movement is rid of anti-Semitism. Okay? There's racism on the left. There's anti-Semitism on the left. You know where it actually is, though? At its highest? On the right. So what the fuck are we talking about here? It's just a way to literally deflect. And then you have dipshits like this. How does blowing up jihadists upset people? That guy doesn't actually, that will never be fucking addressed as a disgusting freak-like way to justify ethnic cleansing. Why? Because that attitude is one that the American State Department also shares. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. I will not be capitulating to this fucking bad faith takes. Like, what are you doing? Here.
You can see that it's been plunged into darkness pretty much. We'll bring in Marwan Bishara. He's Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. He's joining us by Skype from London to tie everything together, Marwan, because there are a lot of moving pieces and there have been a lot of developments. So what we have is Gaza really plunged into darkness. We have the Israeli military spokesman who announced that they'll be expanding their ground operations. We have a resolution that's being voted on at the UN. And we also heard a few hours ago that there could potentially be some sort of ceasefire and prisoner exchange deal between Israel and Hamas that's being mediated by Qatar. How do you explain all of this?
That's a lot of points.
It was John Kirby who said there are no red lines.
Let's just start with what we just heard this past hour. We heard Israelis, Canadians, and Americans, and a bit of Jordanians. And clearly, they are trying to frame the crisis that we are living. And they are, like the Israeli bombing, drowning Gaza, drowning the cries coming out of Gaza. Tariq reports out of Gaza. Gaza is suffering, is crying out for help. But the sound of bombings, the sounds of the Americans, of the Canadians, of the Israelis are drowning the suffering that is not reaching the rest of the world, because we are all preoccupied with the theater of the absurd at the United Nations, with American sound bites that are just all of it, deception. We heard from the Pentagon spokesperson saying they are there for deterrence, not to widen the war. But their deployment of 2 aircraft carriers is widening the conflict. Their shielding of Israel is allowing Israel's genocide to continue unabated in Gaza. America's presence and complicity with Israel is threatening to widen the conflict. The Canadian ambassador speaks that there is no hierarchy among human beings. He wants a condemnation of Hamas attacks, fine, but he wouldn't talk about the condemnation of Israel and its genocide in Palestine. So there is apparently a hierarchy, as if Palestinians are people of a lesser God, because this has been the Pentagon, the Americans and Europeans' response to what is going on. Because let me tell you something. We are covering the events of October 27. Everyone wants to start history in October 7, as the Canadian ambassador tried to do. We are here because it's October 7. No, Mr. Ambassador, we are not here because of October 7. Some of us has a bit of a longer memory than 20 days.
And Marwan, let me just jump in there for a moment, because we now understand that General Assembly resolution has been approved. I'm going to bring in our diplomatic editor, James Bays, in a moment, and he'll talk us through some of the numbers. But I'm reading right now that it's been approved. This resolution calls for a humanitarian truce in Gaza. What's your response to that, and what message is it sending out? Non-binding, of course, but what sort of message does it send out?
Non-binding. It doesn't matter. They're not going to listen to it.
Let me preempt James by saying that this is a symbolic importance for this resolution, but it doesn't have any muscle whatsoever. And I think the going saying in Israel, the going wisdom in Israel throughout its history is the following. The world can say what it must. And we
Guys, they've killed UN workers. 29 people that work for the UN have been fucking murdered by the Israeli government in this last siege, okay? This is infinitely more important than whatever the fuck the UN is saying. 32 now? 53? What the fuck? I'm sorry. The numbers keep updating. Okay. This is way more important than what the fucking UN is saying. White House National Security Counsel John Kirby telling reporters that the U.S. is not drawing red lines for Israel, reiterating support for the country's defense against Hamas, a designated terrorist group. Hasan's stream isn't showing up on my followed list. Anyone else having this issue? I don't know what's going on there, okay? I don't know what the fuck's happening. It might be just a you problem. Yeah. Israeli poll finds 49% support holding off on Gaza ground invasion, ground offensive. Nearly half of all respondents believe the Israeli government should wait with its ground operation in Gaza, while just over a quarter believe the IDF should embark on the offensive immediately. Almost half of Israelis want to hold off on any invasion of Gaza, according to a poll published on Friday, in what may indicate a dip in support for the planned next stage of the counteroffensive against Hamas militants holding some 200 hostages. Israel vowed to annihilate Hamas in response to the Palestinian Islamists' killing and kidnapping spree in the southern communities on October 7th, and has been stepping up tank and infantry raids in concert with heavy shelling on the enclave. Asked if the military should immediately escalate to a large-scale ground offensive, 29% of Israelis agreed, while 49% said it would be better to wait, and 22% were undecided, the poll published in the Ma'ariv newspaper yesterday. The Daily said the results contrasted with this October 19th poll that found 65% support for a major ground offensive. America is, once again, lapping Israel on its right-wing reactionary American government, not American people, because we saw the Canadian poll as well, okay? This is not a popular idea for the populations. It's simply a universally adopted position by those in positions of power, okay?
Being honest about the fact that there have been civilian casualties and that there likely will be more is being honest, because that's what war is. It's brutal, it's ugly, it's messy. I've said that before. President also said that yesterday. Doesn't mean we have to like it. It's hard to look at what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine, and think that any ethical, moral individual could justify that. It's difficult to look at the It's difficult to look at some of the images and imagine that any well-thinking, serious, mature leader would do that. And being
there you go. He sheds tears for dying Ukrainians in the hands of Russian forces, but dying Palestinians, you know, in the hands of Israelis is just is gonna fucking be civilian casualties as a part of the war. Has Russia now become the most moral army in the world? Yeah, I don't know. There is no proper way to resist against an apartheid, resist against colonial occupation. I just want you to understand. There's no perfect way to do it, okay? That's why on the optics side, although I draw lines on what I think is like permissible and what I think is ridiculous and also immoral and unproductive, there's a line I won't cross, okay? And the line I won't cross is like saying, oh, well, from the river to the sea is genocidal. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Straight up.
They did oust a more brutal regime, the Taliban. There wasn't even a war aim. There wasn't even a war aim.
Wasn't even a war aim.
But is that a moral thing to do? They did get rid of a brutal regime. There was celebration in now,
good, fine. Let them bomb Israel and get rid of the brutal regime there.
How do you distinguish between that kind of what you describe as terrorism and what they are saying, Osama bin Laden, who's a terrorist? Make the distinction.
That's very simple. If they do it, it's terrorism. If we do it, it's counterterrorism. That's a historical universal. Go back to Nazi propaganda, see? Most extreme mass murderers ever. If you look at Nazi propaganda, it's exactly what they said. Yep. They said they are defending the populations and the legitimate governments of Europe. Nobody except the ultra-right wing.
Yeah. People think that, like, the Nazis just, people, I think, literally, what's that fucking famous take where they say, like, Americans only get taught about World War II. It's back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Fuck, dude. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. All right, let's see. I'm going to start tracking the packet loss. Fuck. Ay, 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 dude. This one was a short one. Luckily, this was a tiny one. Okay. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Oh. Americans only learn about World War II, and even then, they don't know shit about World War II. Okay? Americans only learn about World War II, and even then, they don't know shit about World War II. Because the Nazi campaign against Jews did not happen overnight. Okay? It was a long approach of dehumanization that they engaged in while using one of the most antiquated forms of hatred. Anti-Semitism was already well established in Europe. Okay? It was already centuries old at that fucking point. Pogroms had occurred everywhere in European countries. BO3 of 95. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Now, what you have to remember is most people don't even comprehend how that works. Like, most people don't understand how that happened. Like, do you think the Germans didn't fucking put up a reasonable reason as to why they were combating the Jews amongst their ranks? Of course they did. It was bullshit. But from the logical confines that they cultivated for themselves, it made sense. This does not mean that it was right. This does not mean that it was moral. Of course it was immoral and unjustifiable. But it doesn't change the reality that they didn't just go, yeah, Jews are bad. And everyone was like, yeah, I agree, actually. Okay? Like, that's not, you're oversimplifying it. That's why it's really important to understand. It's really, really important to understand how the Holocaust happened, specifically so you don't fucking commit it again, okay? That's what Never Again is all about. We're back. What the fuck? Paste the output of the MTR. There it is. It's cutting off on the LAX server side. Tracking it actively while I'm at OBS. Dude, I'm here. Fucking refresh, man. Oh, fuck! Fuck! God damn it, dude. Fuck! Ay, ay, ay. This is so fucking disgusting, dude.
Jingoists like Kaplan is comparing atrocities by various countries. What honest people are saying is that we should pay attention to our own crimes and stop committing them. This would be true even if we were killing one person, okay? And it's even more true when we're killing millions of people. What are the just causes? What was the just cause in, for example, slaughtering Kurds in southeastern Turkey? What was the just cause? What was the just cause in supporting Suharto when he killed a couple 100,000 landless peasants in Indonesia, went on to become one of the biggest torturers in the world, and then destroyed?
I hate so many fucking motherfuckers still in the chat who just have not refreshed and think that I am not live. I'm losing my fucking mind. Like, there's so many goddamn stupid fucking morons in the chat like, he's not up for me. Just fucking refresh. You can't hear me right now because it's effed. I know it's effed. I don't know what to do, okay? There's nothing I can do. I'm perfectly fine every fucking day of the goddamn week, but the moment that I'm covering what the fuck is going on right now, all hell fucking breaks loose. And my internet is perfectly fine too. My internet is perfectly fine. It's just uninterrupted. Fuck. I don't think that the Twitch app is broken. I was on mobile and it didn't work for like 2 minutes. I want you to understand something. I do not personally believe that like this is because I'm being silenced or some shit, okay? I think it's just regular sheer incompetence on the fucking Twitch side. I think it's regular sheer incompetence on the fucking ISP side. It's not like I'm being silenced. I don't think anybody gives a shit about me like that. Okay? This is the L25. Crazy how chatters think the State Department has it out for you. Yeah. Is there a way to tell if you're getting DDoS? Yes, there is. My internet would not work. I would have no speeds. I have consistent up and down speeds. I'm tracking it every single time. Okay? I have consistent upload speeds and I have consistent download speeds. So somewhere along the trajectory, I am experiencing packet loss. Anyway, here's Trey Yingst, who's the Fox News guy. He's deployed with the IDF.
You can hear that machine gun fire here near to the Gaza border. Some tracer rounds going there. You can just get a sense of how active this front is. Those thuds in the distance, the airstrikes are really non-stop over the past several hours. And we do expect this to continue. The Israeli military says they are conducting an expanded raid into the Strip.
He has a press vis. He should be careful. Yeah, he's deployed with them, so. Check the last Fox News. This dude is like 100 meters away from crossfire. Yeah. Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda Gazze şeridinde ateşkes için hayır oyunu veren 14 ülke. Here are the 14 countries that said no, voted no on the ceasefire resolution, L25. The United States, Austria, the Czech Republic, Czechia, Fiji, Guatemala, Hungary, Israel, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Nauru, Papua New Guinea. Am I saying it right? Paraguay and Tonga. And also, I was going to say Croatia. Croatia. Did Turkey veto it? No. They killed her, they lied about it, they attacked her funeral, and now they bulldozed the street in Jenin during a raid and destroyed the memorial built in her memory. For Shireen Abu Aklah. They did this yesterday. Yesterday they went in and bulldozed the fucking, destroyed the raid, in a raid, destroyed the memorial built for Shireen Abu Aklah. Okay? Where do you think internal Israeli politics will be after this war? I don't know. There's a lot of there are a lot of forces at play here. There's a lot of interior confusion and anger, but Israeli politics has always moved in one direction and one direction only, and that is right wing. Okay? So I think ultimately, like, Benjamin Netanyahu will go, right? But that doesn't change the reality that every other prior Israeli government has also had the exact same fucking attitude. Maybe not as gross and as open about Likud or Benjamin Netanyahu, but ultimately they are still absolutely championing the same exact horrifying ways of dealing with the Palestinians in the West Bank, and the same exact horrifying ways of dealing with Palestinians in Gaza. There are some differences in opinion, but most of them are just far right to super far right. That's the range here. Oh. Here, I want to watch this now that I couldn't even fucking finish this goddamn Noam Chomsky video without 8 different interruptions by my internet fucking getting destroyed.
Slaughtered a third of the population of East Timor. What was the just cause? What was the just cause when we invaded South Vietnam 40 years ago, ending up killing millions of people, leaving the country devastated, they're still dying from chemical warfare? What was the just cause? Can I continue? Yeah, the just cause for people like Kaplan is we did it. Therefore, it's a just cause. You can.
My school is threatening to punish students who post Free Palestine. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's going to happen. Sorry, forgot about your rule about no live events. Al Jazeera stream. No, man. Of course I cover ongoing active conflict, man. Oh my God. Like, there are things that I cover that are happening in real time. And there are sources I rely on in my coverage when they're happening in real time.
That while Palestinians are glued to the news, watching what's happening, they expect little from the United Nations. They expect little from the world. On the contrary, they feel that they've been left alone dealing with one of the strongest armies in the world.
Okay, Nida, thank you so much for that update. Let's now cross back to the United Nations and listen to what the Palestinian ambassador have to say, Riyad Mansour.
In order to stop this war, because it means more killing of children, more killing of civilians, more destruction, more failing of hospitals, more failing of being able to have the sustenance of human beings. And we will be with them, and we will do everything. We will continue knocking on the door of the Security Council. We need to go to the General Assembly if we need, and we will keep working with the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly in order to stop this war against the 2.3 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And we thank you as journalists in covering, our story, because some of the media, which is blinded with one narrative, is not fairly covering our story. Please cover it completely, cover it comprehensively, cover the massacres and the crimes committed against our people.
He's right. Because if you don't do that, and no one is fucking doing that, there are so many outlets that just refuse to do that, and that plays a role in shaping public consciousness in this ethnic cleansing campaign. He's right about that. There's a reason why it's devastating when a lot of the mainstream outlets immediately take whatever the IDF said, even though they have shown consistently that they're in the wrong, and have routinely provided information that gets quickly falsified, okay? And then the people that engage in murderous acts are not even fucking punished months later down the line when they openly admit that they actually did engage in this murderous act. Cry about it, you say. Brother, I cry about it because I have a conscience. You don't cry about it because you're a fucking demon. Like, it's fine. You will never be able to rest easy, okay? When all is said and done, when you put your fucking head at that pillow, those dead Palestinians will haunt you, okay? And if it doesn't, if you don't even fucking think about it, then you're a disgusting, monstrous piece of shit anyway. You're just a sociopathic piece of shit. An army of Bauer's clones is doing their best to end all life in Gaza, and the most you can do is offer suggesting a brief timeout while assuring them that they're allowed to do whatever they want. I hope you live long enough to see Biden lose, and then the last years of your life you've wasted. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Bernie Sanders on this issue has been fucking really disappointing, like shockingly disappointing. He's often been a voice for, he's often been a much needed voice in a sea of misinformation. He's often been a voice of moral clarity. And right now in this circumstance, like what I'm hearing from him is almost identical. Today, we remember more of the victims of 5 years ago in the devastating. I don't even know what Felix is responding to. I'm talking about like how he has presented himself in this entire structure. Now, what do I mean by this? We had Ofer Kassif on the stream, right? He's an Israeli Knesset member who was suspended for 45 days. And if you recall, he told us on this broadcast that he tried to actively reach out to Bernie Sanders and try to get him to push for a ceasefire even before October 7 happened, to actively talk about what was going on in Israel. And his team refused to have a conversation with him. Okay? It's just very, very, very sad to see him have the similar positions of like the American State Department on this issue. He's always been like a J Street guy. You know, I feel like he's always had a more soft Zionist liberal approach to Israel. But in this circumstance, I really thought that he would be a voice of moral clarity and say this is completely and utterly unacceptable. Which is crazy because, you know, like I said, there are people that are literally putting their lives on the line and their freedom on the line inside of Israel that are more outspoken about the violence than Bernie Sanders is in America. Like, what are you doing? You're 800 years old. Anyway, it's fine. I don't even want to talk about it, but this one, I don't know why Felix responded to this. I was talking about the original thing he said. We must remain committed to fighting all forms of bigotry, anti-Semitism, intolerance, racism, and xenophobia. There's nothing wrong with him saying this, obviously. I'm more so referencing what Bernie Sanders said on the floor. You know? Where this is the one where he said we can have a humanitarian pause. That's what Felix was referencing too. The time is now for a humanitarian pause in the bombing so that we desperately needed aid can get to the men, women, and children of Gaza and the hostages can be immediately released. We must avert a total and horrific humanitarian disaster. Here's my speech on the floor. where he basically reiterates the same exact position. This is the position of the State Department. This is like John Kirby saying this shit. Like, he can't even get himself to say ceasefire. And then the unanimously adopted, like, provision as well. Being raided. Monka S. Oh, Rob, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Anyway. What's the difference between a ceasefire and a humanitarian pause? A ceasefire is supposed to be permanent. A humanitarian pause is just a pause in a cessation of the bombing for like a very short period of time, so that like I guess humanitarian aid can get into Gaza. The whole squad's collective response to the genocide has been lukewarm at best. When are we going to collectively agree to quit giving credence to SOCDEMs? First of all, there is no alternative. And secondly, you're fucking wrong. That's not true at all. What are you talking about? Rashida Tlaib is a part of the squad. Ilhan Omar is a part of the squad. Okay? Even Ayanna Pressley has had a pretty decent fucking take on this shit. Get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous. Cori Bush has had a great response to this. There's like 13 people in Congress that have been loudly and proudly and aggressively pushing back against the silliness of America championing ethnic cleansing. And they're literally in the crosshairs of everyone. They're trying to use this as an opportunity. That's not even true. 9 members literally just voted in favor of Palestinians. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are still people out there that are aggressively pushing for a ceasefire. Dumbass tankies. Jagmeet Singh, wait, what did you say? Dumbass tankies? Jagmeet Singh has been calling for a ceasefire to his credit, and then you said dumbass tankies? Who are the dumbass tankies? What the fuck are you talking about? I feel like that person is referencing, first of all, the whole like tanky shit is so stupid. Anyway, I don't know what else to say about this. We'll get back to Al Jazeera.
Now that Israel has rejected their resolution that has been adopted by the United Nations, what will they do? You have 22 Arab countries that are completely impotent in front of this mass killing on an industrial scale against fellow Arabs. You know, if, God forbids, Belgium was bombed the way Gaza is bombed, I'm sure the Europeans won't be, talking about let's condemn this, that, and the other thing. They would be doing something about it. What is the Arab world going to do now that Israel basically spat on their resolution? Will they cut relations with Israel? Will they stop the normalizations? Will they recall their ambassadors? Will they do something a bit more with their leverage? And they have a lot of leverage with the United States and the European Union, because it has to start with the Arab world, because this is their region. When we talk about widening the war, it means widening the war to Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Egypt, and so on. This is their region, and these are their fellow Arabs. What are they going to do now? Continue with normal relations? Continue having Israeli ambassadors dancing their way through Arab capitals? So now that they have a United Nations General Assembly resolution, the Arab world needs to act upon this symbolic victory of theirs, because this has to be applicable to something. It's certainly not implementable, because it doesn't have the power to do so. It's not United Nations Security Council. So the Arab member states, starting with them, they need to do something with other world powers in order to advance their agenda. And their agenda is not aggressive. Their agenda is peace. Their agenda is ceasefire. Their agenda is humanitarian assistance. Their agenda is the Palestinian lives are not less important than Israeli lives.
Right.
And just quickly on that, if you allow me, today, October 27, probably, I hope not, but probably we have passed in terms of killing.
Exactly. Oil producing Arab nations need to do something like cut off all the oil supply. I mean, they did this one time and it fucking caused a tremendous amount of economic issues for the Western world. They did this. You know, they actually did do this. Except in order to never have that happen again, America has very actively normalized relations with the Gulf states. Yeah, they did it in 1973. Now, they've actively normalized relations with Gulf states and all of the oil producers in general. And I think that it is unlikely for them to do such a thing again.
Yes, as I said, Dareen, we learned that clashes are taking place now between Palestinian fighting groups, specifically the military wing of Hamas, the Al-Qassam Brigade, and we received some videos from the Hamas military wing when they fired a Cornet rocket towards Israeli tanks who are moving across the border line in the eastern side of the Gaza city. Still, the Israeli air strikes are intensifying in Gaza City, in residential areas, and in Beit Lahia, which is a small town in the northwest of the Gaza Strip, at the border, the northern border line with Israel.
And tell us more about how Al-Qassam brigades have been responding to what sounds like is a limited ground incursion into the Gaza Strip.
Well, we have been listening and watching the Israeli declarations and statements that they have been destroying the infrastructure of the Palestinian fighting groups. But in terms of firing rockets and moving and extending the range of the fire, the Qassam brigades are still able to fire barrages of rockets every now and then, and even extending the range of the fire of their rockets. They reach Tel Aviv, Rishon, Ashdod, and even including the short range.
You said the U.S. is now the number one oil producer in the world by a massive margin. It's not the 1970s anymore, just FYI. Yeah, except as we saw in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, our oil producers, despite our strategic reserves, can very simply still go along with the OPEC plus decisions and not fucking accommodate with additional supply and continue to also sell to the rest of the world rather than to keep it internally inside of the United States. They export our oil. So that's the problem. The problem isn't that like we physically do not have the oil here. The problem is we have the oil here. The problem is the price of oil once the supply of oil is shut down. Obama removed the federal ban on exporting U.S. oil, so we basically pay the market price even though it is our oil. Yeah. So I don't know if there was a OPEC plus decision again that greatly increased the price of oil, if our market forces would take advantage of that situation. Well, I don't have to speculate. They have taken advantage of that situation. They did it. They did it. They literally did it this past year, these past 2 years. So
from the Israeli declarations that they are carrying out limited operations, but these limited operations could be extended and even moved from a place to another. This could be a preparation for also a ground operation, but still, this is a war, and we expect lots of tricks and lots of games, as they call it. The war is, some of the rules or the tactics of the war are tricks and hoaxes, and still we need more time to understand what is the Israeli plan and what are the fighting groups doing at this moment, at what point they reach both sides in the exchange of the fire.
Okay, Safwat, thank you so much for the time being. Safwat Al Kahlout reporting for us from the north of Gaza. Oh, and just to bring you an update, in fact, so that's the latest picture from Gaza. And as these incursions into the Gaza Strip take place by the Israeli army, the Al-Qassam brigades, that's the military wing of Hamas, is saying that it's foiled an Israeli ground incursion into Beit Hanun, as well as the east of Burej, and that violent clashes are taking place now. And also the Al-Qassam brigade saying that 6 anti-armor missiles were fired at Israeli army vehicles.
I worry that the more they fucking push back, the more they don't allow the IDF to continue their tanks.
So these are the latest lines.
The more the bombing will get intense.
In Gaza. Well, the White House is saying that they'll continue discussions with Israel about the manner of any ground offensive. And 2 American aircraft carrier strike groups have been deployed to the Eastern Mediterranean and around 900 forces to the Middle East. But the Pentagon spokesman says that the U.S. is focused on preventing a larger conflict.
Well, look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. And as I made very clear, we have no interest in getting into a conflict with Iran. Again, what we're focused on is regional security and stability in the region. We're focused on defeating ISIS in Iraq and Syria and supporting our partners there. But if and when our forces are attacked, we will take necessary steps to protect them and send a strong deterrent message. I don't have any new deployments to announce at this time. As you know, we have positioned the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean. We're sending the USS Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group to the U.S. Central Command region, in addition to deploying approximately 900 forces into the Middle East to provide air defense capabilities. Importantly, those forces are not going to Israel. They do not have anything to do with the situation there. They are for force protection purposes, and again, to provide us with options to defend our forces.
Famously, when U.S. military are deployed into a region where there's active conflict going on, nothing bad ever happens, and then U.S. is pulled into war. That famously has never happened in any of our prior conflicts. Actually, you know what? Pretty much all of them, with the exception of World War II, I would say. In that situation, we were hit first in Pearl Harbor. This is literally Vietnam. This is literally Vietnam, dude.
And we plan to keep it that way.
Well, we can now speak to Lawrence Korb. He's a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense. He's joining us from Delaware. Thanks for your time with us on Al Jazeera. I'd just like to ask you about the Pentagon for just a moment, Larry Korb. And the development of the day is that the U.S. has said that it's attacked 2 facilities in Syria used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as Iran-backed groups. I mean, what do you make of the timing of all this? And is this a dangerous escalation?
Well, the United States had to respond because recently there have been attacks on American forces in Syria and Iraq, which have been there long before this war started. And while nobody was killed, we had about 20 people who were injured. And this is not different. We've done this before. The last retaliation we had it was in March. And the Pentagon has been very careful to separate these things from the war in Gaza. But the fact of the matter is that the Iranians are involved in those attacks in Syria. And while they may not have told Hamas exactly when to invade, they were preparing them to invade for quite a while.
Right, but shouldn't the U.S. be worried that this might potentially lead to a direct confrontation with Iran, for example?
Well, we should always be worried, but we have substantial forces in the region. I mean, I'm a retired Navy captain. I can tell you 1 aircraft carrier and the other 5 vessels are enough to wage a major war. We're going to have 2 there. We have hundreds of ground-based airlines there, and we have a couple of thousand Marines on call. So if, in fact, it should deteriorate into a war with Iran, obviously we'll be prepared. But
And
I
by
think our
deploying
main...
these fleets, Larry Korb, by deploying these fleets and by deploying the soldiers, is the aim here solely to protect Israel, the U.S.'s ally in the region, or is the U.S. sending a message to countries, and if so, to whom?
Well, we're trying to protect Israel and guarantee their security by preventing this war from expanding. For example, Hezbollah getting much more substantially involved in the northern part of Gaza, or the Iranians actually, using any of their armed forces. But the fact of the matter is, we're hoping this overwhelming show of force will deter Iran from broadening this conflict, and also ensure that the Israelis will be able to, do their task of destroying Hamas once and...
That is certainly what the Israelis have said that they aim to do since the beginning of this war on October the 7th. From what you've seen so far, it's been 3 weeks. What has Israel actually achieved when it comes to its military and strategic objectives?
For those of you who say, we've been talking about how recruitment is ass because it's been too long since 9/11, so why not start new shit in the Middle East? No, brother. America will not improve its recruitment capabilities by simply saying we're going to World War III against Iran and at the behest of Israel. There would need to be another 9/11 for that to happen. It would have to be very clearly, a very clear 9/11 to Electric Boogaloo done by like Iran for America to have the same level of recruitment post 9/11. Okay? Ominous, I know, and I hope it doesn't happen.
Everybody would have been dumbfounded that the Israelis had not launched a ground attack in 3 weeks. So we're hoping that the bombing will weaken them enough.
I thought October 7th was 29/11. No, we're talking about
and their supporters
that's
will be
that's
willing,
Israel
to negotiate. But by and large, Israel has fought Hamas previously, and they just left them weakened. But
on
did not
American
destroy
soil.
them. This
I'm talking about
time,
an attack happening on
Hamas
American
will
soil.
have to go. The question is, can we do that without tremendous civilian casualties?
Yes, 7,000 killed so far in the Gaza Strip, but we'll have to leave it there. Lawrence Korb, we thank you for your time with us on Al Jazeera. We'll bring in Patty Culhane, joining us from Washington, D.C. For Patty, you'll talk to us a little bit more about the U.S.'s role in this conflict.
Well, it's been very interesting. We've seen, as you just saw in your interview with General Ryder, we've seen National Security spokesman John Kirby come out and really try to stress that this is not something that the U.S. is doing, that they'll leave it all up to the Israeli military to explain its missions and what it's doing in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. Now, so they're trying to put that distance between what's happening on the ground and the U.S., but I think that's impossible to do unless you look back at the last couple of weeks of U.S. support. First, they said immediately after that they were going to fly and started flying in immediately additional munitions, additional protective equipment, additional weapons. Then we saw the president, in a highly unusual move, U.S. President Joe Biden flew to Israel to give that bear hug embrace of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he offered full-throated support. He didn't mention the Palestinians, I believe it was for days after the October 7th attack. And then we saw they sent a 3-star general to Israel to help advise them on what it would be like to do close combat. This is a general who was close up in the fight against the Islamic State, and he was in the lead in Fallujah, so he knows exactly the difficulties that go with close combat. And then we had the Biden administration ask for $14 billion in additional aid for Israel. And we have seen, importantly and notably, they have not called for a ceasefire. They've talked about getting humanitarian aid in, say it's not enough, say they're working on it. But you have seen this president fully back this prime minister, this war cabinet, this country doing what they're now doing.
Right.
I like that we act like Israel is operating outside of like U.S. confines. If America said, tomorrow you're done, no more fucking bombing, Israel would have to stop. Okay? They wouldn't do it excitedly. There might even be some retaliation to American authorities, but they would have to stop. Okay? The idea that like Israel could operate in the violent ways that it wants to without American supervision is silly. Okay?
Brain injury, which can be very, very serious. I think it was very notable that the Pentagon didn't want to put that information front and forward because
Have you seen
they
the
read the
ruler,
polls,
leader of
just
the
like I
ruling
read
party
the
in Spain?
polls,
Yeah.
And 8 out of 10 Americans say they are very concerned that this is going to lead to a broader conflict. So we saw these increasing attacks on the 900 troops, U.S. troops in Syria, and I think it's 2,500 in Iraq, and they were just adding in 900 more, so I'm not quite sure where they're going to go, when they're going to land. But we did see increasing attacks that the U.S. had been downplaying, but the president did make the decision to do these 2 surgical strikes, as they called it, in Syria. They didn't really go into great detail about casualties, but they wanted to send the message to Iran that they will respond in kind. Okay. And I want to also point out there's something going on in Washington that I think might be notable. So oftentimes, because obviously I've covered the White House for a very, very long time. Kimberly Halkett does a great job at it now. But oftentimes through both Republican and Democratic presidents, what I saw happening when they wanted to send a message, particularly when it comes to Israel, they never do it publicly. But all of a sudden you start to see stories planted in the local media that say that this is what they're saying behind the scenes. The reason they do that is they want to tell people that they're trying to go in this direction, but they can still deny it because all of these sources are off the record. But we have the Washington Post coming out. These very, very good journalists of the Washington Post, very plugged in. 5 sources saying that they have urged Israel not to do a full-on incursion into Gaza, that they say they should target Hamas with airstrikes and using some special forces teams for precise missions inside to try and get at the leadership of Hamas. I think that's interesting that's coming out now, just as this mission is getting underway. It's in Washington tea leaf speak. This is the Biden administration saying we're taking a position. We're not doing it.
Actually, I have to say something else. Actually, I think that under American supervision is one aspect of it. But I'll be honest with you, I think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has also shown the rest of the world that like American allies can kind of operate outside of the boundaries that America places them under as well. It's proven to many other countries that America's influence is waning. Specifically, like what Russia can do, whatever the fuck it wants, pretty much. And as long as they have Chinese backing on the side, all of the sanctions and whatnot that they can like condition themselves against, especially if they have some kind of like centralized planning, they can just get away with doing whatever the fuck they want to, right? So that's one important lesson that has been learned. And the other is that America's allies can also do whatever they want in retaliation, even if the United States doesn't consider what they're doing to be appropriate. That's why you see, for example, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline explosion. Obviously, like they claimed it was Russia. It was fucking ridiculous. But the Crimean Bridge, for example, and numerous other extensions from the Ukrainian side that America will slowly and subtly, maybe like a week after, maybe 2 weeks after, will say, hey, we didn't actually endorse that. And you see it in the news. Like they'll turn around and go, yeah, we didn't think that was appropriate, actually. Like we're telling the Ukrainians to dial it back a little bit. It's very disturbing. So ultimately, they can, like America's allies, I think, have a lot more leeway in the same way that Israel has more leeway, I think. Especially because like they have a very hands-off, like blank check mentality when it comes to in Ukraine defending Ukraine, and when it comes to Israel allowing Israel to do ethnic cleansing, right? Morally, these are not the same. I'm not making a moral equivalence. I'm simply talking about like what America's position is in either of these conflicts, right? America's allies can kind of get away with more than they than what America thinks is okay. And I think that America's enemies can also get away with whatever the fuck they want to do. Do you think Biden is getting reelected after this bullshit? I don't know. His approval rating continues to fucking dip dramatically, especially in the way that he has mishandled this situation, and especially amongst younger people. And the reality is, I mean, we're still out. We're still out. A lot can happen. A lot can change in this time frame. Think about it. It's 2023. COVID had not happened at this point last time around. Okay? Think about that. Think about how much COVID changed. Think about what COVID changed dramatically. Think about how different this last election would have been if it wasn't for COVID. So the reason why I mention that is not because I think that COVID 2 is coming. The reason why I mention it is because that in that time frame between now and the election, a lot can happen. He's a dumb boomer who thinks that none of us care if a genocide is carried out right in front of us. Like every other boomer, he thinks control of TV is all you need. Yeah. I think that this is where American libertarian principles on free speech, for the most part, actually end up biting America in the ass, because there are outlets out there who are covering it, and there are people out there who are seeing exactly what's going on, and it's like unavoidable for them. Partially, that plays a role. I think that the fact that every single fucking person has a camera on their phone and is able to show their side definitely plays a role. The fact that there is a lot more pure and uncut cope. This has always been how we operated with allies. We've always done this bullshit. The difference is this time around in the case with Ukraine is that it's much more broadly broadcasted because none of this actually harms our power. I think that our influence on the world is waning. If you think that that's not the case, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like our allies, you're right about letting our allies get away with whatever the fuck they want. I mean, obviously, if you have any understanding of what American history looks like, American involvement in Latin American countries, for example, has always been awful, has always been horrific, right? Incredible atrocities have been committed at the hands of fascists that we armed and trained in pretty much every fucking Latin American country, every South American country. So on that front, you are correct. But I think that those are deliberate acts. Those are deliberate acts. Anyway, I do think that the most important facet of this is that, like, in the past, not in the past, but at least like in the period where the USSR fell and neoliberalism was basically calcified as the old front of political power in the U.S. is still operating in a Cold War mentality, and it's so unfortunate. I think that neoliberalism in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR made America, like, for a brief moment in time, the singular force of power in the world. And when that happened, America operated with no scrutiny whatsoever. They operated with impunity. And in that time frame, we called all the fucking shots, and we dealt a lot of death all around the world. And I do think that is changing. I think that that's different. It is getting closer to, I guess, a Cold the Cold War world. It's more not ideological differences, but there is still there's more power out there now than there ever was. Yeah, the time frame between the 90s and the 2000s, not even the 2000s, but like the 2010s up to the 2010s was like just a singular force. America is the hegemonic power, and there's no counter to it whatsoever. Everybody has to come and pull their weight and fight alongside ourselves. Okay? And now now that's changing, and I think that it's impossible not to recognize that. Now, part of the reason why more people are recognizing the devastating side of being on, the devastating side of being against America and their allies is also because I think material conditions are worsening in the Western world as well. So that probably plays a very significant role in people recognizing the impact of America's wars as well. As the contradictions heighten, people become more aware of the negative outcomes of our imperialist agenda. There's also a lot of reactionary sentiment, and that's how fascism thrives in this volatile situation as well. Do not misunderstand me. Recruit numbers are down, and I don't think another attack on the U.S. like 9/11 now will spurn the same level of blind rage and patriotism. Think there's too many millennials alive that still remember how fucked they got, bending the knee to expanding the surveillance state and failed campaigns in the Middle East. I don't know, man. I think Americans adopted anti-Islamic sentiment like a fucking glove, dude. They were waiting, like an old jersey that they haven't worn but fits them perfectly. And it wasn't us that got hit, you know what I mean? And we still were like, oh, fuck yeah, I love this shit. Come on, dude. Global Day of Jihad. Global Day of Jihad. Remember that? Remember that was like a big thing? People were like operating off of some random like memory TV translation. Like, get the fuck out of here. A meme caused people to beef up their police departments all around the fucking country, all around the world. Schools closed as a day. Yeah, schools closed as a safety measure. With Israel's ground offensive underway, it's worth considering how the Biden admin went from cheerleaders of the offensive to skeptics. On the week of October 7th, many senior officials privately supported a massive response, viewing it as necessary to deter Iran and Hezbollah. But as days went by and Israelis briefed Washington on their plans, U.S. officials became increasingly concerned that the ground assault would turn into an open-ended quagmire. After Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin visited Israel on October 13th, Pentagon leaders began sharing their worries with the State Department. 3 days later, Blinken held a nearly 8-hour meeting with Israel's war cabinet, and U.S. diplomats left the meetings worried that the Israelis had not developed a sound and workable military plan. U.S. officials came away more concerned, not less, about regional escalation. This is very important. Those fears were compounded by messages from Arab leaders, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Egypt, etc., that a full-blown invasion and its requisite humanitarian disaster would destabilize the region and their own grip on power. Senior officials across the admin are now concerned that a ground invasion will not eradicate Hamas and could derail negotiations to free nearly 200 hostages and result in excessive bloodshed among Palestinian civilians and Israeli soldiers alike. Yeah. This is why the article came out where State Department officials quietly released information to the media, as they were talking about on Al Jazeera, about how Israel has no plan on what it wants to do with Gaza. That was very important. The reason why they released that, and the reason why the other guy from the State Department, like the weapons guy on the State Department, literally was like, I'm done, I can't do this anymore, is because a lot of people see the warning signs that Israel is just straight up doing ethnic cleansing with no real interest other than annexation of a piece of Gaza. And that is short-sighted. Just like increasing pressure on the West Bank was always short-sighted. That's why internal security measures, like the security apparatus inside of Israel, literally told the Netanyahu government to stop doing that, and that doing that would only lead to security risks. At what point will the U.S. start to see Israel as a burden? You said it yourself. They tighten the relationship with Arab states. They don't see a point in having a military proxy state. What? No. That doesn't matter. Are you kidding me? Israel is the pearl, the beating heart of the Middle East, as far as we understand it, and as far as we care about it. That's crazy. There will never be a moment where America will drop its support of Israel. They will go to World War III for Israel. They will never drop. Like, there are points that there are lines that America will not cross for Ukraine. Okay? Ukraine is of national security interest, is of economic interest for the United States of America and also the West. This much is true. But let's be real. It's not like they implemented a no-fly zone, for example, over Ukraine. They could have done that, but that would have led to going to war, going to active conflict with an state war between NATO states, nuclear superpowers, against another nuclear superpower, which is marginal in comparison to obviously America's awesome military might, but still a nuclear state nonetheless, Russia, right? They did not do that. They did not go into war with Russia. There were lines that they would not cross. I think that similar issues exist with China, for example. China is the most important trade partner of the United States of America. So there are lines that America will not cross to defend Taiwan, even though Taiwan is a very important strategic asset for America as a cudgel against Taiwan. However, no such consideration exists as it pertains to Israel. Israel is a nuclear state. Okay, they have nukes. For those of you who don't know, it's a secret. It's hush-hush, but they do. They have nukes. And also on top of that, its enemies do not, for the most part, as far as we understand it. So there is no line that America won't cross to defend Israel. I think in the eyes of the American State Department, in the eyes of the American government, Israel is seen as an extension of the United States, as an extension of our interests. Okay? It's not a colony. No, it's a state. I don't think saying Israel is a colony of the United States actually is correct. There's never been a situation where a colony has gotten carte blanche, blank checks, while the people living in that colony had better amenities. It's not even a client state, guys. It's just a state. Okay? No, Pakistan is a client state. South Korea is a client state. Japan is a client state. Israel is not a client state. It is just a state. It's a state. It basically has more power, in my opinion, than a territory like Puerto Rico. Okay? Puerto Rico is a territory. Israel is a part of the United States of America. Hawaii burned down and Biden sent nothing. That's not true. They did send shit, but, not nearly as enough. But Israel got attacked and Biden sent 2 carriers. The reality is, look at the way the United States treats Puerto Rico versus the way the United States treats Israel. Okay? And you will understand that Israel is more important to our interests than Puerto Rico is. How is Israel miscalculating the blowback so much? I think that they're not miscalculating the blowback. I think they don't care. I think they want to use the blowback as a way to continue ethnic cleansing. Okay? That's what I think. I think that they are not miscalculating the blowback. I think that the Israeli government and those within the Israeli government recognize that there is blowback and that is a necessity to engage in full-scale ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip and annexation that will follow. the full-scale ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. Now, on top of that, will there be global terrorists outside of Hamas as a consequence of this? Abso-fucking-lutely. But that never stopped America from engaging in its endless war in the Middle East. That didn't stop America from invading Iraq. That didn't stop America from invading and occupying Afghanistan. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because all of that additional conflict and all of the radicalization that happens in that circumstance ends up selling more weapons to our global partners. That's it. Because America is not operating in the interest of national security. Neither is Israel. Okay? They are two peas in a pod in that regard. They're fucking operating on the boundaries of being able to they're operating the boundaries of capitalism and being able to sell their surveillance their surveillance methods and their weapons in general. It's just about it's about arms sales so that the actually important representative forces in government, the people that are actually represented by the government, get paid. All right. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Here.
You tell us about what you're experiencing there. We're seeing still more explosions to the right, to the left of your screen in Gaza.
So we are in southern Israel, right along the border with Gaza. And if you look over there in the area that is black, that is the Gaza Strip. About an hour ago, for 2 hours, we saw some of the most intense bombardments, certainly of the beginning of this war, but maybe of the most intense bombardments I've seen in wars in the Middle East. This was, for about 2 hours, a sustained campaign of tank fire, artillery fire, airstrikes, planes streaming overhead, streaking overhead, dropping bombs. And now the Gaza Strip is cut off from the world. It was cut off before. And now it is cut off from communications. It was one of the last things that the people inside Gaza had. Now they can't call ambulances, they can't communicate among themselves, and they can't communicate with the world. Hamas just issued a statement clearly anticipating that this was potentially the start of something major, the start of a major ground offensive. And Hamas's statement anticipating that this could have been the start. And this came from the political wing, which is based outside of the Gaza Strip, saying if Netanyahu decides to enter Gaza by land tonight, the resistance is ready and the remains of his soldiers will be swallowed up by the land of Gaza. So clearly Hamas sensed that what has just happened here over the last several hours was different, but now we don't know what is happening inside because it is dark.
Isn't it a war crime to just cut off communication? My friend, that is one of many different war crimes that Israel has been engaging in for the past 20 days. Remember, okay? For the past 20 days, they've shut off all food, all power, all water the Palestinians need for survival. That was a war crime. They've hit hospitals. They've hit ambulances. They've hit the families of journalists. They've killed journalists. It's one of the many different war crimes that Israel is engaging in. And it's fucking wild that they're not only doing it, but they're also openly saying that they're doing it because their enemies are subhuman, they're animals. And it's wild that while they're doing all of this, okay, the American government is like watching all of it and championing it and saying no red lines for Israel. They can do whatever the fuck they want, okay? And here in the Western world, the message that is the most prescient is like what some fucking random college students are doing on campus, okay? We're doing campus politics. We're picking our fucking battles against like our own personal pet projects. Like people are using this as an opportunity to be like the DSA is really bad and we have to cleanse the Democratic Party from the influence of socialists, like immediately, because socialists are like pro-Hamas and they love when Israelis die. That's all people are talking about here in the United States of America. At a certain point, you have to recognize that the reason why this conversation is happening over and over again is because every time that conversation happens, the real conversation that should be happening about ethnic cleansing going on, that the Israeli officials have openly admitted is going on and are actually excited at the prospect of, is happening with our tax dollars. It's happening with our go-ahead. It's happening with our intelligence. Okay? We're doing this. We're not only letting it happen, we're literally pushing for it at this point, basically. And it's insane. I've been told by DNC insiders, as well as those within the Biden campaign and administration, are convinced that by the time elections roll around, Arab Muslim voters will cool down and forget all that is happening in Gaza. They're mistaken. Yeah, I don't think people will cool down. I don't know how people think that they're going to forget this, especially because this is a very touchy subject for Arabs, right? I know that Arabs don't get a lot of play. They're marginal. They're small. They do not have enough like voices and positions of power. And ultimately, if they are trying to protect the interests of countries, that they came from, those countries are always declared enemy nations for the most part. And there's land to be seized there. So it doesn't really fucking matter ultimately. But if you're looking at Arab voters in the United States of America, the reason why they voted for the Democratic Party so consistently, and the reason why they were so, they're so progressive overall, was because they saw what happened after 9/11. Like they remember that. They never forgot that. And for 20 fucking years, they were loyal supporters of the Democratic Party. As a consequence of that, even though the Democrats also personally never really gave a shit about them, right? The Bush administration is the administration to thank for that. Now, there was a lot of writing. Did you forget on what happened? Did you forget about what happened on the 11th of September? Did you forget? I never forgot, brother. We put a boot in their asses the American way, belligerently fucking killing millions of civilians in Iraq that had nothing to do with September 11, but I never forgot. Oh, brother. I never forgot. So, yeah, have you forgotten? It was literally a song. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is this is like the Biden administration's Bush moment. Now, it's really interesting to consider because on the one hand, I forgot what I was going to say. I got too invested in the 9/11. 9/11, never forget. We had to do what we did, brother. And I fucking love what we did, brother. I got too invested in doing that, and now I got too riled up. I can't be thinking about nothing no more. Oh fuck, I feel it in my plums. Oh, there was a lot of articles that were written about how the Muslim vote is actually switching to a more conservative vote. They were saying that. There was a lot of fucking articles that were written on it. It's really interesting to consider those articles now because they're done. It's gone. It's over, Like, Muslims certainly will not fucking vote for the Republican Party, but there's probably going to be a lot of people who just simply don't vote at all.
It is cut off, and the people who are already under attack are in a much more difficult situation. We were not able to reach our teams, and that has been one of the most important sources of information for us and for the world, frankly, because when Hamas issues statements and when Hamas releases video, it is not of any credibility at all. But when our own teams are able to document what is happening there, the world is able to understand the truth of what's happening in Gaza. Now we are denied that, and the people inside Gaza are still under attack, as you can see, and unable to communicate with the world. The reason Israel says that it did intensify this strike, it says, is that it's going after tunnel networks. And a statement from the Israeli, the IDF, the Israeli military, said that it was intensifying by air, it was intensifying by ground, and that it was going after the network of tunnels after, as you were just discussing, it laid out its case that there are tunnels all throughout Gaza, including under major hospitals.
You talk about Hamas.
We understand the right is worse than the Democrats. I explain why, but you never listen. Man, shut the fuck up. You're not bringing up something illuminating that I'm not that I'm oblivious to. When you say that Muslim voters understand that the Democrats are bad, but the right is much worse. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Hamas's credibility here, and listen, journalists, we try to confirm the credibility of everybody that we get information from, Hamas, Israel, any official statement, we try to confirm it. Can we talk about, Richard, and can you tell us what you've been able to report up until now about the specifics of Hamas's credibility? Because we keep hearing from the U.S. administration and from the Israelis that Hamas is blocking people from going south. They're keeping people in the north where Israel is doing the bombing. They're blocking people from crossing the Rafah border. They have fuel tanks that they could deliver to hospitals. They have tons of fuel stored that they could deliver to hospitals, but they are not doing so. This is what the IDF says. It's what the Americans say. The President of the United States questioned the credibility of the death toll numbers coming out of Hamas and the Palestinian Health Ministry. How do we sort out real from or fact from fiction here, or exaggeration from reality?
Well, I think it's very simple. Hamas has no credibility. You take nothing that they say at face value. A group that murders people and takes hundreds of hostages, including children, should not be taken at face value. You should not accept what they say. But that's why it is so important that we are able to get information out of Gaza independently, something we are not able to do right now because the internet has been cut, the phone lines have been cut. But we have been able, you ran through about 15 different questions there. We have been able to identify several of them.
Yeah, Hamas is not credible. IDF, on the other hand, always credible, even though they've literally lied so many fucking times. So is Hamas as well, of course. But the idea that like the health ministry that you have always relied on, or even like other people that are there, like people who are unaffiliated with Hamas, is so stupid. IDF has openly never been credible. Never, ever, ever. I mean, they post shit all the fucking time. They post stuff that is an abject lie all the time. Okay? The idea that like the governing body of Hamas on the health ministry side is not credible is ridiculous. Okay? It is fucking ridiculous. Especially when they like every single outlet and the American State Department has used their numbers in the past. These numbers have been fucking verified. But that's all it takes. It's crazy. All it takes is for the American government to adopt this position, and then the media fucking reports on it like it's normal. And at this point, it really does feel like they are able to hit the propaganda line so fucking hard that people just look at Israel's own personal commitment to ethnically cleansing Gaza, and they hear like Israeli officials literally say, we're going to do ethnic cleansing. We're doing ethnic cleansing. We're doing ethnic cleansing. Okay? And they forget about it. And then the next day they're like, well, Israel's saying that these guys are actually human shields, so I believe it. It blows my fucking mind. I mean, this is so ridiculous. I mean, it's unserious, but it's also gross and disgusting. I would laugh if it wasn't so damaging.
And verify several of them. First of all, you mentioned this constant point about, is the north of Gaza safe, and is Hamas keeping people in the north blocking?
Anyway, many of you, I'll keep it a $1.50. Many of you, okay, are currently watching. Many of you are too young to remember the post 9/11 universe, okay, in America. You were either born after 9/11 or born during 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, you were too young to understand what the media looked like in that universe. Okay? I was pretty young too, but at least I had a decent understanding of what the fuck was going on. And the reality is, especially, dude, you were 10, lol. Yes, but I was 10 in Turkey. I think that there's a lot of, like, the way that this is taught to everyone that's not in America is very different, especially if you have proximity to the Middle East itself. So, and I'm not even talking about being specifically 10. I'm talking about the aftermath, the 10 years after 9/11. Okay? Like, becoming an adolescent in that process, going through puberty in that process is very different than just like being 6 or being 5 or being 4, not understanding it at all. And it's also certainly different looking at it from the outside, especially as someone who had a connection to the United States of America, right? So for me, as someone who had connections to the United States of America, who had traveled to the U.S. as well as a Turkish person, watching all of this stuff unfold, watching the messaging, watching the media, watching the way that, I mean, a lot of people were captivated by the likes of Jon Stewart, for example, for a particular reason. That reason was that Jon Stewart was the only voice of reason in mainstream media at the time that was like very critical of the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan as well. So a lot of that stuff happened not directly after 9/11. It happened in the subsequent 10 to 15 years after 9/11. So a lot of you probably didn't recognize that at the time because you were too young. You're watching that happen right now, okay? You're watching that happen right now. You're seeing how the media covers every step. You're seeing how the media operates in lockstep with the State Department. You're seeing how they try to reframe things that are happening right in front of your fucking eyes, okay? The similarities are gigantic, okay? This is why every fucking 9/11, I always love going through the cultural mania that was instilled upon the American public and in the West in general, in an effort to justify the bombing campaigns that would start. Okay? And it is bar for bar the same shit that's occurring right now. They're whitewashing the atrocities. They're turning a blind eye to it in many instances, or at the very least defending it, right? And also on top of that, anyone that speaks out against this, horrific ethnic cleansing campaign is cast aside and bullied down. And instead of saying like, "Oh, you're pro Saddam," because that's what they used to say. When people would say this is ridiculous, going into Iraq is a ridiculous move, they would say, "Oh, you're pro Saddam. You love terrorism, fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. You love terrorism. You're against American freedom. We have to kill these people. We have to kill these people. Oh, you must be pro Osama bin Laden." And now it's the same shit. It's like, oh, you think it's fucked up to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza? You think it's fucked up that Israel maintains an apartheid state in incredibly violent means? Well, you must be anti-Semitic and love Hamas. Wow. And then they say that, and then they take it one step further where they like write think pieces about how do we deal with the anti-Semitism on the left? How will we purge these socialists from these anti-Semitic Hamas-loving socialists from the Democratic Party? How do we do that? Like, the think piece economy is thriving right now. Are they talking about what's going on? Are they talking about ethnic cleansing? No. Or even if they do, what do they do? Even if they talk about ethnic cleansing, they literally will take the ethnic cleansing conversation, cast it aside, and place the same amount of emphasis, if not more, on what's going on our college campuses. That is fucking crazy. Can you imagine? 3,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. And we don't even know what the latest count is because Israel also shut down all telecommunications in Gaza as it's conducting a ridiculous bombing campaign still. And it is wild. It is wild that while that is happening, the way that people are talking about the situation, is, oh, well, I don't know, there was anti-Semitism happening in one of these pro-Palestinian protests. Yeah, that does happen. Yeah, of course. Anti-Semitism is a permanent fixture in the Western world, okay? That's how the Holocaust happened, okay? It is completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. But anti-Semitism has no basis in this conversation. Anti-Semitism is a mere distraction in this conversation. I'll say it like that. Anti-Semitism is not how you engage in anti-Zionism. It's fucking ridiculous. And no matter how much people try to tamper and clamp down on voices that are callous, voices that are immoral, that look to the situation on hand and not just recognize the inhumanity of the apartheid, but are blinded by that inhumanity and think all matter of retaliation is perfectly just and they will fucking celebrate it, okay? Not realizing that most people will use their celebrations against the Palestinian emancipation cause in the Western world. There's two different things. I will never sit here and tell a Palestinian optics sweaty. I won't do that. Okay? Because they're the ones who are suffering. But if you're an American and you're fucking running around thinking that you can be as bloodthirsty as Israeli Zionism supporters can be when they talk about Palestinians, let me tell you, you can't do that. You can't be as callous. Okay? So I do make that distinction. But I also do understand that it's fucking ridiculous to hyper-focus on hyper-focus on like the fucking silly-ass takes coming from the left and make it seem like this is the major thing. This is what's motivating people. It's like, it's anti-Semitism that's motivating people on the left to understand the dignity of Palestinian lives. Like, that's what it is. Anti-Semitism is not, it has nothing to do with anti-Zionism, okay? In many instances, the greatest anti-Semites are also pro-Zionist. Whether it be literal fucking Nazis or literal neo-Nazis and fascists in European countries right now that support the statehood project of Israel because, one, they believe that Israel's enemies are, a grave threat to their own society, Muslims. They hate the hordes of Muslims coming in, okay? Or they love a place where Jews can just go so they're not their neighbors. That's it. They're like, oh, it's awesome. That's why you see motherfuckers who literally will post like the most insane, unhinged, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, turn around and celebrate Israel and like dab it up with fucking Netanyahu because it's great for them. They don't want to be fucking neighbors with Jewish people. They're like, oh, it's great. Go to Israel. It's awesome. Yeah, let's put them all in the desert. It's fucking great.
Them in the north so they can't go south. We still have people inside Gaza who tell us that nowhere is safe inside Gaza because there have been airstrikes in the north, in the south, in central Gaza. We've been putting out those pictures every day. The UN has said that there is no safe place in Gaza. We haven't seen evidence that Hamas is blocking the roads. It may have happened. It may be happening, but there is still no safe place in Gaza. That is just one of the things that we could verify because we were able to communicate with our people inside, which is now, for the moment, impossible.
But the IDF is still credible despite, they lied about that. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Anti-Semitism is so fucking gross. I will never allow it to take root in this community. I will never allow it to fucking take root anywhere. I will always fucking fight against it. But it hurts my fucking soul when I hear from so many people that look to the ongoing situation and cast the entirety of the left and the entirety of the Palestinian liberation movement with the anti-Semitic brush. Like,
as you mentioned, that
and for some, maybe they've been misled. Maybe they've actually seen, definitely seen anti-Semitic rhetoric, and that really fucking turned, that really dialed up a notch, and they personally were terrified of that. Okay, I'm not discounting that, but there are certainly others who are utilizing this as an opportunity to just cast a shadow on the entirety of the Palestinian emancipation movement. It is being weaponized, and it is really fucking gross, because ultimately the major point of contention here isn't that like Hamas is going to come and kill Amy Schumer in her fucking gated neighborhood in like the Hidden Hills or wherever the fuck she lives. You know what I mean? Like the real point of contention does not surround Hamas operatives fucking sneaking across the San Diego border. The real issue here is what is happening right in front of our eyes.
Violence of illegal Israeli settlers who have been getting more and more access to arms, fighting against a largely unarmed population here in the West Bank.
All right, thank you, Nida Ibrahim. That update is from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. You can see the flashes there on your screen. That is the live picture from Gaza, where there's almost a complete blackout on the Strip, and there is almost a complete communications blackout as well. Let's bring in Osama bin Javed. Osama is joining us from Istanbul. Osama, there have been large solidarity protests where you are as well. Tell us about those.
Well, as we've been watching those horrific scenes come out of Gaza in the last few hours, thousands of people have gathered across Turkey in sporadic protests. The largest one behind us in front of the Israeli consulate here in the city of Istanbul. People have been coming in the last few hours as they're hearing the news. They're coming out on the streets.
What is this? It's literally just tankies basically using the same people who say Putin is rebuilding the glory of the Soviet Union and claim that the left has an anti-Semitism problem. I don't know who these fucking tankies are. If you're talking about like, I don't know, are there people pushing Z who are on the ML side? Certainly. Okay, it's ridiculous. It's frivolous. It's silly, but I don't think it's as large as a large as a constituency as you think this is. Okay, it's like. The only reason why you're hyper-focused on it is because you don't know about the ultras that like fucking defend the shining path or some shit, okay? You just don't care about it because that's not in your face as much. But there's always going to be people with varying different opinions that are silly, okay? What is their impact? What is their fucking impact? You know what I mean? What kind of impact do they have?
As well to boycott Israeli products, to come out and demand.
Like, I'll tell you this much. I think anti-Semitism is gross. It's disgusting, right? And I don't think we should turn a blind eye to it. But one of the major reasons as to why I fucking attack anti-Semitism is because anti-Semitism is one of the greatest ways to figure out that someone is a fascist, okay? And that ideology is inherently violent, is inherently devastating. And more importantly than it being immoral, it also has taken root in places of power. Okay? Yes, it is the canary in the coal mine, actually. Anti-Semitism is, which is why the Canary Mission calls itself that, even though they're gross psychopaths. Do you understand? And it is so crazy. It is so crazy to me in particular, that all of these fucking monsters, like those in the Tory party in the UK, who say gross anti-Semitic shit all the fucking time, turn around and be like, the left is the anti-Semitic ones. Guys, watch out. Look out for the left. Like, the greatest example of this I've used in the past, the greatest example I pointed to was when Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party. The media was calling him an anti-Semite, like, in an insane way. I never strayed away from my message. I always fucking pushed back against that. I always said it's absolutely disgusting that people said Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite. It's completely and utterly ridiculous to say such a thing. Rest in power. David Graeber also defended Corbyn as well, and many others did, but it didn't matter because, like, all of these prominent Jews who were defending Corbyn and saying that he's not an anti-Semite at all were completely silenced by the media. You never heard about them. You only heard, like, Zionists who wanted to defend Zionists of all backgrounds, Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists, that completely fucking jumped on the Corbyn is an anti-Semite campaign, okay? While they were doing that, one of the most insane things that happened while they were doing that was when the Tory party, okay, actually put forward a statue. They put up a statue of the first female MP, okay, while they were literally screaming from the fucking rooftops about how Corbyn was a fucking anti-Semite. They literally turned around and put up a statue to Nancy Astor, okay? For those of you who don't know, Nancy Witcher Langhord Astor Viscountess was a former member of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, right? The First Lady of British politics. She was also a rabid anti-Semite. She was literally a rabid anti-Semite. Said things such as, you know, Hitler or the Nazis had good ideas about Jews, like things of that nature. So, and was there any coverage on that? Did anybody go, wow, the anti-Semitism coming from the Tory party is fucking unimaginable? Did they say that at the time? Of course they didn't say that at the time. Okay? Because while anti-Semitism is real, it's a very real problem. Okay? Because ultimately it's the one neat little bow to tie every anti-materialist school of thought with. You have to find an enemy, you have to find a villain, and historically it's always Jews. Okay? That's why all conspiracy theories, even to this day, almost always revolve around, oh, Jews are doing it. They must be doing it. They control the media, they control politics, they control this, they control that. Okay? Historically, that's just how it's been. I guess maybe it goes back to the original sin. I don't know, killing Jesus, whatever. Whatever these fucking psycho Christians think. But my point is, okay, this has historically been at the heart of every fucking form of bigotry. Anti-Semitism is like the original bigotry. It's the most compelling bigotry that exists, and it has always been a rallying cry of the worst fucking fascists we've ever seen. Okay? This much is true. So it is infinitely scarier, in my fucking opinion, that people can so callously deploy a very real fear while simultaneously being fascists them fucking selves. Okay? It's crazy to me to see Islamophobic, anti-black, anti-Semitic fucking conservative freaks turn around and tell Jews that they are fake Jews or anti-Semitic themselves for criticizing Israel. This is incredibly alarming. Okay? The original sin is from being human, not killing Jesus. Yeah, no, I said the wrong thing. Sorry. Oh. Here in France, the most left big politician Mélenchon is going through his Corbyn moment right now after he called for a ceasefire. Last week, he used the word camped in a random sentence. You can imagine the ensuing theories on TV around what he may have insinuated. Yeah, it's fucking gross. It's a very effective way to just like silence any kind of reasonable conversation that recognizes the dignity and humanity of Palestinians. Okay? It's fucking gross. People do it to me too. It's like, I mean, think about it, dude. My number one, the number one death threats that I get, credible ones as well, that even like the FBI has to be fucking involved with on a regular basis, is Nazis, okay? Nazis. Neo-Nazis. Alt-right members, you know? People that fucking openly hate Jewish people. I criticize them on a regular basis. I attack anti-Semitism on a regular basis, and yet I'm still in the crosshairs in this moment where people fucking turn around and say, that guy, I don't know, I don't like it. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic, and he's doing anti-Zionism. He must be anti-Semitic. It's gross. It's so gross. The idea that Jews killed Jesus was so stupid to me. I thought Romans killed Jesus. Jews is the Facebook business model 2,000 years early. I mean, all that stuff is stupid, but it's all stupid. And I hate seeing it. Anyway, I don't want to. I think just saying anti-Zionism is never anti-Semitism is incorrect and dangerous information. Misinformation. For instance, during college, we hosted a religious event on the Quad, and SJP showed up trying to disrupt the event. That's not fucking anti-Zionism. That's just a very clearly anti-Semitism masked as anti-Zionism. I think it's just not proper to say that all anti-Zionism can never be anti-Semitism. No, I don't. I'm not saying that. That must have been misunderstood. No, I'm saying that there are certainly people who utilize anti-Zionism as a way to launder anti-Semitic points of view, but I do not marry anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. I think it's stupid to say that. I'm aware. I mean, there's literal fucking, I mean, this is a, Richard Spencer loves Israel, but Nick Fuentes hates Israel. They're both Nazis. How does that work? You know what I mean? There's varying degrees. But guess what? Both of them are anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Think about that. Some Nazis look to Israel and go, oh, we can do a Christian ethno-state ourselves by using the same mechanism. Some WASP nationalists like Tucker Carlson, for example, have praised Israel's anti-immigration campaigns where they created a bounty system for undocumented Ethiopian Jews that were inside of the boundaries of Israel illegally, where Israel tried to do a bounty board for anyone and every illegal immigrant inside of the boundaries of Israel, where they were like outsourcing it to like, you know, private militias. Tucker Carlson loved that shit. He was defending it. He was supporting it. You know what I mean? Is Tucker Carlson personally a fan of Jewish people? I don't think so. Probably not. Anyway.
To the level of a regional flash or regional escalation or regional war.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Ilyas Hanna, thank you for your time. Thank you for speaking to us from Beirut. Well, let's bring in Patty Culhane. She's joining us from Washington, D.C. for more on the U.S.'s role in the conflict. So my last guest from Beirut, Ilyas Hanna, was just saying that the U.S. is trying to deter other actors from joining in the war and trying to prevent a regional conflict. Just talk to us about what the U.S.'s role has been up until this point.
Well, the U.S., I think it's very
What?
interesting.
Wait, so the FBI contacted you because the chat being too right-wing Nazi? My chat? You think my chat is too right-wing Nazi? You are fucking out of your mind. No, dumbass. The FBI contacted me because I was getting fucking credible death threats from actual Nazis. The fuck?
After October.
That's why I get, like, frustrated. I get frustrated with people who are callous in their attitude towards Israelis that were murdered, okay? I get frustrated with that. But I also don't like that people say, oh, well, this is Hasan's community that he's fostered, when we work around the fucking clock to ensure to the best of our fucking ability here to make sure that none of that exists, okay? It's crazy. But of course, people can't fucking hit me on what I say, so then they go, oh, I found this message in the chat. Fucking ridiculous.
He mentioned. And then you heard Biden come out and say he wanted $14 billion in additional aid for Israel. And importantly, he has not called for a ceasefire. What we've heard from the White House is when the hostages are out, then we can possibly think about a ceasefire. So, you know, they say behind the scenes, and this has been the mantra from the Biden administration, from all across the U.S. government, is that they expect Israel to follow the rules of law, the laws of war. What they don't say is when Israel violates the rules of law or the laws of war, that they are in fact violating them. Collective punishment is a war crime. Cutting off food, water, and energy is a war crime. So they say they shouldn't do that, but when they do that, they don't say that they've done it, if that makes sense.
Right. So, Patty, what are Biden's people saying behind the scenes?
This has been the most interesting.
Yeah, these people's narratives include both that you ban all dissent, but somehow allow Nazis that want you dead to fester in chat. Yeah, it's because it doesn't have to make sense. It's just like when your entire worldview, revolves around not like genuine moral considerations or moral boundaries you've placed upon yourself, but instead of being like, you know, morally consistent. Okay, it's more so about. I think that Hasan is ontologically evil and everything he does is bad. You end up having these deranged conversations in your mind. And then you do everything you can with post hoc rationalizations to make that attitude stick. In normal circumstances, this would be considered a smear campaign. But in this situation, there's definitely a lot of other interests at play, especially if you position yourself in one camp, for example. Like, let's say you're on the pro-Israel camp in this regard, then you can gather more people to your side and have like a larger fucking conversation and make an untruth become the truth in the eyes of many. What the fuck are they calling you, a red fash? What the fuck does that mean? Don't. It's fine.
More difficult if there is a full-scale invasion of Gaza. And they said it would also complicate the ability to get aid into Gaza, and also just the death toll. It would dramatically increase the death toll of Palestinian civilians and also Israeli soldiers. That said, notably, and I think there were some who were hugely critical of President Joe Biden for this, when asked, he said he didn't believe that those were the true number of dead in civilians in Gaza. He said he just didn't trust the numbers, and there have been a lot of people from his own party who said that crossed a line.
All right, Patty, thank you so much. Well, that was Patty speaking to us from Washington, and you may have heard in the background the continued bombardment of the Gaza Strip, and that's the live picture where the bombardment, as we're saying, continues. Particularly, we're hearing in the north of the Strip, and this, as the military spokesman of Israel a few hours ago said that Israeli ground forces were, quote, expanding operations. And as you can see from the live picture, the Gaza Strip is experiencing a near total blackout. It's in darkness. It's also experiencing a communications blackout. And we've heard from health and humanitarian agencies who are warning that Palestinians across the territory have been plunged into darkness, as we can see from the live picture from Gaza. Well, the World Food Programme is also saying that 9 of its trucks have entered Gaza since the Rafah crossing was opened on Saturday. But it did warn that to reach the 1 million Palestinians in need, then 40 trucks a day need to enter Gaza. The WFP says that it's provided emergency supplies of canned tuna and bread to 475,000 displaced Palestinians in UN shelters. Abir Etefa is the senior Middle East spokesperson for the World Food Programme, and she describes some of the challenges for the teams on the ground in Gaza.
Definitely, Gaza is grappling with the lack of basic supplies and severe fuel shortages that's really going to threaten bringing all humanitarian operations into a...
Imagine instigating your 4th terrorist attack on a country where you have less military. What? Where you have less military and then crying and hiding behind civilians when you start to get rolled? Brother, like, imagine fucking creating conditions that are so goddamn ruthless and so fucking brutal that, like, under international law, a violent retaliation for that is considered under international law to be just, okay? And then just ruthlessly slaughtering fucking children over and over again and just repeating it with no care or consideration for your own civilians, okay? This is a very important thing to remember, okay? An important thing to remember in this conversation is that Israel does not care about Palestinian lives. That much we know. Okay, the Israeli government I'm talking about. The Israeli government doesn't care about Israeli lives either. They will throw Israeli lives in the fucking meat grinder over and over again in their endless conquest to do ethnic cleansing. Okay? That much is clear. That is clear to the hostages' family members. That much is clear to the hostages right now. And they can't even fucking protest because it's illegal for them to. Islam is a liar's religion, he says. Yeah, got it. Thank you for immediately openly telling me what your actual position is instead of trying to fucking mask it under some like liberal auspices like, oh, I'm actually a peace guy. I'm a peaceful guy. You immediately ran with that. Thank you. No, Islamophobia is actually totally valid and just. Thank you. Thank you for deploying tactical Islamophobia in the chat.
It's silencing us. It's silencing those at the United Nations. It's silencing those demonstrating in Arab and Western capitals because Israel is not listening to anyone. And there are two major problems today. One, Israel is conducting massacres on a massive scale, killings on an industrial scale. There's an absolute genocide going on in Gaza today in front of the world to see, in plain sight. Israel is defying the world. Now, this evening, we know it's defying the international community as a whole by continuing to bomb Gaza with the direct, explicit support of Western powers, especially the United States. And that's why listening to a good number of your guests, notably the spokesman from the Pentagon, one really wonders, and that's my second problem here, if the United States has learned anything. This is a very, very smart and capable country with probably the most capable people, but its capacity for stupidity is unprecedented. 20 years ago, they did the same thing they are doing now. They spun it the same way they're spinning it now. Listening to the Pentagon spokesman today, it's like listening to them before the 2003 war on Iraq. It's the us versus them. It's we against the terrorists. It is evil against, or good against evil. And we are only there in order to bring peace.
Let me just jump in, Marwan, and ask you about, let me just ask you about sort of global public opinion, because, okay, we hear this assertion from countries like the United States, as you're pointing out, that Israel has the right to defend itself and Israel has the right to self-defense. But there does seem to be a shift amongst global public opinion. Allow me just to tell you this statistic from a YouGov poll over in the UK, for example, suggesting that 70% of people, or 76% of people, are in favor of a ceasefire. So would you say that there really is a shift when it comes to global public opinion as well as social media, and that Israel's monopoly on the narrative is somewhat broken?
Well, it has been changing the past 20 days. After the 7th of October, we were almost living in McCarthyist times when Western governments were basically banning flags, for God's sake, banning demonstrations for Palestine, banning flags. Why would a country ban a Palestinian flag when it actually represents justice? It doesn't represent terror or anything else. It represents justice. People search for freedom. So in the beginning, the media was towing the line of the governments. The government was cracking down on protest and freedom of speech. But with time, we saw, as you're saying, that the public opinion, or at least a good part of the public opinion, awakened.
Hasan, we know you are not anti-Semitic. Don't bother these people who don't want you to understand. No, this is not for. No, man, this is not for like this community. Will get like random people. Okay. I need them to get it, and I also think it's important to have my voice be heard on this matter as well regularly. It's something that I do value. You know what I mean? It's a principle that I value that I hope people understand. I don't have a problem fucking saying anti-Semitism is disgusting over and over again, because it is. It doesn't matter. It is completely removed from Israel's actions. Okay? Just like it has nothing to do with whatever Israel's doing. Like Israel clamping on does not make, in my opinion, is not justifiable to have people become anti-Semitic. Okay? Can't even begin to explain how many people in my life, even middle-aged, whose opinion on this matter you have changed. To put things into perspective, the 12,000 plus bombs dropped by Israel on Gaza collectively amount to the firepower of the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima, Japan. Israel's dropped the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on Gaza, which is the size of Detroit, or a quarter of the size of London. Yes. Israel's Twitter account is absolutely insane. Yeah, they've been getting nutty with it for some time now. Not as nutty as thinking you won't see the top of the hour ad break, though. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
What we know so far, that this massive air bombardment is probably the biggest of the war so far. And what we think that means is that it's providing cover for a ground incursion on a larger scale than we've seen in the past. Expanding ground operations is what the IDF, the Israeli Defence Force spokesman, said. Now, in the past, in 2014, a massive bombardment and the cutting of mobile and internet links did presage a ground invasion. And that is what we've seen. Not just internet links, also mobile phones. The Red Crescent has said not only can they not reach their people inside the Gaza Strip, but they can't reach each other. So it's not possible to call an ambulance. And probably many people need an ambulance tonight. Now, the healthcare is a particular issue because earlier in the day, the IDF said that the Hamas headquarters was underneath the Al-Shifa hospital. Now, the Al-Shifa hospital is the biggest hospital in Gaza, and that is not only looking after many hundreds of patients, but people are sheltering there because they think it's safer. But the IDF said that that hospital and other hospitals have Hamas installations around them.
This is very, very scary stuff if you know how Israel moves, you know.
So tonight, many will be worrying that the IDF, the Israelis, now see the hospitals as, they would put it, legitimate targets. Now, whether Hamas is there or not, that would mean huge bloodshed. That would be an absolute disaster for the people of Gaza. But we can't know whether that's happening or not because the links are cut. Now, there have been signs in the days up till now that this ground invasion was coming because we've seen incursions last night and the night before. We went down to see a reserve brigade earlier in the day, and they are just within a kilometre of the Gaza border. Israel's reservists are ready to go into Gaza the moment they get the order. After hearing about the Hamas attack on October the 7th, Major Schrager Stern jumped on a plane from Chicago in order to fight.
Getting there into every single rocket, finding every single terrorist, detonating every single bomb and booby trap, and getting those two.
Bro, Chicago? Dude, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Dude, I look, I've said this about the Russian conscripts as well that are forced in to go to fucking the invasion of Ukraine, because like some of them have no say in the matter, you know what I mean? And I feel bad for them, and I'm certain that there's people inside of the IDF as well that probably don't fucking want to do this, even though, you know, I feel like there's a higher approval for a ground invasion or IDF operations in Gaza in general than there was for invading Ukraine and Russia. But this guy, like, what the fuck are you doing? I mean, he's so fucking horny, dude. He's just like, nah, this is great. I cannot wait to go do murders. Like, come on, dude.
Terrorist murderers out of their tunnels. That's my main objective, and that will get done.
And the cost to the Israeli army?
Apparently, there's a bloody war ahead of us. But as Israelis and as Jewish people, we have no other choice.
But such an escalation.
Brother, you look like a fucking bratwurst. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You look like you're going to get skin cancer from being out in the fucking sun for too long. And you're over here being like, yeah, guys, go Bears. Fucking yeah. Yeah, as Israelis, we say go Bears. You know? Just what the fuck? That's right, dude. Go Bears.
Would have implications for the whole region. We're about 800 meters from the Gaza border, and this reserve brigade would be one of the ones that would go across if a ground invasion is ordered by the Israeli High Command. But the Americans are very worried about that. Last night's strikes on Iranian bases in Syria show that they're concerned about a wider war, and that any ground invasion of Gaza might trigger that. The Pentagon says US forces in northeast Syria and in Iraq, tasked with suppressing the Islamic State, have been attacked by Iranian-backed militia more than a dozen times in the last 3 weeks, and 21 service personnel have been injured, hence last night's F-16 attacks on Iranian assets. Last Thursday, the USS Carney in the Red Sea intercepted 4 cruise missiles and 15 drones fired towards Israel by the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. Yesterday, the Israelis held tank drills near the Lebanese border. They've been exchanging fire daily with Hezbollah, which is also backed by Iran.
I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not welcome to expansion of the war in the region. But I warn, if the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire.
The more Palestinian civilians are killed and injured in Gaza, the more anger swells across the region.
The people of Gaza are being shattered. 20 people were sleeping in one house. It wasn't expected. There was no advance warning. Among them, 10 were sleeping in one room. I can't believe that my kids came out of this alive. We struggled to pull them out. We are not involved in any fighting.
If Israel is now going in on the ground and the war continues at this pitch, Iran may see an opportunity, and Israel may find that its attempt to destroy Hamas triggers further threats.
Israel has gone to very far extent to preserve lives, not only our own lives.
Oh, come on, bro. They're so fucking bad at their jobs then. Like, I mean, it's not incompetence, okay? It's just, come on, dude. I feel like I feel like I have to sit here and take this shit fucking seriously, okay? It's so ridiculous. It's a fucking lie, brother. What are you saying? You don't have 7,000 accidents, okay? It's 100% by design. What a ridiculous fucking take. And by the way, if it wasn't 100% by design, they wouldn't fucking say human shields. Okay? They would say it's an oopsie. That's why the human shield narrative has to stick. Like, oh, Hamas is actually blocking the roads. Hamas is actually forcing people to stay at their homes at gunpoint, which is like a fucking insane thing to say, because it's not like there aren't journalists out there. This entire it's not like there aren't humans in fucking Palestine and Gaza. You can only make this argument stick if you believe that anyone who believes in Palestinian emancipation is not like a human being and is operating as this like hive mind together. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they're all keeping up this conspiracy and this fucking lie together because they just hate Israel. That's what it is. And if you follow Eye of Palestine, for example, even for 1 second, you immediately recognize that this is a lie. If the media covered even a fraction, if they offered a fraction of the coverage they did to Palestinian casualties, Palestinian civilians that are fucking ruthlessly slaughtered, okay? If they offered even a fraction of that, as they did to the countless hours of footage, which was understandably covered and given to the Israeli citizens that died on October 7, there would not be a question here. Everyone would fully understand what the fuck's going on. Okay? Yes, Eye of Palestine is back now. That's why I brought it up. Could you explain why Palestinians are not allowed to evacuate? Wonderful question. Israel won't let them. Like, think about it this way. Gaza has a border wall artificially constructed by Israel surrounding it, right? There's only one point that the Palestinians have. One mechanism, one means of escape is the Rafah crossing. Israel basically controls that by way of Egypt, okay? But Gaza also has on its entire length, Gaza also has water surrounding it. It has beaches. Why can't the Gazan civilians escape by boat? Why can't the Gazan civilians on the other side of the border, which is bordered with Israel, why can't they go into Israel? Is there no way to go into Israel? Of course there is a way to go into Israel. Why won't Israel allow Gazan civilians to evacuate into Israel? Why? Why is this not a question that people ask? Why is that the only way? Why is it that the only way that Gazans can fucking evacuate potentially is into Egypt? And that is like after they allow a humanitarian corridor to be opened up. And that hasn't even opened up yet. Okay, because they don't want to leave their land. First of all, that's not true. I'm sure plenty of Gazan civilians would love to go into Israel, because then they know that refugee status would not be fucking permanent. Okay? They also know that if they go into Egypt, though, they'll never be allowed to come back, because that's what Israel has done time and time again. Okay? Why doesn't Hamas give up the hostages? That's what needs to be asked. Great question. Don't you think this would be over if Hamas would give up the hostages? It's really that simple. You are out of your mind, because you're either completely oblivious to the fucking reality, or you are just only now learning about this issue, and your interests have been piqued since October 7th. Or maybe a third thing. Maybe you're just like disingenuously asking this question. Okay? The idea that Israel would stop the bombing campaign if Hamas gave up its hostages is fucking ridiculous, because it's self-defeating. Israel, in its bombing campaign, are killing some of the hostages. They've killed more than 20, according to the original numbers. I think it might even be more than that. So let me explain something to you. Why is it that Hamas has said, we want a ceasefire every single day, They're saying 50 now. Hamas says we want a ceasefire every single day. And we will give you a hostage every single day. We will reveal these hostages to you every single day. Okay? Israel has said, fuck no. That is a mechanism to cease fire, and we don't want that. Even if our own hostages die, that's a price we're willing to take. That's a price we're willing to fucking pay. Why? This only works if you're completely oblivious to previous sieges, okay? It has taken much less than 200 hostages for Israel to go in and conduct what they call mowing the lawn inside of Gaza since they left Gaza and put up the border wall and fortified it and left Gaza. The real question is not, why doesn't Hamas give up the hostages? Because it's obvious. I know why they won't give up the hostages. They want fucking security assurances. They want a ceasefire. They want a prisoner exchange like that has happened in the past. Right? The real question isn't, why won't Hamas give up the hostages? The real question is, why doesn't Israel care about getting the hostages back if it means engaging in a ceasefire? Because let's say they do a ceasefire, right? Let's say they do a ceasefire. And people say like, oh, well, what if Hamas keeps bombing? Even in that process, if Hamas kept sending fucking rockets during that ceasefire, you have the Iron Dome. You know? You make some good points. Why do you never bring up giving back Native Americans their land? That's a wonderful question, okay? That's a great question, as a matter of fact. Great question. Land back movements would, in a normal universe, resemble exactly what I advocate for with respect to Israel and Palestine. A place where reparations are given to Native Americans, where they can conduct their affairs and have equal rights and equal representation under the law. This is my advocacy. This is what I believe in. Land back does not mean Native Americans come and like fucking cut your head off or something, okay? That's not what I believe. And that's not what the Palestinians want either, for the record. The overwhelming majority of Palestinians just want to fucking live. That's what they want. They want dignity. They want to live a life of dignity, okay? That's what they fucking want. It would be incredible if the hostages were alive after the bombings. If they're still alive, it means that Israel literally bombed all of Gaza except where Hamas is. No, because hostages are probably being kept in the tunnel systems, and it's almost impossible to fucking get to that with aerial bombing campaigns. That's why it's ridiculous. It's a fruitless endeavor, and it's just ethnic cleansing when they do that bombing shit. As a Jew, I would like to ask you whether you think the end result of the war is going to be. We all know. Oh, this is a great question, actually. We all know that there is not going to be a two-state solution, but what about all the Jews that call Israel their home with all the Arabs and Christians who live there? This is a great question. So first of all, I think the end result of this war is going to be, if it doesn't turn into like a three-front battle for Israel with like the IRGC and Hezbollah also joining and opening up like northern fronts, for example, all is going to happen is that Israel will conduct an ethnic cleansing campaign in northern Gaza territories, probably blow up a couple tunnel systems, use that as a major dub, probably kill a fuck ton of the hostages in the process, and then possibly, this is not my opinion on the matter, this is simply something that right-wing think tanks that are very close with Bibi Netanyahu have put forward as a way forward, which is a permanent occupation and annexation of the northern territories of Gaza. So that is probably what, if all things go well, according to what Israel's calculations are, then that is probably what will happen. You know what I mean? As far as like what happens in a universe where Israel loses, I guess, I don't think that is a case. There is a case for that. I don't think that could ever happen. But what I hope would happen is Israel cease fire, immediately implement peace negotiations, create an international tribunal for war criminals on both sides of the equation, and there are plenty, and especially a lot on the Israeli side. Come on, let's be fucking real. And one of the main ideas they're putting forward is some UN-run Arab governance of Gaza with a PA in charge. Not very realistic in my opinion. Yeah, because we see how the UN gets bullied by Israel on a daily fucking basis. Like taking the Palestinian Authority, which is comprised of Palestinians that Israel has effectively neutered while simultaneously propping up Hamas, and then offering that to the UN is additionally unserious. Is even more unserious because now you don't even have Palestinians in charge. So you've completely dropped the notion that there's even Palestinians leading the charge now. Also, there is no two-state solution without the complete fucking removal of every single settler from the West Bank. This is something that I have to stress to most of you that do not understand this. There are currently 500,000 plus settlers living in the West Bank. They are there illegally. It is completely illegal. They have no right to be there. By the international laws, they have no right to be there. Everybody understands that they are engaging in an act of terrorism, settler terrorism. Okay, it's not 500,000 plus. Sorry, 700,000 plus. You're right. I know it's a lot harder than this, but what do the Palestinian Arabs have to that land when there are so many other Arab territories surrounding Israel? I do not want a complete eradication. I do not think the IDF is doing the right thing, but it's still all hard to understand. That's a wild thing to say. What do you mean? What do they have to that land? It's their fucking home, dog. If I came to your home at gunpoint and like you heard that I had fucking violently butchered the neighborhood, other members of your family in another neighborhood nearby, and then came to your house at gunpoint and said, get the fuck out, it's my house now, and you had to run away thinking that maybe once the violence ended, you'd be able to come back with your fucking key in your pocket, okay? You would definitely not have a hard time understanding the situation. You'd be like, this is insane that this happened to me. That's crazy. That's a crazy question to put forward. I mean, please. The only reason why this is hard to understand is, unfortunately, a lot of the programming that you go through is dehumanization, full-scale dehumanization of Palestinians. Like they're, straight up just fucking, an alien or something. Right? Like the idea that you just so callously put forward this defense of ethnic displacement is kind of wild. Like, why won't they go away? I didn't mean it like that, and I'm sorry. Yeah, there's so many Arab territories surrounding Israel. Like, would you be fine if I fucking forcibly kicked you out of your neighborhood and then forced you at gunpoint to, like, go live somewhere else and you have to live in a fucking tent for the rest of your life? You probably wouldn't appreciate that. You probably want to fight back. Probably want to fight back with your life. No matter what happens, you probably want to get that back, especially if I killed your family members, right? Like, it's crazy. I do not want a complete eradication. I don't think the IDF is doing the right thing, but it's still hard to understand. I don't think it's that hard to understand. It's not complicated. As Michael Brooks used to say, rest in peace. Rest in power to Michael Brooks, Michael Jamal Brooks, the man. Not complicated. If 5 million Jews were put inside of a ghetto, 2 million of them inside of a fucking open-air concentration camp, okay, that 9 million Arabs that came over to that land, 9 million Muslim Arabs came over to that land, were operating and regularly bombing and cutting off their food, controlling their electricity, controlling their water supply, where 97% of the water that the Jews were drinking in that area, in that 2 million plus concentration camp was toxic, okay? You 100% would go, I know exactly what that is. That's happened to my people before, okay? You would know exactly what's going on there, okay? It's not complicated at all. All of the things that you've said has happened to Jews, everything you're listing and worse. Exactly. I know. Do you think I'm a fucking Holocaust denier? What are you, fucking stupid? I know that. That's why I'm using this example. Do you understand? The reason why I'm using this example is specifically because when you recognize that, that's when you recognize why there are so many Jews at the forefront of the anti-colonial movement, at the anti-apartheid movement. Okay? So many academics, so many Jews in academia, for example, American Jews, Israeli Jews, scholars that are some of the most important voices in anti-Zionism. They recognize this reality. You choose not to. Yeah, Michael J. Brooks also said, my Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid. Exactly. Let's continue.
The life of the Palestinian people as well, giving them notice on leaving.
A lot of people would say that was not true. We're talking about more than 7,000 Palestinians dead so far from the aerial bombardment.
Yeah.
The majority of them civilians. There are some pretty horrendous scenes coming out of there.
Yeah, I don't know about the numbers that are coming directly from the spokesperson of Hamas.
Of the Ministry of Health.
Of the Ministry of Health controlled by Hamas, but it is war, and in war...
Yeah, I mean, it's gross. This guy's fucking gross. Like, holy shit. I mean, but hey, do I fault him for this? Well, absolutely I do, because he's from Chicago, and, you know, fuck that. But why do I also understand why he has this fucking bloodthirsty position? Well, Joe Biden has the same fucking perspective. Joe Biden has the same fucking position. Think about how fucking gross that is, that the president of the United States of America said the exact same shit.
There are casualties, and you know, there is a term that we use that's called collateral damage.
Collateral damage in Tel Aviv today too. A rocket fired from Gaza got past the Iron Dome air defense system and crashed into an apartment block, injuring 3 people. Evidence that Hamas is still active despite Israel's onslaught. Last night, Israeli forces carried out another incursion into Gaza. Tonight's cutting of the internet, a massive bombardment, shows they have no intention of ceasing fire.
And we'll hear from Lindsay again at the end of the programme. And let's go to Washington and our correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy. Siobhan.
Well, Matt, we've been watching the events going on inside the UN today, where the Arab world has called for a ceasefire. But it does show you really how powerless the UN has become, because as that debate is going on, so we have seen today Israel announce the imminent expansion of its ground operations in Gaza. There has been no immediate reaction from the White House to that announcement. We know that President Biden, it says, was briefed this morning by his national security team on the latest developments. But I can tell you that inside the UN, the United States had already made very clear that it would not back that resolution for the ceasefire, although we do know that it has called for a humanitarian pause. There were strong words inside the chamber today. The Egyptian ambassador talked about double standards from some within the UN, a veiled reference, I think, to the United States, who he believes should be calling for a ceasefire to end what he called the genocide in Gaza. Let's hear a clip from him now.
At a time where so many are turning a blind eye to the truth, silence is no longer an option. Enough is enough. We can no longer bear what is happening to the Palestinians.
The US ambassador to the UN did describe the situation as dire, but she said the US would not back the call for a ceasefire because the resolution lacked 2 critical words, she said, Hamas and hostages. Let's hear what she had to say.
It is outrageous that this resolution fails to name the perpetrators of the October 7th terrorist attack. Hamas. Hamas. Another key word missing in this.
It's because Hamas's rockets in the ceasefire is marginal as fuck. When they ask for a ceasefire, sure, they also mean Hamas as well. But they're under the assumption that Hamas will cease its operations, understandably so, the moment that Israel stops bombing. Because it's in their fucking best interest to do so. And even if they don't actually cease their operations, their damage at best will be fucking marginal due to the Iron Dome missile defense system. Okay? And last but not least, Israel can then just turn around and continue its operations as they see fit. So the idea that like this condemnation has to 100% clearly define the boundaries and like make sure that it's condemning Hamas, like, sure, okay, you have already condemned Hamas 1,000,000 times over. Yeah, this is something that I try to describe to my friends when they like worry about Jews potentially becoming a minority in Israel in a one-state secular solution. And it's like, don't worry. You can just go back to the apartheid structure if you are so terrified of becoming a minority. You know what I mean? You can just try it out. Give peace a chance. You know what I mean? Not like the current structure is not... the current structure is already fucking damning. You know? It's really bad. So give this other thing a shot for a little bit.
This resolution is hostage. These are omissions of evil, and they give cover to and they empower Hamas's brutality.
Well, the vote on that resolution is due at 8 p.m. UK time, Matt, but the Pentagon says that it is proceeding on the basis that there will be no agreement today on any ceasefire in Israel or Gaza. Matt.
Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Well, joining me now from Washington, D.C. is Mary Beth Long, who was U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense under President George W. Bush, and from Doha, Nawaf Al-Thani, Qatar's former Director of Defense Intelligence Operations and Defense Attaché in the United States. Thank you very much to both of you for coming on. Let me start with you, Mary Beth. From what you've heard from the IDF this evening, does this sound to you like the beginning of this land invasion incursion?
Well, I think it's eminently foreseeable that in response to Gaza attacking, Hamas attacking the Israelis, that the Israelis would respond. And to the extent there are legitimate military targets in Gaza, and we all know that there are, this is, in fact, foreseeable. And it's a little mystifying to me, and I think the United States' response to the UN resolution typifies the frustration on behalf of the United States that what we don't understand is any recognition or even acknowledgement that it was Hamas that provoked this response from Israel, and Israel is entitled to respond.
But just briefly, you know, from everything we've heard so far, the internet is shut down in Gaza, phone lines are cut. And remarkably, there are no foreign leaders in Israel today. There have been virtually every other day for the last few weeks. Do you think this is the day that so many people have either been waiting for in this country or feared inside Gaza?
Well, certainly Hamas didn't prepare for it. I think you're right. I'm not clear that the internet is down because the towers and
I think they did. No, they did. There's a reason why Israel didn't want to do a ground operation for so long. The problem isn't IDF duking it out with Hamas. That's not an issue. I don't think anybody fucking considers that to be like unacceptable. You know what I mean? That's just two militaries warring. The problem is one military machine is just simply lasering fucking civilians non-stop.
and the facilities and infrastructure required is down, or whether that was a deliberate reaction by the Israelis. They somehow shut down the internet. But I do think this was foreseeable. And in fact, I think Hamas counted on Israel overreacting or reacting the way that it has so that it can turn around and try to tie the government of Israel's hand publicly.
Okay. Now, let me...
Okay, so don't you feel like Israel's playing into Hamas's hands then? So they have the opportunity to not be fucking violent, bloodthirsty animals here. Like, she basically just said Hamas tied Israel's hands, like they have to behave this way. Okay, the right thing to do here is to not give in then, right? For those who don't understand what she's saying, Israel is being forced to do ethnic cleansing is what she's saying, okay? She's saying Hamas forced Israel's hand into ethnic cleansing. Like, there's nothing else that they can do. And in that situation, I mean, the carelessness of the callous indifference to the humans that are being fucking destroyed, the lives that are being destroyed, the kids that are being killed is pretty obvious. Because the major problem that she has is not necessarily that, like, Palestinian children are being fucking lasered out of the sky with Israeli rockets, but instead, you know, Israel's going to feel bad, or the world is going to get mad at Israel, and that's a big problem.
Turn to you. I mean, Qatar has played a remarkable role in negotiating between Israel and Hamas. You have, you know, Hamas's political leader is based in Doha, where you are. If indeed this is the ground invasion that we've been talking about for so long, does that mean that any release of the hostages, any negotiations about their release, has been put on hold or possibly finished?
Well, it makes it very difficult, definitely. We don't know if it's going to affect it, but we can only imagine, with everything going on the ground, the expansion of the operation or the start of a land invasion would make any negotiation even harder.
But this land invasion might have been put off for a few days or weeks. It was always going to happen there, wasn't it?
That is true, at least from the Israeli rhetoric. But on the other hand, we've seen tangible results from Qatari negotiation. We've seen Israeli citizens being released. We've seen American citizens being released. So this is not a pie in the sky or an imaginary or an unguaranteed approach. We've seen results, and I think the Israeli government should have given this approach more of a chance, and it still can.
No shot.
But unless the Israelis show seriousness,
bro, no fucking shot. They released two telegenic hostages that probably were like the best that Hamas could find at given the circumstances, that were like sympathetic to their humanity or something. And they used that as an opportunity to just implement a 6-hour ceasefire so that the hostages could be delivered, right? And that was a major PR fuck up by Israel's own admission. I'm not saying that. Israel literally was like, why did you let the hostages on camera speak to microphones, you fucking idiots? They literally yelled at the hospital staff. Once that happened, the first thing that American authorities and the Israeli authorities as well said was, Hamas is using the hostages as a means of postponing the ground invasion. Under normal circumstances, you should look at that and go, okay, we'll deal with the hostages. Let them out. But we don't live in a normal universe where people have the capacity to understand exactly what's happening. Like, the fuck do you mean? Like, there is no hostage negotiation structure where a bank robbery is happening, right? and the bank robbers took hostages, and you go, and the bank robbers are like, please, we're just going to release hostages one by one. And the cops go, no, I don't care. I'm bombing the fucking bank. Nah, keep the hostages, dog. I'm going to fucking kill you and the hostages, actually. Why would Israel take a hostage deal that releases convicted terrorists in return? Because you don't know anything. You do not know anything. There are currently more than 11,000 Palestinians, even before October 7th, that was in Israeli prison. And literally like 200 of them are actually people that have done a real crime, okay? They're not convicted terrorists at all. You fucking idiot. Also, Israel has done a hostage swap in the past with Gilad Shalit. 1,000 Palestinians were released from prison in exchange for one singular IDF soldier. The reason why Israel can do that is twofold. One, they project the image that, you know, one Israeli is worth the lives of 1,000 Palestinians. And secondly, not only that, oh, so if you know they released Sinwar, look at what Sinwar did after the Gilad Shalit deal. Oh, so you do know. You're just a piece of shit. Got it. Okay. Okay, never mind. Yeah. You are familiar. Okay. The real reason why they could release 1,000 fucking Palestinians out of prison is because it is not... The Palestinians are in prison for ridiculous reasons, not for real reasons. This is my favorite type of chatter because he is also aware of the facts that he speaks of. He's just a piece of shit. You know what I mean? At least this guy is like straight up. At least he's not like completely oblivious and coming in here and being like, I don't understand. October 7th was like the first time anything happened. Israel was just peacefully coexisting alongside Gazans, and then look at how they repaid that favor. You know, it's really fucked up. Problem is the Israeli government got a lot of backlash for some people that were released and then returned and committed more terror attacks. Yeah, man. That's the real problem. Israel's getting a lot of backlash for not being more ruthless. Guess what, dude? October 7th also fucking happened because Israel and the Israeli government refused to fucking reckon with the goddamn reality of operating a fucking open-air prison. If Gideon Levy, the Haaretz editorial board, formative Holocaust historians, Knesset members such as Ofer Kassif recognize that if literal people in Kibbutz Be'eri who were victimized by these attacks have the moral clarity to understand that, why can't you? Why can't you? They recognize it, and their fucking friends and family members were slaughtered. Go ahead. Can you explain just from a psychological perspective how humans can be so inhuman and convinced that they're still doing the right thing? I don't really understand this. I mean, everybody thinks their cause is just. That's it.
In actually releasing the hostages by the cessation of hostilities, I don't know if that could work.
So briefly, to be clear on that front, if the tanks roll in en masse, any negotiations, parallel negotiations about releasing hostages are going to be virtually impossible. Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's an unknown factor. Once you enter into a ground invasion, it becomes definitely more difficult, but we don't know. And I think the unknowing of the outcome is a very dangerous thing, because unless the negotiators can have a chance to negotiate with someone on the other side, then the negotiations may not succeed. the unknowing is the dangerous part.
Sure. Mary Beth, America is worried about an expansion of this conflict. From the very beginning, after Black Saturday, they were very clear about posting more forces into the Eastern Mediterranean. We had these airstrikes overnight against Iranian-backed militiamen. I mean, is there a danger that these preemptive strikes could actually provoke a wider conflict, or is this the thing that prevents that wider conflict?
Well, I think that the conflict, as you point out, is wider, and it's more than that. U.S. forces have been attacked by Iranian proxies repeatedly, actually, this week in Syria. We also are suffering attacks in Iraq. We spoke to Iraqi leadership several days ago, and those attacks are ongoing, so it has spread. The question is, and you appropriately raise it, how far will this expansion go? Right now, the side that is expanding extraterritoriality is the Iranian proxies. I think thus far, everyone else has been in a defensive posture, and I would hope that that would continue to contain what Iran is doing, actually, by attempting actively to spread this to other territories.
Nawaf Al-Thani, you know Hamas well. You've talked to them. As I said before, they're based in Doha, or some of their political leadership is. Israel has said it wants to eliminate Hamas, wipe it from the face of the earth. Is that even possible?
Well, it's unclear what they want to eliminate. Is it the ideology, the groups? And then tactically, how is that even possible when Gaza is under siege and no way in and no way out for help or aid? It seems like it's impossible to differentiate between civilians and combatants in that scenario. And as we've seen as your reporting has proven, over 6,000 killed in Gaza. Whatever policy the Israelis or the IDF is carrying out seems to not be working the way they've projected it to the public.
And very briefly, when the Iranian foreign minister says, as he did today, that more genocide, as he put it, in Gaza will make the statesmen of America pay, you take that seriously?
Well, I think any escalation in the region should be taken seriously. I think if it goes beyond Gaza, then everyone involved, the whole region will be engulfed in a calamity. And I don't think anyone in this part of the world or anyone everywhere else are ready for another forever war as we've had in the past. So I think it's serious, and that's why the Israelis should show equal seriousness in stopping this.
We're going to leave it there. Nawaf Al-Thani, Mary Beth Long, thank you very much to both of you there. Well, back in the UK, Sir Keir Starmer is under growing pressure from senior members of his own party to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. The Labour leadership's official stance is to call for humanitarian pauses to allow aid to get through. But now the mayors of London and Manchester, along with the Scottish Labour leader, say that's not enough to prevent further deaths. Amelia Jen has this report.
With the international community arguing over whether to push.
I think one thing to recognize about the hostage situation with Hamas is that, like, the human shield strategy, right? Human shield strategy works if you don't believe that the Palestinians are like real human beings, like their lives are worthy of preservation and protection. But when you take Israelis and also other nationalities as well, like foreign nationals as well, as hostages, and Israel still operates with the same impunity, with the same level of disinterest for the preservation of their lives, all of a sudden there are going to be family members who fucking go, wait a minute, this hostage, what do you mean, human shield? The fuck do you mean? That human shield is my husband. That human shield is my father. That human shield is my wife. The fuck are you doing? You can't shoot through the hostage. You can't fucking do that. That's my kid. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it's impossible for you to have your previous convictions that the human shields are, simply collateral damage. And that is something to consider here. That's something that is important. Hello? Hello? Look who it is. Fifi. Fifito. Sorry.
For a humanitarian pause or a full ceasefire in Gaza, Sir Keir Starmer's call for the former is exposing fault lines not just with his grassroots. Today, 3 of Labour's best-known figures away from Westminster broke ranks. The London Mayor Sadiq Khan first.
I joined the international community in calling for a ceasefire. It would stop the killing and would allow vital aid supplies to reach those who need it.
A few hours later, Scotland's Labour leader Anna Sarwar.
And let me be clear, that means a ceasefire right now, and we need a proper peace process. Because sadly, right now, there is no peace and there is no process.
And then Andy Burnham, Mayor of Greater Manchester.
The Mayor, Deputy Mayor and the 10 leaders of Greater Manchester join the growing international calls for a ceasefire.
Right. On. The Manx came out before the Scousers did? The fuck's going on in England, dude? That's crazy. That's wild. We clear those Scouser frauds? No, this is crazy times. Andy Burnham is a top lad, to be fair. We don't talk about what's going on with Labour in Liverpool. Manchester is the north as well, very pro-Labour. Scousers don't have a mayor? Wait, what do you mean? Does Liverpool not have a mayor? I actually don't know. Or any representative whatsoever? Like, the fuck? Why? I'm learning about England. Yeah, I'm learning about England. How is the UK real? Dude, it's not. Leader of the city council now. They got rid of the mayor this year in Liverpool. Most places in the UK don't have mayors with actual power. Okay, that's fine. But like some kind of leadership. What the fuck is going on in the UK, dude? They're like abolishing mayoral positions and shit. What's happening, dude? You guys got to figure it out. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. You guys don't have to have a take on Palestine, Israel. I've decided. Just figure it out on your own. You know what I mean? Yeah, Liverpool doesn't even have a mayor. Meanwhile, our governor is meeting Xi Jinping.
Tensions within the party have been growing since this interview with LBC.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation.
Starmer later clarified.
God, he's such a bitch-made ass dumb motherfucker who has literally been handed power like it gift wrapped. And he still sucks. I hate him. I hate what has happened to the labor movement in the fucking UK. I cannot stand the current Labour Party. They had like a brief moment, a shining beacon of light within the Labour Party with Corbyn. You know, I'm not going to say was blameless, right? I mean, he was the most attacked man in the UK for the most unjustifiable shit. Specifically, the charge of anti-Semitism. However, and which was weaponized in that regard, by the way. It was literally weaponized against like socialist forces within labor, specifically to bring back more conservative labor leadership. The Tony Blairites, Tony Blair, as they say in Kosovo, in small Kosovo, Tony Blair. Jeremy Corbyn, that this never forget, I'll never forgive him. Oh yeah, I remember. Fucked up, bro. Chill. Interesting how Jews call for ceasefire, but American patriots can't. Yeah. Guys, don't show me this. This is very anti-Semitic. Speaking of ceasefire, I emailed my representative, and the message I got back was insane. I have Ken Calvert, a Republican demon in California, that basically said, ceasefire can't happen because we don't care about your concerns. Israel's a U.S. ally. I thought representatives were supposed to represent us, not say, Lamau, that's not what I want. Yeah. UN ambassador, Israel's UN ambassador Gilad Erdan and other Israeli diplomats flew to Texas to hold a Christian right prayer rally with Pastor Hagee, cites the prophet Isaiah, a dog whistle for the end times, and calls on evangelicals to help lobby the U.S. government to back Israel as a religious war. Dude, that's my shit, dude.
In the words of Isaiah, for Zion's sake, I will not keep silent. For Jerusalem's sake, I will not remain quiet. We must stand together, Jews and Christians, in our holy mission for the truth. Yeah. Today, dear friends, is a day of action. For tomorrow, our children and grandchildren will ask, how did you stand with Israel in her hour?
Yeah, they will, but like not in the way that you think. If there is any fucking justice in this world, people will look back and go, holy fuck, how did we let this happen? That's crazy. How did we let this happen? Grandpa, were you there? Were you literally looking at it on some dumb fucking himbo's Twitch stream going, I'm actually going to defend the atrocities, as a matter of fact? They're going to be like German grandchildren. Yeah. I mean, straight up. It's fucking nuts. I mean, this part of the conversation is my favorite part, as you guys know. I am a big fan of the evangelical Christian theory of how the rapture has to happen and how it will happen. It will happen by putting all of the chosen sons and daughters of God into Israel proper, from the river to the sea, and I think parts of Egypt as well as Jordan, so that they can, have the rapture happen. Megiddo comes in, Jesus Christ returns to earth. He immediately gets killed because they're like, you're fucking Arab and a communist. So that was what probably would happen. If Jesus Christ actually came back to earth and was like, hey guys, I'm here to fight the devil, they would, like, the IDF would kill him. The IDF would murder him. They would literally drop a bomb on him because he'd be some fucking Arab dude who is speaking of peace and whatever the fuck. Yeah. So there's that part. But anyway, so Jesus Christ comes back to earth, okay, and he's like, oh, I got to fuck up Megiddo, or I got to fuck up Shaitan, whatever. I'm going to kill him. Anyway, then they fucking duke it out. And meanwhile, every single diabetic hog that is in the crowd here listening to this man, who they're shocked can speak English probably. Because, like, the thing is, a lot of those guys are so anti-Semitic. Like, I've talked to Jewish friends of mine who will be like the first Jew that a Christian person has ever seen in like Tennessee and shit. Like, friends of mine have explained to me that like people unironically think that they have horns and shit that they hide with yarmulkes, and they're shocked at the notion, like the stupidity of the average American who's like never seen a fucking Jewish person is unimaginable. Okay, so make no mistake, the allegiance that you are watching between the evangelical Zionists and the Jewish Zionists in Israel is not one out of like love for Judaism or Jews in general. It's just straight up a conditional allegiance so that all of those diabetic hogs can fucking get sucked into heaven in the rapture. You've been PSO'd? What do you mean? What? What is happening? Raid El PSOA. What? Anuj Bost raid? Thank you, Anuj Bost, for the raid. It's a Spanish joke? Oh, okay. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I've been accused of drinking baby's blood. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people think that like Jewish people have tails and fucking horns and shit. Like, these guys who are on the one hand really deeply anti-Semitic to their fucking core, who have never seen a Jewish person and think that like Jewish people are evil and like all powerful or whatever, right? Also simultaneously want Jews to stay the fuck away from their homes, obviously, because they think that they eat babies or whatever, and want them to populate Israel so that, you know, the rapture can happen. Jewish coworker met a nice Southern lady who hadn't met a Jew before. She pulls him aside and says, "So when you watch Seinfeld, do you like get it?" All right, we're going to go live to Gaza after this is done.
Need. We are all watching in horror as millions of Muslims around the world hold anti-Semitic protests supporting the genocidal Hamas terrorists.
Look, he knows exactly what lines to hit. He brought up Isaiah for a purpose, and now he's saying, like, you know, millions of Muslims, they're coming, dude. They're coming for you too.
Spreading this hate loudly. So we need to fight back louder. And Israel needs your voice. It's time to stand up and speak out. We need you now more than ever. We are united as a family because we always remember God's words. I will bless those that bless you, and I will curse those that curse you. Right now, there is an urgency that Israel receives your help with rallying and reminding leaders, representatives, and elected officials of God.
It's so funny that they have to do this because there's no popular movement that they can actually tap into. Like, Hollywood celebrities only go so far, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have anybody. Like, you don't have enough people on the ground that are going to be like, oh, dude, I love Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, please do more of this. Right? So you have to go to, like, an area of people that will be active for you. So you go to a group that normally activates on all the other dumb shit, like abortion and, like, making it illegal. That's the thing. You don't have enough Amy Schumers that will like take it to the fucking streets and be like, we love Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. Please do more of it. Please. Come on. Hey. What's happening? Hello?
God's word. If history has taught us anything, it is that many are quick to forget Jewish agony. And together, we have to ensure that this atrocity never be forgotten. It is crucial you remind everyone that today the blood of Israeli children was spilled, but tomorrow it could be the blood of any country's children. The time to act is now. Now.
Yeah, bro. Hamas is coming to Dallas-Fort Worth. You know what I mean? Watch out, everybody. Hamas is coming to your fucking... Hamas is coming for your jalapeno poppers. Watch out. Hamas is coming. They've said to me that they are going to do global jihad to your jalapeno poppers. They say it is not halal. Halal. Hamas is coming for your halal jalapeno poppers. Please. This is how you try to universalize the plight. You know what I mean? The event included presentations from members of Congress, calls for war with Iran. Meanwhile, other evangelicals, including Trump's Bible study leader, are citing the end times theology to mobilize support for war. So, from what I understand, I mean, guys like this are fucking insane, right? So if I were to look up John Hagee, for example, I'm sure I could find some insane things that he's said. Okay? Let's see. Let's look up John Hagee Hitler. First article that comes in. Oh. So the guy whose televangelist he went to, U.S. pastor apologizes to Jews for God sent Hitler comments. But remember, guys, remember, it's the fucking DSA that's anti-Semitic. Okay? Guys, it's the fucking DSA that's anti-Semitic. He said God sent Adolf Hitler to help Jews reach the promised land. That's what he said. Guys, it's the DSA and the BLM that's anti-Semitic, okay? Why? Amy Schumer told you. She knows. You can only arrive at this position if you literally are just fucking full dick ride mode for Israel. Like, you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit who you do allegiances with. You care about the safety, not of the Israeli citizens, mind you, just of the safety and security of this, like, Israeli nation that exists as a fucking symbol out in the periphery. And you care about that way more than you care about anything else. You're so fucking horny that you're like, yeah, this guy who said God sent Hitler for the Jews is our greatest ally. That's cool, man. That's cool. Our God is an awesome God. You know what I mean? I'm going to fucking retweet that, actually. I realized. Hold on. Is it called a congregation? Are these still called pastors? Haaretz writes, John Hagee is a Muslim-hating, anti-Semitic, annexationist extremist. He's no friend of Israel. Real friends of Israel should steer clear of the hate preacher and CUFI head John Hagee's blood-soaked annexation to Armageddon theological territorial drama and its invisible Palestinians. That's fucking fire, dude. This guy is the best ally, dude. Holy shit. Love that. I can't get the archive PH anymore, by the way. I don't know why. This is something I talk about quite frequently. The televangelist. Erdogan is famously said, God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land. Go ahead, keep crying about anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This is going to get clipped out of context. Man, what do you mean? What is out of context here? The televangelist Erdogan standing next to here famously said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land, but go ahead, keep crying about how anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Like, my point is, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and plenty of fucking ultra-Zionists are literally anti-Semitic. Please stop licking your legs. I'm not licking your lips. I'm not trying to get torqued up when we're talking about John Hagee. Get a load of this guy. What is this? Brian Greenberg. All the Jewish friends and family I've spoken to feel scared, isolated, and misunderstood right now. Can't help but think this is how the Holocaust happened, by normalizing the hatred of Jews. If you think we're acting paranoid, it's because we have a right to be. Oh, yeah. I don't want to fucking shit on this guy, man. I feel bad. I do. I feel bad for people that are like engaging in fucking mass hysteria, because there is a very real and understandable reason for that, epigenetic trauma. Okay. But currently that trauma is misplaced. That fear is unfounded. Not every single person, not every single like American Jewish person that says like I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid for my life right now is saying that because they're legitimately like cynical people that want to shift the attention away from the ongoing active ethnic cleansing campaign Israel is conducting back to their own personal fifis. Okay, not every single person that says that is doing that. Amy Schumer definitely is doing that because she sucks. There are certainly, I'm sure, people who are legitimately afraid because they've been conditioned into thinking that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So any kind of criticism of Israel when they're any kind of criticism of Israel when you know, Israel's engaging in incredibly criticizable actions, you know, that should be condemned widespread, is immediately conflated with anti-Semitism. It might be a legitimate fear, but it's definitely starting to border on mass psychosis. You know what? For no reason, I will show David Graeber's video about Corbyn. I think it was David Graeber who talked about Corbyn and how the anti-Semitism hysteria of Jeremy Corbyn was becoming a legitimate issue. Was becoming a fucking legitimate issue.
One of the things I find most offensive is that I am a self-hating Jew if I am loyal to that tradition of Judaism which has produced such figures as Karl Marx, Baruch Spinoza, Jesus, all those Jewish heretics. Somehow all those guys are freaks, and Bibi Netanyahu represents my true soul. And if I don't like Bibi Netanyahu very much, I'm a self-hating Jew. I can't express how offensive I find that. Those people don't speak for me, and they don't speak for a majority of Jews worldwide. And the fact that they are taking our safety, our culture, our traditions, and using it as a weapon to fight against someone who wants to redistribute a little money so there aren't homeless people on the street, it's a deep, profound insult to the humanistic spirit which is at the core of Judaism. It is itself anti-Semitic. I come from a left-wing Zionist tradition. Actually, my mom was Hashem al-Hatzair, who were socialist Zionists. One of the things which is terrifying is how the right wing has essentially captured the Jewish identity more and more. You hear people saying, well, you know, when people make anti-capitalist statements, they're being subtly anti-Semitic because, as we all know, Jewish people tend...
Dude, that's my favorite. That's my favorite type of fucking idiotic sentiment, dude. That's my favorite. It's like, oh, it seems like when you say anti-capitalist stuff, you mean you just want to say that because you want to substitute it for the word Jew. It's like, no, dog, no. As a matter of fact, fuck no. I've definitely heard that. You haven't duked it out with neolibs for as long as I have, I think, that you've never heard that. What the fuck are you saying? Are you telling me that every capitalist is Jewish? What the fuck? Are you a Nazi? Are you literally a fucking Nazi? Am I talking to a Nazi right now? Because that's what Nazis said. Literally, people who are like, it seems like you're just substituting capitalism with Jew. It's like, hello? Am I? No. What I'm talking about is a relation to the means of production. What you're literally subtly saying is that everyone in power is Jewish. That, you're the Nazi here. Like, what the fuck?
And more likely to be capitalists. It's like Karl Marx, the opposite of that. Rosa Luxemburg, Leon Trotsky, Emma Goldman. There is a long tradition of Jewish radicalism. To some degree, what we now think of as the left.
Neolibs have recently discovered that settlers exist and are now saying that settler is a euphemism for Jewish. Yeah, that's my favorite thing. That, like, a lot of the people that just, like, live on the fuck Hasan camp, but don't actually fully understand the situation that has been ongoing for 75 fucking years. Didn't realize that, like, when I was having a conversation with Ethan, where I was talking about the differences between, like, settlers, which Ethan completely understands, obviously. He fucking lived in Israel, right? But they didn't get it. So they were saying, like, oh, dude, Hasan thinks that, like, babies living in Israel are fucking settlers. He's calling them settlers, and he thinks they should be murdered. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. You just don't understand anything about this because you didn't even, like, do any reading to get the talking points that are readily available. If you go to, like, a PragerU video, okay, you can learn, like, everything you need to fucking repeat in perpetuity. If you want to at least, like, come across as you're informed in this matter. But because you're not fucking informed in this matter at all, you come across like an idiot. Where they were like, Hasan thinks everyone's a settler and deserve to fucking die, dude. Like, no, I'm not talking about that at all. I'm not saying that at fucking all. Settlers in the West Bank is a perfectly different designation than people living in Israel proper. Anyway.
Left is a product of Jewish thought and the Jewish tradition just as much as, say, Christianity comes out of that tradition. when Brown...
What do I say to someone when they say Jews control the media or have a lot of power and they show me a list of Jewish people? Ask them why they think Jews control the media. Ask them why they think that Jews are a monolith. Like, do you think Jewish people have the same one-track mind? Like, they're all operating in a secret cabal? Is that what you think? Because if that's what you think, you're a fucking racist Nazi piece of shit. Okay? First, ask them, why is there a list of Jews? Why do you have a list of Jews? Also, one funny thing that I will say, this is actually, it would be scary, but, for the most part, it's like feckless, cowardly, idiotic Nazis. I remember looking at the list that Kanye posted. If you remember, Kanye would run around with a little placard of with a little placard that showed like all the Jews in media, like. And I remember looking through that list and realizing, oh shit, half of these motherfuckers aren't even Jewish. Like, they are suspected of being Jewish. It's like, dude, these guys literally will be like, they'll look at someone whose name is like Jonathan Brown, and they'll be like, dude, secretly he's hiding that he's Jewish, suspected of being Jewish. Or they'll put people who are married to like a Jewish person. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, did people have a name for like a Jewish cabal controlling the world believers before Nazis? Let's say in 1832. I mean, back then it wasn't like as organized. I think it was more like the fucking village would be like, "Oh my God, Jews are responsible for the fucking famine that we're enduring right now because they like eating babies and drinking baby blood." And then they would kill all the Jewish people or people that they suspected of being Jews in their fucking in their villages, and then they would like forcibly push them out. You know what I mean? It was like the Salem witch trials, but instead of like every woman is a witch, everyone I suspect of being a Jew is a witch. Kind of like that. They were just called anti-Semites. Sartre talked about it a lot. Yeah, this is a super common experience. Yeah, the protocols of Elder Zion. Following the French Revolution, the Russian Tsar released the propaganda, the protocols of Elder Zion. So the cabal shit is that old. Following the French Revolution, yeah. I mean, no, there were historical state-organized anti-Semitism and programs. France is a very famous case of this. No, I'm just talking about, like, the OG. The OG, like, Jews are responsible for everything shit even predates the protocols of Zion. It predates that by a lot. Like, literally, when motherfuckers were living in villages, okay, and they would be like, why no potatoes this winter? They would go, oh, it must be the Jews eating baby blood. Like, you know what I mean? And they found like different versions of it because it went back to the fucking Romans. Exactly. You know, not to pull a Ben Shapiro here, but there was always a way to just find a method to find and blame the Jews. Ironically, of course, and this is something that David Graeber is going to explain to you, even though he paused here, like the one fucking attitude that is inherently against anti-Semitism because it explains explains history through a perspective of commodity production and the relations of how the two different classes under dialectical materialism go against one another in their design society around those boundaries. The materialist perspective completely erodes anti-Semitism, which is why the OG, both Karl Marx, even though people try to say Karl Marx is anti-Semitic, but especially Lenin, were incredibly against anti-Semitism. like, the reason why anti-Semitism festers is because you always need like a spiritual association between good and bad. You don't understand the world through the master-slave dynamic. You look at it and you don't understand it through a materialist lens, right? You look at it from like, oh, there's a secret group of guys that are just like behaving in a way. There's a secret group of guys that are out there that are just bad guys. Okay, they're bad guys. They're the bad guys. Who are the bad guys? Jews. Why do you think that? Well, I didn't really think about it too much, but the guys before me said it was Jews, so I'm going to go along with it. So the irony, of course, is, again, materialist understandings of the world immediately erode any kind of ideological predisposition you might have, and it inherently destroys conspiracy theories, specifically ones that revolve around Jews, which all conspiracy theories ultimately revolve around Jews in general. Okay? So that is the hilarious part about it, which is that most of the, bro, if you get clipped out of context, OML on my life, why would I get clipped out of context here? Anti-Semitism has historically been used as a way to relieve social pressure when material conditions worsen. It's as simple as a usual small group of the population as a scapegoat failure policy of the economic system. Yeah. That's another good way to look at it. It's a very effective outgroup. But inherently, the effective outgroup is only effective if you only think about it as like, if you can't comprehend the world through a materialist lens, you have to find another reason why bad things are happening. And bad things are happening because there are bad guys. Who are the bad guys? Oh, maybe these guys are the bad guys. And it always turns into Jews and allies of those were suspected of being Jewish even. So that's it. Wait, I can't believe you added the guy who's saying Stalin was openly anti-Semitic. He's gonna hit me with the fucking he's gonna talk about the doctor's plot, which is true, right? Like, I mean, there was definitely, Stalin wasn't great. Stalin was not carrying on, I think, Lenin's tradition adequately. It's only one of the many different things that was wrong. But yeah, you know who Stalin was? A fucking Zionist, actually. So just something to think about too. Maybe carrying on. Maybe carrying on the history and the tradition of being a Zionist while also simultaneously having anti-Semitic opinions. What if you place Jew with Zionist in that whole Jews run the world sentiment? No, Zionists don't run the fucking world, bitch. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not appropriate to say Zionists run the world either. Unless you're talking about like all the Christians who are Zionists as well. In many cases, that's not a replication. That's not a replacement of the word Jew in Zionist. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, that just sounds like you're anti-Semitic but trying to hide it. Exactly. No, capitalists run the world. Some of those capital owners are Zionists. That does not mean that they're Jewish, though. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay? As a matter of fact, pound for pound, there's a reason why this fucking dipshit went to talk. This dipshit who, like, yesterday was screaming from the fucking rooftops about how the UN Secretary General has to be fired because he forgot to run the top of the hour ad break at the top of every hour and tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime. Right? Because he forgot to do that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This fucking dipshit, there's a reason why he went and talked to the guy who said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land. Because a lot of anti-Semites who are Christian are the best ultra-Zionists. Okay? That's it. These guys have like a psychotic religious fervor as to why Israel must be Jewish. And then if you look at the people in positions of power in the American government, the reason why they want Israel to exist in the way that it does is because it's a good forward operating base. It's a military base. It's a military base that also has like espionage capabilities, powerful destabilizing force in the region. I would go so far as to say that Iran's interest in Hamas is almost identical to America's interest in Israel in some ways. Not making a moral equivalence here, but as far as like a larger power in comparison and their interest, like I don't believe that Iranians truly care about the emancipation of a bunch of fucking Sunni Muslims in Gaza. They just literally think it's a good destabilizing force against the people that they do want out of the region. You know what I mean? Anyway. The history of why Jews have been disproportionately successful in the capitalist age is actually fascinating, and that is like impossible to talk about without sounding anti-Semitic. Not being able to own land and feudalism leading to living in urban areas, high literacy rates due to liturgical religion, usury laws prohibiting money lending between Christians, pushing them towards mercantilism. Okay, everything that you just mentioned is not, that's not anti-Semitic at all. Like, you are responding, you are literally giving a materialist example as to why that also led to people believing that they had like outsized power and were controlling the fucking government, and then we're controlling the money supply, and that's why we got to fucking purge them and kill them. Like that's like it becomes anti-Semitic when you consider that to be personally a bad thing, that you think that like all Jews across the board are like that when they're not. Okay, clearly. And secondly, this conversation has moved completely away from Israel now, and we're just fucking talking about the historical reasons as to historical materials reasons as to why like why the changing dynamics of the global finance economy benefited throughout the development of industrial society, benefited certain groups. Listen, brother. You think Jewish people didn't want to fucking toil the land? Of course they did. You know what I mean? They couldn't own land. Anyway, the televangelist Erdogan is next to here famously said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to Holy Land. The greatest allies to evangelical what was the term for it? Hold on. Oh yeah, theological territorial. Armageddon theological territorial drama. Logical territorial. Did I say Armageddon right? 1 G and 2 D's. See, I can't even fucking spell. Oh, the televangelist Erdogan is next to here. Hold on, I'm fixing it. Donna speaking to a televangelist who famously said God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land. The greatest allies to Zionism in the United States are anti-Semitic evangelical Christians who believe in theological territorial Armageddon. I don't understand why is this person one of the greatest allies to Zionism? Where is there any backing for that? Purely questioning. Beautiful question, my friend. Look up the pound for pound donations coming to Israel and Israeli charities from the United States of America, and you will realize that American Jews are not number one at sending money to Israel. As a matter of fact, it's American evangelical Christians that are number one. They send more money to Israel than American Jews do. Do you want to know why? Because they believe in what I just mentioned that this Haaretz article also mentions. Yep. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Like, I mean, instead of questioning me, why don't you question the fact that the fucking UN ambassador to Israel is just like randomly sitting in Texas right now when his country is engaging in ethnic cleansing against Palestinians? Why the fuck is he at a church in Texas, a mega church in Texas? How does that not even spark any interest in your brain for a second where you go, why the fuck is he in Texas? I mean, think about that. Erdogan is speaking to a televangelist who famously said, God sent Hitler to send the Jews to the Holy Land. The greatest allies to Zionism in the U.S. are anti-Semitic evangelical Christians who believe in theological territorial Armageddon. There you go. We did it. Yeah. Hagee also called Hitler a half-breed Jew. Jesus fucking Christ. Zionism turns into anti-Semitism so quick, most non-Jewish Zionists are anti-Semitic. Yeah, I mean, they also get real fucking horny and think that they could just this is the other thing he said. Nationally prominent mega pastor Hagee claims Hitler was a half-breed Jew. In a sermon that Hagee once said, the phrase in scripture used solely to identify the Jewish people. It suggests that this man, the Antichrist, is at least going to be partially Jewish, as was Adolf Hitler, as was Karl Marx. I love that he said Adolf Hitler was the Antichrist, which, fine, fair, but also Karl Marx was the Antichrist. The difference, of course, is that Karl Marx actually was Jewish. So he's just fucking insane. All right,
When the shirts hit the street, when the Nazis show up and start taking people away, the guys who are out there defending the Jewish neighborhood will tend to be the radical left. Basically, will tend to be exactly the people that were being targeted. So it's crazy to go after them and to ignore the right. You know, they went through anything that...
Yes! This is what was so frustrating to me. Tories have never been fans of Jewish people. Just because they say they love Israel does not mean that they care about Jewish people. It's fucking insane. They literally posted they put up a goddamn statue of Nancy Astor, who literally said Hitler has some good ideas, while people were fucking shitting on Corbyn and claiming that Corbyn was anti-Semitic. Fuck.
Corbyn had ever said, and tried to figure, is there anything we can construct as if it were somehow anti-Semitic? Obviously, if you did that, you could prove anybody was anti-Semitic. You could prove that Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan were communists. If you just took quotes in isolation and said, well, he laid a wreath. I mean, Ronald Reagan did lay a wreath on the cemetery of SS troops at Bitburg, the very same force that was running Auschwitz. He knew he was doing it, and no one's ever accused him of being an anti-Semite as a result. Around the same time as everybody was going on and on and on about how Corbyn is supposedly an anti-Semite because he wasn't rigorous enough in disciplining trolls on Twitter, you have Boris Johnson and Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is doing a tour of the radical right.
He's going to give a speech in Commons today that's going to throw down. He just went back to the Daily Telegraph as a columnist. I've been talking to him all weekend about this speech.
And the very next day, or maybe it was 2 days, Johnson comes out with that famous letterbox thing about women in burqas. It was obvious that Bannon gave him the idea. So here he is intentionally sort of inflaming Islamophobic, doing this kind of little dog whistle game on the advice of an overt racist. And everybody's like, la-di-da-da-da, nothing to see here. I mean, Boris Johnson wrote a book which is so obviously anti-Semitic. The only thing you can think is that people are just pretending not to see it. He actually describes Jewish oligarchs controlling the media and fiddling with the news to change it to their advantage. I mean, it's a classic anti-Semitic Jewish conspiracy theory overtly expressed, you know, in his own name, in something he wrote. Now, find me anybody in the Labour Party who's done something like that. Yet, if you look at the number of mentions of Tory or conservative anti-Semitism versus Labour anti-Semitism in the media, at its height in 2018, there were over 6,000 articles mentioning Labour anti-Semitism, and the number of articles mentioning Tory or conservative anti-Semitism was 0. It is probably significant that not only...
The weaponization of Labour anti-Semitism by David Graeber. This is very important because lobbyists and Christian and some Jewish Zionists have wanted to bring this rabid weaponization of anti-Semitism that existed in the UK and still exists in the UK to America. The Democratic majority for Israel, okay, was a group that the very same people that did this against Corbyn launched in the United States of America. Their entire goal was to eliminate anyone and everyone that was more progressive than fucking Nancy Pelosi. Okay? Is David Graeber a crusty anarchist? Listen, brother, I'm going to explain something to you. As much as I make fun of anarchists, I still read them, and you should too. Anyway, and also, David Graeber was a wonderful person who unfortunately passed away. Also, where was I? Fuck, I got sidetracked. Okay, so what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. What the fuck was I talking about? I forgot. Oh, Democratic majority for Israel. So, Democratic majority for Israel was created by the same fucking dudes that did this against Corbyn. And their sole goal, okay, their singular goal wasn't to like combat anti-Semitism, was to weaponize anti-Semitism against those who were more progressive than Nancy Pelosi. They would try to prop up primary opponents to the squad. They tried to attack Bernie Sanders and said Bernie Sanders was an anti-Semite. At the time, I covered this extensively, and I told you guys how laughable it is because Americans don't think that way. They're not as like advanced in the Zionist fucking brainworms as to think that like a Jewish guy could possibly be anti-Semitic, which ironically, yes, you can be Jewish and anti-Semitic, of course, right? Except from the perspective of Americans, they'd be like, what? He's Jewish. That's ridiculous. Shut the fuck up. And now it seems like we are getting to that era, or people are pushing for that here in the United States of America as well. Like the British... the British style of weaponization of anti-Semitism against those deemed too progressive for American politics is happening here too.
Not only did the conservatives oppose the condemnation of Viktor Orban, who's a classic right-wing anti-Semite, Johnson put in his platform specifically to criminalize travelers. And I don't think there's any precedent for a political platform in the UK of a political party to specifically mention an ethnic group and say we intend to persecute them. And it's a very group that second to the Jews was the most persecuted by the Nazis. Anti-Semitism has to be fought like any other form of racism. You can't single it out and say the rules are different from some people than for others. All of these forms of structural bias, of prejudice, I don't like to use the word hatred.
When you speak of Bernie being Jewish, you mean not religiously, right? Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Have you met a Jewish person? The number of Jewish people that aren't reformist Jews is, you know, much smaller than the number of people who are not exactly religious. The fuck? In Israel, I think the number is like 80, what is it, 75% or something? Like, yeah. Most Jews are secular.
Because I think the word hatred is overused. A lot of the people who are the most...
You know what the funniest thing is? Not all Jews are Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro is not even like... Dude, Ben Shapiro is anti-abortion, okay? Jews, religious Jews are not anti-abortion. Secular Jews are not anti-abortion, but neither are fucking religious Jews. It's in the Torah. Ben Shapiro is a religious Christian. He behaves like a religious Christian. So it's not even like his perspective. I mean, he's also very anti-Semitic. He just always says like bad Jew, bad Jew, bad Jew all the time to people. So it's so funny that like he literally advocates for a cause that while simultaneously LARPing as like this super religious Orthodox Jew, but like his perspective is like major cause against abortion is literally totally permissible, allowed by his religion. It doesn't make sense until you realize he's just a you know, weapon for the Christians.
Dangerous are not the ones who are inspired by strong emotions like hatred. They are cynical, calculating people who are trying to turn people against each other, create a kind of political poison, to take people whose interests are in common, whose experiences are much more similar to each other than they are to the people in control of our society, and to make them hate each other. Those are the people we really have to worry about. Anti-Semitism is a problem. It exists in our society, and we shouldn't pretend that it doesn't. I think people who say, what are you talking about? There are no anti-Semites in the Labour Party. No, that's absurd. Of course there are. On the other hand, the question is it worse in the Labour Party than it is anywhere else? And at least until this scandal broke, it was very clear that like Labour Party voters were less likely to be anti-Semitic. On the other hand, if you're trying to create
It's so funny because it's like, wow, dude, the Labour Party is so anti-Semitic. I'm like, hello? Have you seen a Tory? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, this is what is always so frustrating to me. Like, motherfuckers who write for, like, you know, the Federalist paper, you know what I mean? Like people that write for papers that are so deeply and rabidly anti-Semitic that turn around and go, man, the DSA is out of control. They fucking love Hamas. They're such anti-Semitic pieces of shit. It's like, I hate that fucking liberals give that an ounce of credibility. I despise those liberals, okay? I despise those liberals who are like, man, the left sure is anti-Semitic. It's like, brother, anti-Semitism exists in every facet of society. It's the most OG fucking type of most damaging conspiracy out there. It's at the heart of every fascist theory. It's at the heart of every conspiracy theory. Okay? But if you think for a fucking brief moment, if you think, stick to your lane, dog, what do you mean? If you think for even a fucking brief ass moment that the left has a much larger problem with anti-Semitism than the right, you are fucking delusional. You just hate socialism, and now you're using anti-Semitism as another mechanism to attack leftists. That's it. Crazy. Anti-Semitism wasn't at the core of Japanese fascism, though. Okay, bro. I mean, calm down, okay? Fucking calm down. Yes, fair. Even from what I understand, they tried to instill anti-Semitic theories in the minds of the Japanese fascists, but they were too far removed from even understanding what a Jewish person is to be able to develop such ideas. Yeah, it's the classic Felix bit that the Japanese were like, "Oh my God." Like they were sent a copy of the Protocols of Zion and they were like, "Oh my God, these guys are so powerful. What the fuck?" And they believed it and were like, "We should align with them." Yeah. Misunderstanding anti-Semitic propaganda and thinking they're like super powerful, cool guys is really funny. Anyway,
anti-Semitism. If you're trying to create a feeling that there is a Jewish conspiracy intervening in politics, I can't think of a better way of doing it than what actually happened, which is a group of people, most of whom were not Jewish, going to the media and screaming their heads off and trying to create hysteria, trying to terrify the Jewish population, trying to create an atmosphere of fear of potential purges within a political party, because then people are going to say, well, maybe there is some kind of conspiracy going on. You know.
Yeah, the thing that is happening, it's happening in France too. And it's so fucking stupid that people are believing in it. And God damn it, liberals are always giving it up. Okay? Same in France right now. Le Pen's party was literally created by the ex-SS members, but now everyone left of Mélenchon is saying that the radical left is more anti-Semitic because they are not pro-genocide in Gaza. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This kind of shit. Brother, this literally fucking happened, okay? This already happened. Back then, Jews across the board were, of course, way more revolutionary and were also mostly communist socialists too. So they were either first slaughtered for being communist or socialists, and then also, of course, slaughtered for being Jewish. But you know, communism was seen as the Jewish ideology. Okay. But liberals, all the same, ended up aligning with fucking fascists back then. They did that. They already did that. And now it's happening again. Liberals are being cut and fascism is bleeding out of their bodies. The way that they fucking immediately jump and go, yeah, actually, the left is so deeply anti-Semitic. That's why we got to fucking align ourselves with like the likes of Marie Le Pen. Okay, cool.
Wasn't, as it turned out, largely a Jewish conspiracy. Most of the people doing it weren't Jewish, and most of the people who were Jewish were hardly representative of the Jewish community at large. But it's important to remember that the people who were the most loud in accusing Corbyn of anti-Semitism had been protesting everything else they could possibly think of about Corbyn, ranging from his unelectability to his taste in clothes. You know, they've been trying to make a scandal out of something for years on end.
The bike that he rode was the Mao.
Hadn't shown the slightest concern, many of them, for Jewish issues until they figured out, oh, this is something we can make it stick. And one reason, of course, that it seems to stick is because he'd been a long-term campaigner for Palestinian rights. In America, there was an attempt, even before the fervor about Corbyn, during the governor's race in New York, to accuse the other side of anti-Semitism. And the New York Times stepped in. In this case, they said, no, don't go there. This is a really bad precedent. We do not want to weaponize anti-Semitism by using it for cheap political shots. But then after what happened in the UK, there's been a second round. And people were saying, well, maybe if it worked so well against...
Dude, the Washington Examiner, bro... The Washington Examiner is like fucking posting greedy merchant memes, like, but in a more serialized and more serious manner on days where they're not writing this article about how Bernie Sanders is an anti-Semitism problem. Okay? Like, this is what blows my fucking mind about the process here. Fuck! These are the guys who are like George Soros, the Jewish puppet master, bastardizing American society by allowing dirty brown people to come in through the southern border. Am I right? And then they go, you know who's really anti-Semitic? Fucking Bernie Sanders. Makes me so mad. And then dumb bitches don't even fucking go, where am I getting this information from? Well, I'm a dumb bitch, so they have a George Soros tag. Washington Examiner has a George Soros tag. Bro! George Soros Group quietly funded trip by Democrats to meet left-wing foreign leaders. Legalized shoplifting becomes a racket and minorities hardest hit. George Soros Foundation's cut in Europe anger beneficiaries. Why I no longer feel safe walking around Philadelphia. Why? Because a Jewish billionaire made it so that crime is legal. You know, a Jewish billionaire controlling society. A Jew controlling society and destroying the beautiful Western civilization, right? You know who said that? Nazis did. And there's nothing different here. It's just that they decided, instead of saying America is a Christian nation, America is a Judeo-Christian nation that is aligned with Israel because, Israel is our most important asset. Okay? I mean, listen, I've told you this before. Like, this motherfucker was a broke boy, okay? And is a broke boy in comparison to, like, fucking the likes of Sheldon Adelson. You know what I mean? Ridiculous. Not that it fucking matters, okay? Like, in comparison to fucking, the Koch brothers? Fuck, yeah, I know Sheldon's dead. Rest in piss. He was a freak. But, you know who's the real, who's the real power player? I don't know, maybe the Koch brothers, don't you think? Also, one of them is dead. Ridiculous. Also, he's a literal Holocaust survivor. I know, that's the fucking craziest part. Like, I'm not a fan of George Soros by any means because he is an annoying fucking lib. And everything he has done is at the behest of the American. The only real violence George Soros has funded was anti-communist rebels in Tibet. Yeah, he is. It's not the only violence he's funded. He is a lib. He's a lib. He is a billionaire lib, okay? He is the most annoying fucking neoliberal out there with the Ford Foundation or Open Society Foundation. He is the biggest fucking lib, and it's very annoying. And I mean that in like in a negative way, okay? But the idea that like he is a major power player that's like disrupting the fucking world in a Jewish way is pretty funny. Because, there are plenty of other American Christian billionaires that are infinitely more damaging to American domestic politics, especially. Look up what he did in Ukraine in 2014. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to get into any of that. We're addressing like why the real anti-Semites are on the right always.
Corbyn, we can try it against Sanders. Of course, Sanders is Jewish, so it's going to be a little more difficult, right? But they gave it a shot, and they're definitely using it against some of his allies. I think that it's important to distinguish between three things that people often confuse. One is anti-Semitism, another is anti-Zionism, and the third thing is opposition to the Israeli government. You can say that the current right-wing government of Israel is horrific and still not be opposed to the existence of Israel, let alone not hate Jews. And what people are trying to do now is not just conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. They're trying to inflate anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, and opposition to a particular political party and its agenda, which is just crazy. The project of Zionism meant something very different from someone who was a follower of Jabba.
I mean, I've literally made that joke. I talk about Bill Gates might as well be Jewish the way these motherfuckers talk about him. I've said that before as a joke. Like, they literally do the same thing to Bill Gates, but it doesn't stick as hard because he's like not, Bill Gates is the most like genteel man that gets like anti-Semitic conspiracies launched against him.
I mean, he sucks too, but because he's a fucking billionaire who has like eviscerated public schooling in this country and also has like very weird, almost eugenics backed, very weird eugenics, almost eugenics ideas in Africa. And also, he denied the vaccine IP to the fucking world. That was really gross. And said that India doesn't have the productive powers to be able to, the productive capabilities to be able to like make their own vaccine.
Tinsky, who might as well have been a fascist but happened to be Jewish, and someone who was, say, Hashim Hatzair, who was a socialist Marxist who wanted to go to Israel to create a communal society in cooperation with the Arabs who lived there. I'm actually myself a little uncomfortable when people use, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm anti-Zionist, but all Zionists are evil. No, they weren't all evil. I mean, the project has ended up in an absolutely horrific right-wing government. That doesn't mean it had to turn out that way. I'm an anarchist. I'm opposed to states as...
I agree with what David Graeber is saying. Zionism is a colonial ideology. Brother, you're talking about a colonial ideology. Saying Zionism is a colonial ideology, which I agree with, like as far as Theodore Herzl and the way he perceived it and the way he mentioned it, completely removes one very important part of this equation. The justification for why Jews were fucking terrified and wanted to have a goddamn nation state for themselves. Okay? I need you to understand something here. You are engaging in unnuanced thinking. The problem with the formation of the Israeli state wasn't that there was an Israeli state at all. The problem with the formation of the Israeli state that it was born not out of cooperation, but out of expulsion. That's it. Mostly because of the British, if we're keeping it $1.50. Agree to disagree? No, 100%, dude. And obviously it was a militant movement. Zionism very quickly became a militant movement, okay? It was born out of military conquest against a civilian population. What happened? The Irgun brigades, Lihi, the what's the word, Haganah, like these were all basically standing armies that butchered and slaughtered and terrorized the Arab, Palestinian, Christian and Muslim population in that area. But it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's not supposed to be that way. It should have not ever been that way. And there were plenty of people. Do we have Zionism without hurting anyone? Real question. Yes. If it wasn't done by partition, but by equal distribution of land in a cooperative way, especially because there were already Jews there. They were like around 3%. And by By the 1940s, they were around 30%. There was always a point where that could have, where cooperation could have occurred. It's just that it could have never happened under the guise of British colonial powers. Because the British colonial powers did not care or understand the situation on the ground at all. Michael Brooks 100% disagrees with that take. What take? All actual Zionist states end up in apartheid and excluding several groups who are not at the center of the Zionist movement. Look at any religious Zionist project in the religion. Michael Brooks 100% agrees with that take. I mean, I respect his position. I think that while Zionism is inherently colonialist, my perspective on it is that, yes, I think that it's understandable that Jewish people were fearful and wanted to have a state. Does that make sense? Because, like, a lot of the people coming after World War II were coming as people who had just escaped concentration camps. You know what I mean? That's like, I think that it's important to understand that. People that even escaped pogroms in Arab nations as well during Arab nationalist movements, during post-colonial movements that were occurring. Like, these are tumultuous times that where many Jewish people deserved to have a state and wanted to be free of oppression. This is something that I perfectly understand. I get that. It's just the actions themselves were completely unjustifiable. And what became of the Zionist project was that the most militant facets completely overtook the movement. Immigration is not the same as colonialism. Yes, because it wasn't immigration. It could have been, but it wasn't. Has anyone ever told you look a little like the CEO of Instagram? Who? Fucking Mark Zuckerberg?
As a solution to anything. But I think that everyone has a right to live where they want to live. If Jewish people identify with this as their homeland, they have a right to live there, but so does anybody else who identifies it as their homeland. I mean,
oh, this is it. Yeah, the American Jewish Labor Congress overwhelmingly voted against its formation in 1999, the 500,000 American Jewish Labor Congress. People did see the writing on the wall, but at the same time, there were plenty who went with good intentions and also fear of the brutal genocide in 1992. What am I saying? In World War II. Dude, I think people that don't understand, I don't think people understand the fucking mentality. Adam Mosseri, spitting image. Is that the CEO of Instagram? I'll look it up. I don't think people understand what the fuck. You think I look like this guy? What are you, fucking nuts? The fuck? This guy? You think I look like this guy? Freaking nerd. Anyway. That's why I told you guys to watch 1948 Creation and Catastrophe. Because I think while you leave that documentary thinking, oh my God, these guys were so fucking brutal, so close in proximity to the Holocaust especially, you also kind of understand, in my opinion, like where the fear it came from. Like, this is the Holocaust is a truly unique evil. Like, it is a really, really fucked up thing that happened. I don't know how to, like, anything that I mention about the Holocaust will not serve the cruelty that Jewish people experienced, and not just Jewish people, but certainly a lot of Jewish people experienced. So, is it true about the numbers? What the fuck are you saying? Yes, yes, the numbers are true. What the fuck? One of the most well-documented atrocities on the fucking planet. Yes. Gross. The Palestinian, no, I don't understand. I mean, look, I'm not saying it is justifiable in any meaningful capacity what Zionist brigades did, okay, or what the Israeli state has done. Not completely, unimaginably unacceptable. Look at Nanking, look at the Indonesian purges. The Holocaust is brutal, but every reoccurring ethnic and ideological cleansing phenomena. Wanting refuge versus colonial support of a project that would always spin fascist 100% of the time under capitalism. No, I think that, I mean, even like compared to the Indonesian purges, yeah, like also vile, atrocious. Nanking, I can't speak on, but I would say that in comparison to the Indonesian purges, yes, like the Holocaust was still more brutal, but at that point we're just doing like atrocity competitions, and it's weird. It's weird to say that. Like, it's weird to make that comparison. You know? Dude, where look at these fucking little Nazis, dude. 6 million is an exaggeration. Yeah, totally. Totally, man. Good job. No, keep it coming. Easiest bands of all fucking time, dude. Listen, if someone who wants to defend the current Israeli state and its ethnic cleansing campaign and engages in like any kind of revisionist bullshit, okay, I will clap them. But if you think that this is a easy opportunity for you to fucking, you know, try and shove some classic fucking Nazi rhetoric in here, you know, you will get destroyed.
You don't have to have these violent exclusionary solutions.
It's especially ironic because when you say the numbers are exaggerated, you're wrong. It's an undercount. If you only think about the 6 million, then you literally forget that the atrocities were even greater than that because it was double the amount, as a matter of fact. Like disabled people, Romani people, travelers, communists, Marxists, suspected Marxists. And that is before you even, and that's just like the concentration camp component. We're not even fucking talking about gay people, trans people, that sort of thing too. But we're forgetting the human civilian casualty toll as well, or the fucking soldier toll as well. In that regard, you get the fucking Slavs. Dude, it is, I talk about this a lot. It is very difficult, not unique. Look at Nanking, look at the Indonesian purges, which is I'm against that calculus. Fuck anti-Semitism. I'm being analytical. Clap all those motherfuckers. Click my logs. I did. Like, it's not easy to kill millions of people. It's especially not easy to do that while you're also waging war. Like, it is a very difficult process. You have to be just so systematically gross, like so systematically subhuman. This is why I try to explain to you when we're talking about what's going on in Gaza. Yeah, the Einsatzgruppen death squads just fucking roving around all of Europe, killing everybody. 12 million number is also a significant underestimation too. But the thing is, like it was a machine. It was a machine specifically designed to like murder as many people as possible, because that is a very difficult endeavor to engage in. It's unimaginable. Like, the most efficient way to do it is obviously, you know, nuclear holocaust. What America was able to do with one hit, right? 2 hits. And even then, think about the toll. Think about the death number there. It's like what? 50,000 immediately? Not a million, 50,000. 220,000 total. Okay, but again, no, I think the 200,000 is like with the fallout, right? But ban me already. I fucking hate you, piece of shit, Weasley little liar. What? 8 months. 8 months subscriber. What is this? Wait, what? Why? You need to debunk that fake GoPro too. Why would they have GoPros? It's clearly a lie. Those babies could have been settlers. You never know. What? Is this guy just coming in here to fucking be like hitting the angle from both sides? Like, what's happening? It's Friday. He must be drunk, I think. You got 46 timeouts. Holy shit. And banned. Way back in the day. In 2019, he got banned. Why do you hate me?
What if he's the guy from the 2019 party? Oh, the hate watcher from... Remember one time a chatter had none and you cooked them? I mean, he's been in here since 2018, brother. Like, he fucking has been following me since 24th of December, 2018. I wonder why he has this take, but I guess he's not going to respond. All right, let's finish this.
Problems. It is conceivable for people to work out their problems reasonably and get along. In fact, it requires a lot of work to keep people apart, to keep people from comparing notes and noticing that actually they have a lot more in common than they have which divides them. You have forces right now in the Middle East trying as hard as they can to stop people from realizing how much they have in common, in much the same way that racism has been deployed to keep working class people from uniting against their employers. At this time, nationalists' ideologies are almost invariably deployed to keep people forgetting how much they actually have in common with their neighbors. If the last election in the UK showed anything, it's that the existing media is not our friend. We need to create media that...
Oh, man. Rest in power. This wasn't even what I was looking for. What I was looking for is like the hysteria that the anti-Corbyn anti-Semitism weaponization caused amongst Jews in Britain. I think it was maybe not Graeber who made that. You're an anti-Semite for saying that? Saying what? That at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. W.K. Kona. They just responded, by the way, to say lol. Yeah, that makes me sad, brother. I don't know why you hate me. I won't ban you until you say something fucked up, though. Anyway. Got a bunch of jackasses in here, lol. I mean, always. Always. But yeah, the all right, let's finish. I don't want to fucking watch. I don't want to see this piece of shit's face any longer. Dude, we didn't even watch a single one of the fucking Themasius videos on the playlist, by the way. Especially because, like, we moved immediately into the ground operation expanding.
Take care of each and every Hamas operative. That is not going to be a blitzkrieg situation. That is going to be a long operation. And judging the operations from the noise and the sounds, etc., that we're hearing today is just a beginning. You are, from your standpoint, are going to see a lot more of this as we go into the next days. All depending, by the way, the timetable is all depending, by the way, the possibility of releasing the hostages. If we're convinced that the hostages are not going to be released, and the only condition that we're willing to release the hostages is a no condition release. If this is going to happen, then you'll see a full incursion, and the full incursion is going to be a much bigger, a lot noisier than you have been hearing now.
So you believe it is possible, even at this phase, for there to be a large-scale release of hostages?
Let me explain. The Hamas from moment one said we are willing to release if you agree to a ceasefire with international guarantees, meaning a real ceasefire forever. Let us live don't punish us or don't try to eradicate us after the 7th of October massacre. Once you give us an international guaranteed ceasefire, we're willing to swap all the hostages for all the prisoners in Israel. In other words, they want us to release 7,000 prisoners, or somewhat 7,000 prisoners. And these 7,000 prisoners are going to join the Hamas.
That's insane. Brother, the only reason, oh my God, fuck you. You're such a fucking piece of shit. The only reason why Israel could very easily release 7,000 prisoners is because the overwhelming majority, almost 99%, are not fucking Hamas terrorists, but instead regular old, like, Palestinian people that have been arrested under suspicion of, like, looking in the direction of a fucking settler, for example, or literally just being Palestinian. There's also, amongst the 7,000 prisoners, are literally children too. Like, there's literally fucking kids there. Like, that's insane.
Raising children, knowing that across the border, 20 miles away,
it's more than 7,000. I think it's 11,000.
There are people that can do what they did on the 7th of October. This is impossible, and this is why you will see at the end of the day,
he is drunk. I was right about that.
And it's going to be a full blast.
I have turned on.
Rami Eager, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
I am user Privatin word, if that helps.
For main mass
I have turned on Hasan long ago. I'm tired of not being banned in here. It's shameful. Tired, but almost so drunk. But I've hated him for a long time.
Also from here,
I have a 6-figure job.
Troops will face in Hamas's tunnel networks under Gaza.
I'm gonna unban this guy. I want to hear him. I want to hear from him
on where all this may leave the hostages. First, as we go to break, more of their names and faces.
What does he mean by this? Gotta respect a hater. Like, I've turned on him, but I've hated him a long time ago. I want to know. I want to know what he means by this. Like, why? Why is he hating me for a long time? I'm willing to bet that it's mostly things that he thinks I've said or things that he's misunderstood. And now he's just like, you guys are so easy to troll. I love Hasan. Oh, nice, dude. I don't think you're saying that right now because you believe it. I think the other stuff you said was more real. Once I touch a little bit of bread, the socialism stuff is over, that chatter. Constant RD poster. Oh. I mean, listen, brother, I changed my mind, perma him. No, we're not going to perma him. Okay, I want to know why he has the perspectives that he has. You know what I mean? I'm willing to bet if we examined it, he would come to the recognition that, like, everything he thinks of me is just completely misguided. It's also very odd. And it also makes sense that he was just, like, in here not really listening to what I was saying when I said I hate you, because I was literally talking about how, like, the Holocaust is uniquely and historically evil. So I assume he was just not paying attention. His drunk ass was just probably in here being like, this is a good time to drop in. Anyway, there's a massive protest in Nablus as well from a couple hours ago. Anyway, covered this. Oh, this is what I wanted to show. This was gone
videos
viral.
For everyone who support Palestine. If you don't support Palestine, you can scroll. What's Palestine? I am dead ass requesting you to tell me what's Palestine. Do you know who you're chanting for and what you're chanting? When you say free Palestine, you are not talking about Gaza. Do you know that? Gaza is not Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It is calling to end the existence of Israel from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, which
It's fire. She's spitting, dude.
includes the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the entire state of Israel, the only Jewish state in the entire world. 7 million Jews and 2 million Arabs live here in peace.
That's a bit of a cap. I don't think the 9 million people living in Israel are living in a peaceful way. That is before we even think about like the Bedouin or the Palestinian citizens of Israel that are also second-class citizens in general and are like not allowed to have the same amenities. But also, you can't fucking talk about peacefully existing when you are operating an apartheid state. Okay? You just can't say that. There is no, like, this. The South African government, while maintaining the apartheid, could not be like, listen, we're fucking peacefully existing here in South Africa. Okay? We're peacefully existing. No, you're not. It is inherently not peaceful. It is the opposite. Okay? That's before we even talk about the Nakba. Okay? There's no peacefully existing when you are operating an apartheid state. You can't say that. Actually, they did say that. I know, but it's fucking ridiculous. Every single person will look at that. You don't address the tiger to the sea slogan as a call to genocide, though? Yeah, it's not. It's not a fucking, what do you mean? The river to the sea, you mean? It's not a genocidal slogan at all. That's where the Palestinian people live. That's where the Palestinian people have a right to return. It's not. All right, let's continue.
With your free Palestine idea, where do you want us to go? Where do you want?
Stay where you're at. Stay where you're at. Give reparations and allow Palestinians to be able to return to their fucking homeland. You know what I mean? The ones that were purged and ethnically displaced fucking 75 years ago, 56 years ago, many, many times over, last year, this fucking year, right now. Allow them to peacefully coexist. You can stay wherever the fuck you are. The idea of no longer believing in the project of Zionism doesn't mean ethnically cleansing Jews. It's not taking the harm that Zionists have done to the Palestinians and like having them suffer under conditions that are similar. It's just to say, listen, as long as Palestinians can also peacefully coexist here, then it's fine. Now, of course, Brain Dead Trolls are going to clip Chimp, stay where you are so hard, bro. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't she in Israel? I don't get it. Stay where you are. There's no... I assume she's in Israel. She's acting like she's in Israel. Okay? Anyway, it's pure projection. You recognize that your project has been a colonial and violent one, so you assume any kind of restitution will also be done under similar means. This is the same fear that a lot of white people in America have, where they think, oh, if white people become the minority, okay, then white genocide is happening. Why? Because then when we become the minority, they'll treat us the way we treated them. It's the same principle behind every other master-slave dynamic. It's the same principle behind how the capital owner, the boss, thinks that, oh my God, the worst fate to befall me is not that I die, it's that I become a laborer again. And I know how bosses treat laborers because I am a boss at this moment. It's the same exact thing over and over again. That's it. It's the colonizer assuming that the same fate will befall the colonizer once they are no longer the colonizer. That's why ultimately, okay,
idea always revolves around a hypothetical future genocide. This is like what this is what Zionists say all the time. It's like, well, if we don't do a genocide now, then there might be a hypothetical future genocide. And that's a ridiculous way to justify your existence. It's crazy.
Us all to go. What do you think is gonna happen the day Israel stops existing? Do you not think that if Hamas takes over, if the damage they are already doing, having full control, full complete control over the tiny area that is Gaza, what do you think is gonna happen the day they have?
It's so funny. This also is like kind of like a weird Jewish supremacist way of thinking, because it's like you get mad because you're like, well, Hamas is like they're Muslim fundamentalists, right? They're Islamist fundamentalists. Okay, well, what's going on in the Israeli government? What's happening with the Israeli government right now? Like, so what's happening there? You have like Messianic Jews that are Jewish supremacists and fascists, like outright fucking fascists, who are varying degrees of psychopathic right-wingers, okay? And they are operating under the assumption that like they want to genuinely develop the final stage of the theocratic ethno-state while simultaneously purging the lands, cleansing them of all the Palestinians. Okay, and you're saying like, fucking Hamas is going to come in and do the same thing, but in the Muslim direction, and that will be worse. If you have no issue with the current way that the Israeli government operates, then you shouldn't have an issue with the way that Hamas could operate as well. It's just that you think that it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different because they're Muslim. However, there is the most Messianic Jews aren't really a thing in Israel. Messianic Jews are also called Jews for Jesus. Yes. Well, I'm talking about like settlers as well. So Messianic Jews and also Zionist Christians. Itamar Ben-Gvir is the national security minister and open fascist. Exactly. The point is, if you want to destroy the power that Hamas has, okay, the best thing to do is stop what you've done so far as the Israeli state that has created the conditions for them to seize power. That's it. Time and time again, Palestinians have said all they want to do is be able to coexist. Hasan sounds smart until one of his viewers has the brain the size of an atom. Nice, dude.
Full, complete control over the state of Israel. What do you think is gonna happen to you chanting Free Palestine in the streets right now?
Oh, then this is even funnier, because then not only is Hamas going to overtake Israel and turn Israel into like an Islamist fundamentalist place where they're ethnically cleansing Jews, but then also on top of that, they're going to come for everyone in America too. Exactly. Listen, brother, sisters, people that believe this shit, a lot of liberal Zionists in America, not Jews, like Christian liberal Zionists, Jewish liberal Zionists that are otherwise progressive, will look at this situation, okay, and go, that is right. Maybe they'll come for me next. And that is no different than the dumbass fucking conservatives thinking that, like, if we don't kill every pedophile warlord in Afghanistan or give them bags of fucking cash, they're going to come for our personal freedoms here in the United States of America. How is this any different? How is this any fucking different? You literally think that if the Taliban takes over Afghanistan, brother, you don't understand. They're coming for my freedom of speech next. It's the same shit. Instead of Taliban, substitute that with Hamas. Ridiculous.
want freedom for the people of Gaza, who, by the way, you guys are categorizing together as Palestinians, you have no idea who lives there. If you want freedom for these people, you stand with Israel to end whoever is actually.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, the actual occupiers are the Palestinians themselves, who are inside of the current formation of the Gazan government, which happens to be Hamas. That's cool. Yeah. No, totally. The only way we can liberate people is by bombing them. Okay, so does that mean fucking Palestinians can bomb Israel to rid it of its corrupt, incredibly fucking right-wing administration? Is that what you think Hamas is doing when they're sending rockets? Yeah, dismantle the fucking Iron Dome then, so that Hamas rockets can finally fucking reach their targets and rid Israel of its corrupt right-wing fucking administration. Of course, if you were to say that, everyone would look at you like you're fucking crazy. But you can say that about Palestinians all day because Palestinians are not seen as fucking humans.
Occupying them. Israel has never attacked Gaza unprovoked. Israel has never, ever targeted the Gazan civilians during any war or any attack that we have inflicted upon Hamas and their terror targets, the places they hide their rockets and guns and ammunition, which are civilian homes, hospitals, schools.
Yeah, dude. Again, same principle still stands as always, okay? Anything that you hear someone say about Palestinians, you can substitute for Israel and you would get the actual truth of the matter. Swap Hamas for the IDF or Israeli government and swap Palestinian for Israeli, and you literally arrive at the same fucking conclusion. Once again, the IDF's headquarters are in the middle of a civilian area, in the middle of a goddamn mall, okay? It's ridiculous. Every single person in Israel has mandatory conscription unless they can get away with a religious exemption, okay? So then every single person is technically a human shield in the sense that they are enemy combatants. You know? HasanAbi had commented that on Our World News and they got banned apparently. Of course
The people of Gaza can't speak themselves against Hamas because they know they'll be killed. You, from the comfort of your home in your Western country, think that you can speak for the people of Gaza about who is inflicting terror on.
Wait, what? Are you speaking for Palestinians as you defend the endless bombing campaign? What the fuck? That's insane. Who the fuck are you, dumbass? The fuck? I mean, at least I talk to actual fucking Palestinians and see them as human beings, you know? I love the idea that, like, the colonial mindset has not changed in so many fucking years. Like, we're taming the barbarians by doing ruthless slaughter to them. It was the same when we did it to the Native Americans here. It was the same when the conquistadors engaged in it. It was the same when they did it in Africa. It's always the fucking same. It was the same in India. It's always, we have to be ruthless because these guys are fucking barbarian and we have to tame them. We have to tame them. We have to tame these ruthless barbarians by being infinitely more barbaric than they ever could have imagined being. I love the gall, the audacity of being able to just like sit in your fucking comfy home, okay? As your government is just slaughtering, butchering fucking children mercilessly, okay? And you sit in your comfy little home in your jammies as your government has stopped any kind of food
water or electricity from going into the Gaza Strip, its own concentration camp that it's operated for many years now, for decades, that it also bombs regularly in a process they call mowing the lawn. And you're saying the only way to civilize them is by continuously bombing them, and you can't speak for the Palestinians because you don't understand it, because you're in the West. That's crazy.
500,000 Gazans cross to Israel every single day to work.
Yeah, that's crazy. First of all, I don't think that number is correct. And secondly, there are... No, I don't think it's 500,000. I think she grossly overestimated it. And secondly, why do they have to go into Israel to work? Why did they have to go into Israel to work? Why can't they engage in commerce in their own fucking land, which supposedly is rid of any kind of Israeli influence? Why is it that the Palestinians in Gaza fucking pick up trash and try to, recycle it for like $6 a day? Yeah, it was 17,000 and recently increased to 20,000. Not 500,000. It's so cool. It's like an apartheid guy being like, listen, a lot of our workforce is black. Things are very good for them. How dare you want to end this apartheid? Okay? It's really fucked up of you. I'm sorry. Do you see this country club behind me? Yes, black people are not allowed to be inside unless they're working, but they're working there, coexisting peacefully. We created a Bantustan for them. That sounds cool, right? Don't say it's a ghetto. Different. And now they get to work here. What's the problem? Oh, it's a problem that there's 4 different kinds of identification, 2 different kinds of license plates for the Palestinians living in West Bank, which is their own territory, which is currently occupied by the standing military of an oppressive colonial force that regularly jails them for no reason, that puts them through endless humiliation through checkpoints in their own goddamn towns that didn't even exist like 10, 20 years ago. Well, some of them get to work in Israel, so I don't think there's a problem here.
He makes something very, very clear. Since Israel left Gaza in 2005, Israel does not owe shit to Gaza.
That's fucking nuts. Nuts. Yeah, it's really fucked up that, again, Israel doesn't allow concrete to go into Gaza because they'll say, oh, they're going to build tunnels. Okay? Israel doesn't allow for water desalination plants to exist inside of Gaza because they bomb them. They blow them up and don't let you repair them. Israel hasn't allowed Gaza to have an airport. Israel doesn't allow Gaza to have a port in general, like a port for ships. What do you mean they don't owe shit? They owe everything to the Palestinians. Everything. They owe the world to the Palestinians. Let's be fucking real, okay? When I say one state, I mean one state with reparations. The entire world owes so much to the fucking Palestinians. If there was any goddamn justice in this fucking planet, we'd be on our hands and knees begging for forgiveness, for the horrifying pain that we've subjected them to for generations. Get the fuck out of here. Gross piece of shit. Israel doesn't owe anything to Gaza. Fuck you.
The electricity, the water. Why isn't Hamas providing the...
How are they supposed to? Are they supposed to fucking materialize electricity and water out of nothing? They have one fucking aquifer. The water is toxic. They have to rely on desalination plants that Israel doesn't allow them to build. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to fucking do? You keep bombing the infrastructure. Not you, but you're defending those who do that. There's one power plant inside of Gaza. One that is operated by the Gazans themselves, the Palestinians themselves. The rest of the electricity comes from Israel. It's a grift, okay? Israel has created a horrifying condition in Gaza, and Israel is also the ones that make money off of those conditions. You want to know something? A lot of people talk about how, Gazans get billions of dollars of aid, okay? You know who's actually making money off of that? Israel is. Because all of that aid, like when we send money to these authorities, they have to, one, work with Israeli officials to be able to exist inside of Gaza. Two, when they're buying medical supplies and when they're buying food, you know who they're buying it from? Israel. It's disgusting. Okay? There is nothing that goes into Gaza that Israel doesn't control. What the fuck are we talking about?
Those things to Gaza. Where is all the billions of dollars they are being?
I didn't even have to hear her say that. I knew that was coming. And notice how I fucking talked about that already?
Sent constantly.
I hate that dumb bitches like this think that like the billions of dollars is just being dropped with cash. Okay? They're dropping parachutes of cash into Gaza. Hey, stupid idiot, what do you think the fucking billions of dollars of aid funding go to? It goes into Israel. It then is purchased oftentimes through Israel, okay? And then shipped into Gaza in the form of grain, in the form of flour, in the form of different types of food and medical supplies. They're not fucking... Nobody's like making it rain on Gaza, and then the Palestinians then take the money that they collected, like the gold coins they collected, like it's fucking Sonic or something, and then they go to Mr. Hamas, and Mr. Hamas is like, all right, time to go to the merchant. As everybody knows, there's a secret merchant in the bottom of the fucking Hamas tunnels where they can purchase all the rockets as long as you can fill your fucking inventory. Like, is that how you think this works? Ridiculous. Yeah, there's like an NPC merchant shop inside of fucking Gaza where they could just like, they buy rockets and then they fucking fill their inventory, and then that's the maximum amount of rockets that they can get. No. People fund humanitarian aid that is desperately a necessity in Gaza because Israel has it under full blockade. Israel controls all of the areas of entry into Gaza. Let's continue.
We don't have to let Gazans come and work here. We don't have to give them food, electricity, and water.
Dude, I'm sick and tired of covering this story for the past fucking 3 weeks now, because every single time I hear someone who is pro-Israel talk about this issue, it's literally just an endless sequence of, I am the most racist person you've ever fucking seen. I am the Adolf Hitler of Gazans, okay? Every single time. Every single time I hear someone fucking talk about like how Palestinians are and how they should be, it's literally just a freak who just says, I want to do like Hitlerian style governance on the Palestinians, and here is why it's just and moral. Okay? There's nothing, it's just pure racist vitriol. I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. What is this argument? There is no decent argument you can make in this circumstance, okay? It's so nuts. And as someone who has dedicated the past fucking 10 years of his life to fighting against all forms of oppression, okay, from anti-Semitism to every other kind of fucking bigotry, it blows my mind that this is such a prescient fucking point that people just simply cannot see for what it actually is. It's just Islamophobic, anti-Arab sentiment being masked as though it's the only possible way of governing these fucking barbarian hordes. It's fucking insane. Hasan, I'm gonna be real with you. Anti-racism reinforces racism. What? There is no difference in the way that this fucking freak is talking about Palestinians and those who live in Gaza than the most racist Klan member talking about black people. Okay? Straight up, dude. Fuck. Literally substitute everything she's saying. Instead of Palestinian, if she was saying black, you would understand exactly what the fuck she's saying. Okay? You'd be like, oh my God. How does she not feel embarrassed to be able to say such awful things? How does she not feel even a shred of humanity or decency? The level of hatred that she's operating on is so insane. And the comfort and callousness that she has. Holy fuck. Wow, now you're accusing the racists of racism. How long can you go? Shaking my head. I simply cannot believe this. It's just nuts. It's nuts that I have to sit here and fucking act like this is not just pure racist vitriol, dude. This is why Chomsky said the Israeli conditions that they've subjected Palestinians to is worse than the fucking apartheid in South Africa, because like 90% of the population was black in South Africa and they relied on them heavily for slave labor pretty much. Whereas Israelis openly will tell you, we don't even want them as slaves. We just want them fucking gone, like forcibly expelled. This is why Chomsky says that. Fuck, dude. Dude, you're actually stupid. If we're all, it's just nobody's racist, like a double negative. What?
We don't have to warn them to go out of their houses when we attack Hamas targets. We don't have.
Dude, over the course of the past 3 weeks, by the way, I totally understand why that one chatter a couple days ago was like, yo, the way you say Hamas is like pissing me off because you sound like the way, a very specific way that some Israeli people call Hamas. Like, it's just like every time I hear that, the guttural ch, it's just like, it's like slowly but surely making me twitch a little bit. Fuck, dude. Just Hamas. It's Hamas. We don't have to fucking let the Palestinians know. Like, dude, you're just a fucking racist. Like, you're just a horrifying racist monster. We don't have to let the Palestinians know before we blow their houses up. Nobody even thinks that it's okay that you're letting them know and then blowing their houses up. Only other fucking racist monsters like you who are conditioned into thinking that Palestinians aren't human think that that is like an apt justification for you claiming that Israel is the most moral army. Fuck, dude. Don't think about the sounds too much. People will take it as racist and use it against you, but that's not how you say Hamas anyway. That's not how you say it in Arabic.
Have to do anything, and somehow we are held to the standard that we do. Hamas kills their political opponents. They have not held elections since they.
Who has killed more of the secular political leadership of Palestinians? Let's think. On the one hand, you have Mossad, and then also on the other hand, you have Hamas. Or on the one hand, you have the IDF, and then on the other hand, you have Hamas. Also, real weird saying that as someone who is ostensibly Israeli, I assume. What happened the last time a dude was like, we got to fucking do a two-state solution? Oh, that's right. Israel, or at least the right-wing forces assassinated him, Yitzhak Rabin, and he wasn't exactly a fucking good guy who believed that like Palestinians are human beings anyway. And then they voted The guys who fucking begged for his assassination have been voted into power ever fucking since. Since then, time and time again, Israel's been like, that's our guy. Love the guys that fucking killed this guy. We love him.
They've been elected in 2006. Even after they have GoPro'd a massacre of 1,300 people, not people killed by rockets, massacre by hand, you still don't know who they are. You still don't realize they do the same thing to the people of Gaza. You still support these people. If you want Gaza to be free, you support Israel annihilating Hamas.
This is just like, I don't know if she's a bibist, right? That's what they were saying is the term, right? I don't know if she's like, what's the term? Likudznik or a bibist. But I mean, how is this any different? How is this any different than what Benjamin Netanyahu's been fucking advocating for? Like, no, this is totally the way to go. I mean, totally the way to go. We keep killing more Palestinians, and then eventually Hamas will just cease to exist. Not realizing that, like, the past couple of decades of this mentality, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, is responsible for October 7. That's how it happened to begin with. Hamas and its influence has only grown in that time frame. And it's not just what the Israeli government has done to Gaza either, okay? Yeah, you can't stop a school shooting from happening or a hostage situation in a bank by blowing up the bank or blowing up the school, okay? However, this is the IDF mentality. It's just like, oh, is there a school shooting happening? Let's blow up the fucking school. We haven't found the main shooter. You know why? Because we just haven't blown up Maine yet. It's time to nuke Maine, okay? That's the only way we can ensure that there is never, ever another fucking mass shooting that happens in Maine ever again. And technically, you're not wrong. If you kill everyone in Maine with a fucking nuke, then you will be able to technically stop, at least for the interim period, mass shootings from happening in Maine. Yeah, I just solved it, dude. She said being killed by a bomb is not the same by being killed by a hand. Yeah, it's true. There is truth to that. At least from the perspective of the bomber, yeah, it's way less personal. So it's you don't feel it as traumatic as a person who like kills you up close and personal. Right? And the justification for it is that because it is ethnic cleansing done by this mechanical procedure that's far away, okay, that it is much easier to justify as like, oh, it's collateral damage. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. From the Western world, if you're confused as to how people are just like looking at this ethnic cleansing directly and saying, oh, it's fine, like this is fine, it's a necessary thing, you have to understand that that is because we here in the United States of America, we live in fucking Connecticut, we have no way of understanding what it's like to be constantly fucking bombed, okay? But we have a better way of understanding what it's like to be afraid of terrorism, no matter how unjustifiable and how silly it is, right? That fear, that paranoid delusion was instilled upon the American population after 9/11 in an effort to justify the mechanical killing that the American military machine engaged in the Middle East. And the enemies, or those victims of the war on terror, was considered enemy combatants and their family members. Okay? And that's why most people in America cannot comprehend what it's like to be Palestinian, but they can at least understand what it's like to be Israeli.
That's it.
Hamas and freeing them of the people of Gaza. Once Gaza is free of Hamas, there will be peace. Don't you think that if Israel was truly controlling Gaza and occupying Gaza, this wouldn't have happened? We would know what was going on there.
Wait,
Wake up already.
Wait, what? Has she not heard the way Israel speaks about how they know everything that's going on in Gaza? Well, I'm sorry. I thought they knew all the targets that they were going after. You know? I thought they were completely aware of all the targets they were fucking blowing up and shit. What happened? Which one is it? Huh. Interesting.
These terrorists are using your values against you. They are hiding in their terror tunnels right now alongside 199 hostages. These are not freedom fighters. These are bloodthirsty monsters. Stop chanting these empty slogans and wake up to see what is right.
These people literally do not have a coherent talking point when it comes to pogroms in the West Bank. Yes, that's precisely why they never talk about pogroms in the West Bank, because it's a deep shame that they even recognize is conducted largely by psychopathic zealots. Okay? That's the reason why you never hear about the West Bank from an Israeli person. Never. They never, ever bring up the West Bank because I mean, there's not really a fucking argument that you can make for Gaza either, but at least they have like the talking points lined up. And that is a type of violence that Americans are at least comfortable with. Whereas when you talk about the West Bank, all of a sudden it becomes more, it becomes closer to like the Western experience, you know, getting shot in the fucking face with an AR-15 by some psychopathic dude, oftentimes from fucking Brooklyn or Long Island, as a matter of fact.
In front of you. The siege, they have a fence around Gaza. Have you seen what happens when they make one hole in the fence? Have you seen what happens?
I mean, again, this is just pure racist screed at this point. She's saying every Palestinian is a fucking bloodthirsty animal who, if they break through the fence, will come and fucking rape and pillage. That's what she's saying. Every Palestinian is going to do fucking October 7 all the time, permanently.
In less than 5 hours to 1,300 people. When they break through this fence, this will never fail to amaze me. Gaza's under siege. The fence around Gaza, do you mean the border? Somewhere that is not our territory? Same border that 500,000 Palestinians cross to make money here in
Okay, the 500,000 number is just like not correct, but even if it was correct, okay, like let every fucking Palestinian come back into Israel proper then.
Israel? The same border they can easily cross if they don't affiliate.
Language is important. You do sometimes hear about it from Israeli people, but never from Netanyahu fans and right-wingers. That's true. I mean, I will be having I'm gonna have someone from Israel talk about. I mean, I've had someone from Israel talk about this already, but I'm gonna have one more person as well.
With Hamas or carry any weapon? The same border they have with their Egyptian brothers who do not allow them any.
Again, it's very gross. Like, you know, the Palestinian and the Egyptian are one and the same. They're both Arab dogs. You know what I mean? They're both Arabs. They're Egyptian brothers. They don't want, but even their Egyptian brothers don't want them
anywhere near their country. And if after everything I said, you still support Hamas, there is no other way to say it. Your values align with Hamas. And I'm being very, very gentle.
Man, so gentle. That's a threat. You in America, if you believe in the humanity of Palestinians, okay,
if you believe in the value that Palestinians have as human beings, then you must be Hamas, which means we're coming for you next, bitch. Okay, listen. Make like the Associated Press building in Gaza and fucking boom boom. You know what I mean? Yeah. Listen, man, I'm going to keep it $1.50, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You should be very afraid of that. True. It's coming for you. What I was going to say is, for the ad break segue, which I'm running now, what I was going to say is this. It's the most laughable thing whenever people say Hamas is coming for you here in America. It's laughable because, yeah, okay, they can't even fucking get outside of the Gaza Strip. Okay, so that's number one. And number two, Hamas does not have the capacity to fucking harm me. You know who does have the capacity to harm me? Israeli government-backed institutions that have all but calcified their existence here in the United States of America, that engage in mass doxing campaigns where they go around the college campuses, figure out who the fuck was even pro-Palestinian marginally, decide that it's perfectly adequate to dox those people, and put fucking trucks outside of their goddamn houses saying that they're Hamas supporters. That kind of shit is completely psychotic, and it's happening right now in this goddamn country. And people that are supposedly big free speech defenders do not have any kind of interest in covering it in the terms that it actually needs to be covered in. Arrogance. It's completely unacceptable. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Anyway, here, I just want to show you guys our wonderful fucking overlord, billionaire overlord here, by the way. Elon, truly a genius. He only needed 5 words to say 14 words, says Craig Harrington. The Washington Post, Charlottesville's Robert E. Lee statue has met its end in a 2,250-degree furnace. The divisive Confederate monument, the focus of the deadly Unite the Right rally in 2017, was secretly melted down and will become a new piece of public art. More on the process. Thad says, literally my ancestor, we carry the Lee name as a first/middle in my family. While I didn't need a directly insulting gesture to tell me that my kind is hated and many seek our extinction, the implicit cues were strong enough. I appreciate this image making it absolutely clear. Elon Musk says they absolutely want your extinction. Thad says, it's almost like you're from a place with lessons to teach us. Now, here you have 2 fucking racist, white supremacist pieces of shit losers sucking each other's cocks in an Ouroboros style situation. Now, what's really funny about this circumstance is that while Thad over here, what a stupid fucking name, is talking about how he's an ancestor of Robert E. Lee, the immediate ancestors of Robert E. Lee absolutely recognized what the fuck was going on with Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee's ancestors literally will regularly push against the proselytizing of Robert E. Lee. Also, this guy, again, I assume another, I for one would buy more stuff if heterosexual white people were in the ad, says Thad. I wonder what he means by this. Interesting. Classic. I assume you agree. What is this?
Free Palestine! You have blood on your hands, Justin! Justin, you have blood on your hands! You have blood on your hands! Shame on you, Justin! You have.
Yeah, Robert E. Lee's descendants has taken down Confederate symbols is a no-brainer. Reverend Robert Lee IV says taking down these symbols is an opportunity.
the last one in the nation.
Bro, Robert E. Lee did not want the Confederacy to continue. Not that he was a good guy. He wasn't. But even Robert E. Lee was like, yeah, don't keep this fucking Confederacy shit going. I think America needs to unify, please. Even he was like aware. These dumb racist motherfuckers. Yeah. Robert E. Lee was like on his deathbed. He was like, listen, I took a fat L, okay? Let's keep it $1.50. I took a fat L. Let's forget this. Let's put this chapter in our fucking past. Okay? Let's not make a big deal out of it. Yeah. Here it is. Robert E. Lee opposed Confederate monuments. Exactly. I've talked about all of this, okay? The fucking reply to Elon Musk was directly calling for a return to apartheid South Africa. Not sure if you missed that. Yeah, I did not miss that. Don't worry. Yeah, Robert E. Lee, more like Robert L. Lee, was like, bro, I took the fattest of L's, okay?
The Israel-Hamas war continues to be far-reaching, including right here at home. This afternoon, former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan joined GMA3 to discuss why he withdrew his offer to participate.
I don't even care about this anymore. I don't want to watch this. Okay. U.S. says no evidence Israel targeted Al Jazeera. Oh, dude, totally. Okay. Let's move on from all this. I'm sick and I'm tired. And I'm sick and tired. Let's move on to greener pastures here, okay? I downloaded Alan Wake, but I'm not going to be playing Alan Wake yet because I'm Alan Sleepy. I, however, will be playing Marvel Spider-Man. It's Spooderman time. I'm going to play a little bit. But fear not, Alan Wake will happen. It will occur. There will be a time for Alan Wake as well. Do you condemn horror game developers? Yes. I mostly condemn Sandman though, and Venom, and Craven, everybody pretty much. Oh, for those of you who are wondering why haven't I played the Metal Gear Solid collection, I heard it is fucking dog shit. I heard the MGS collection is not even as good as like emulations made by fucking fans, dude.
Portal out of here!
The instruction manual for this artifact was not clear.
You seem to be getting better at it.
Not better enough.
We're gonna figure it out. Together.
Damn. Lucky attitude, kid.
It's Spider-Man, not kid, thank you.
All right, Spider-Man. Let's see what you've got. Behind you! She's everywhere! I cannot catch her! Take note!
Nice.
Surprise!
That had to hurt!
Oh shit.
More of
Oh,
them!
I fucked that up.
Hey! Use this portal!
It's a wound away from it! Remember your training! Fire in bully!
Over here!
That was sick!
Oh fuck! God damn!
Get down! Get me!
This is mine!
I never saw you coming! Bring him down!
Fuck you. Alright, where am I supposed to go? Is this fighting is way better than Assassin's Creed? Fend off the hunters, didn't I? Where are they? Oh.
Don't mean to interrupt. There's a turret now. Another
Main shooter was found dead.
I'll take all the help I can get here. Any magic tricks for bullets?
You got webs. Hit the turret and take it out. Hey, Spider-Man. Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh, I want to see that. Did you know
Oh,
sea lions
shit.
can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
Focus, Hunter. Lots of them.
Craven must really want you.
I'm not available. Stop the spiders. I'm helping her.
They're definitely trying to wear us down.
If they want me, they'll have to kill me.
Let's not have it come to that, okay?
Oh, fuck!
In my sight.
Oh, shit.
I got him.
Ah. Come on.
You rang?
Ah! Oh no, not the fucking robots!
How are you with dogs?
Oh, I'm dead. It's the world that Jenks thinks is reality, constant crime. Yeah.
There's a turret now.
Oh god, I hate this. Dude, this game is difficult, man. Even in my fucking baby mode, it's difficult. It's not fucking easy, chat. Straight up. Why am I'm getting my ass beat nonstop. I'm going baby mode. I'm going full oh, what the fuck? I'm going baby mode.
Another portal for you.
You're way better at politics.
I can get here. Any magic tricks for bullets?
You got webs. Hit the turret and take it out.
Binky time, dude. I want a binky. I want a binky. I'm a baby.
Spider-Man. Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh, I want to see that. Did you know sea lions can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
Focus, Hunter. Lots of them.
Craven must really want you.
I'm not available.
That had to hurt.
Ah!
Clear to fire. Good cry.
They never saw you coming.
Oh shit. God damn it, dude.
Over here.
How are you with dogs?
I'm gonna die again.
More
I'm
of
gonna
a
die
cat
again.
person,
I'm gonna die again.
And these aren't dogs.
They bite like dogs.
Worse.
Watch the portal.
I'm gonna die again. Fuck!
This one's fine.
You're shit, no offense. I know, man. I know. I'm so bad when it comes to these fucking dogs, dude.
There's a turret now. Another portal for you.
I'll take all the help I can get here. Any magic tricks for bullets?
Hey, Spider-Man. Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh, I want to see that. Did you know sea lions can swim up to 25 miles per hour?
Focus, Hunter. Lots of them.
Fucking dumbass, shut
Craven
the
must
fuck
really
up.
want you.
I'm not available. Stop him. Stop the spider from helping her.
They're definitely trying to wear us down.
If they want me, they'll have to kill me.
Let's not have it come to that, okay?
Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, I gotta run away.
How are you with dogs?
More of a cat person, and these aren't dogs.
Do they bite like dogs?
Worse. Behind you.
That had to hurt.
Surprise. She's everywhere. I cannot catch.
Why can't I fucking zip this guy? Okay.
Over here.
They never saw you coming.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh fuck!
Everything at us.
Might be on my last life here.
No, we're getting you to Paris. Your girlfriend needs you.
You really are Spider-Man. This one's mine.
That was sick.
Fuck!
I got him.
Fuck! Oh my god, I hate this fucking thing! I hate these fucking guys! I hate them! Fuck you! I hate them so much! Pull them down!
Taking the shot.
There's so many of them! Fuck! Oh my god! Dude, I'm losing my fucking mind a little bit. What is happening? Why are they so fucking difficult to kill? Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never played a fucking spider bitch game before where I literally have had this much of a difficult fucking time. I am a From Software player, okay? This is like, it's so annoying. They are so much more bullet spongy than ever before. What is happening? Am I crazy? Try to only go after the shooters only first and then go to the ground? No, I don't know. I don't understand why it is so fucking difficult, dude. It's not a boss battle at all. No, I legitimately don't understand why. The blinking dog is a debuff? Yeah, I think so, but... This is faster than the first one. You always have to dodge when your Spidey sense shows up or you're fucked. Dude, I'm 3-tap. I think, like, maybe I haven't done any side quests, and that's why. Like, I'm 3-tap every time. No matter what, I'm 3-tap. If I get hit 3 times, it's over. It's done. I have less health than my enemies do. Usually in spider bitch games, normally your enemies have way less health than you do. You fucking do the same sequence over and over again. 1-2 punch, maybe like a 4th. And then they're dead. And you have like big ground and pound maneuvers so that you can have some AoE damage that also at least like stun a decent amount of people. In this game, to my experience, it feels like, especially because like I haven't done any of the side quests. This is the one time I haven't done a side quest at all. I love that people saying you're not dodging at all. No, I am. It's just that overwhelming. I am dodging, except it's so overwhelming because I dodge and then immediately I want to fucking pick something up from the ground to throw someone, to throw it at someone, and before I can do that, I'm already having to dodge again. And then I have to do another dodge again. And then I have to do another dodge again. And if I'm pressing O all the fucking time, then I can't hit people.
Another portal for you.
I'll take all the help I can get here. Any magic tricks for bullets?
You got webs.
Like this is, see, this is a decent crowd that can be controlled, right? But very quickly it becomes so much larger. See, I dodged that.
Think they're here for the sea lion exhibit?
Oh, I want to see that. Did you know sea lions?
See, look, I tried to throw that, but I couldn't because I'm getting fucking bullied by this freak. See, I pull him down and immediately.
I'm not available. Stop the spider from helping us. What do we have here?
They're definitely trying to wear us down.
If they want me, they'll have to kill me.
Let's not have it come to that, okay? I will fight by my side.
Watch and learn.
How are you a dog?
More of a cat person. And these aren't dogs.
They bite like dogs.
Worse.
Fuck!
Watch the portal.
See, look, I can't pull anybody. Pull him down! Pull his bitch ass down! Pull his bitch ass down!
She's everywhere.
Pull his bitch ass down!
I cannot catch her.
Pull him down! Hey, what's good? Austin's here.
Surprise!
That had to hurt.
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Austin, chill! Oh, fuck!
They're throwing everything at us.
Uh-huh!
No, we're getting
You are! I'm getting flanked. I'm getting flanked.
You really are Spider-Man.
This is an insane mission, dude.
Over here.
They never saw you coming. Eyes on target.
Dude, look at this. Chat, look at this. This is an insane mission. Fuck, I can't even pull it. I can't pull the turret. There it is.
That was sick. I'll get inside.
Fuck! I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm done with this game. I'm never playing it again. I'm done. I'm so done. I can't do it. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad. I have to pull the turrets. Stop saying stop pulling. I'm done. I'm done with this game. I'm done with fucking streaming today because I have to do the podcast anyway. Fuck, I hate this game. I'm literally rage quitting a baby game. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my God. Oh my God. I have to do the podcast. That's why I'm quitting. I hate all the backseaters who are literally going, oh my God, do this, do that. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid fucking mouth up. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm doing all the things that you're saying I need to be doing. I'm doing all of it and more. It's so annoying and so entirely overwhelming. What the fuck is happening? I don't know if I'm under leveled. I don't know if what the fuck's going on. That mission is so stupid. Supposedly the main shooter was found dead. Fucking R.I.P. Bozo. Okay. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Okay. I have to do the pod now. This is what happened to me during the first Spooter. I've played all the Spider-Man games. There was literally no problem there. I love the Spider-Man games. This is the first time I played a Spider-Man game where I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's very frustrating. Anyway, Lolo is coming as well, Alex. He's going to be staying with me over the weekend, so. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Why is Cutie live for doing the podcast? She's going to be here soon. All right. Bye, everybody. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There again.
again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me